Love you, Linda. Love you.
The courthouse the other day in the hallway, you're singing "Oh Happy Day."
One word prayer. Justice, where are you?
Well, good morning, everyone. Did you bring your popcorn? Because we do have some activity outside the courthouse. It looks like we have the focus on the car that Karen Reed is coming in. Let me see if I can see who's walking down the street here yet. Let's see. Oh, there it is. There's Mr. Brennan, Hank Brennan. And let's see, is he advertising for any type of coffee? That looks like, what, Starbucks? Could that be Starbucks? Oh my gosh, what happens to your Dunkin', Hank? You're from Massachusetts. That's Hank Brennan entering the courthouse. Let's see. He normally comes a little bit earlier than this. This is a little later for him, 8:51. And there's Alan Jackson, Karen Reed, as you can see. There we are. Michael Bryan hopefully got home safe last night, from Canton. But we shouldn't be looking forward to the popcorn for this. But, if you're a young lawyer and you're watching this cross-examination, it's a good example of how you can cross-examine. And if you're a police officer, this is going to go into training sessions about how you not answer questions. There's Karen Reed. She is very active with her team. That's the cases that the lawyers pull. When you start being on your case, you have trial binders for every witness, and then you have the exhibits. And they can be duplicative. They're very heavy. You cart them. It's not all just on your computer. It is on your computer, but it's also hard copies that you have to see. As you see in court, sometimes you need the hard copies. You need to refresh the witness's recollection with the hard copy, like what happened with Bukhenik yesterday when he was handed a binder, and he was stuff given in discovery search warrants. And he wanted to say, perchance, that perhaps that it was, it was forgery. It was ridiculous. So let's welcome everybody. As you know, last night we welcomed Rhea Flight, became a YouTube member. Laura McLeod became a new member here. So welcome. You'll find this is a very active community, young community in terms of everyone, but very active community. Good morning, everybody. Let's see who's here. Yes, Kathy, you're here. You're ready with all. Woo, Louise P. Hello, Paula B. Debbie Pelham. I know you recently just found us, Debbie, right? It's going to be a great day. Oasis Cat, of course, is here. Oasis does all those great. She did my rant yesterday, and she got some other stuff done that I just haven't had a chance to post and all. I did post the mashup, by the way, of the finding. Remember yesterday when Bukhenik said, couldn't make it up, Proctor was not the lead investigator? Well, I put a mashup on both Justice Serve TV and also Kenny Bodden on our X pages, saying that, the action by the Jeffrey Noble was as lead investigator, assigned as lead investigator right there from the state police. You can't make this up, that he wanted to start arguing with Alan Jackson about that. It was just ridiculous. Good morning, Laura McLeod. Good morning. Here comes drama. Hi, everybody. Brooklyn. There we go. Rhonda Hall. Good morning, Joey Kane. Your beloved Commonwealth. Yeah. Trakesha McNeil. Vibe in the lane. I mean, if I'm not mentioning you, it's not because I don't see you. I'm seeing you. And there's so many of you. And I also want you to talk among yourself. Good morning, Joanne. Jetta Platypus, one of my favorite handles. I love that. Sometimes you'll have to explain to us, Jetta Platypus, that a mashup, what is that? It's fabulous. Okay. Good morning, everybody. We're going to, and again, trials, it shouldn't be, even Tubi is waiting with bated breath, right? You can hear him. Trials shouldn't be something that, you kind of like say, oh, let's bring our popcorn. But this was like, it just was like, I'm riveted. Okay. Because I see so much junk in how lawyers cross-examine. All right. And, I can name on like one hand of the lawyers that I would watch to cross-examine in this day and age. And if they taught a course, it'd be like the old time, there was if you can look him up, Irving Singer, he told cross-examination how I learned initially I would go to everything when I was like, even in college. Because I always wanted to be either a lawyer or a veterinarian, but I wasn't good at math. So vet things was out. But I really always wanted to be a lawyer. That was my first choice. So I love when I see good lawyering. I also would point out that, Bukhenik really needs to answer the questions. All right. This is supposed to be a search for the truth. And what I am objecting to is that Hank Brennan is trying to hide a lot of these witnesses and here's what he's doing. He's trying to get the jury so cemented in the fact that they hate Karen Reed, that they think that she did it because there's stuff, there's what they say, parts of the taillight. They're trying to get that so cemented that nothing the defense can do by the time they get around showing all the funny stuff that would lead to reasonable doubt in this case, that they're going to convict her of the second count, not the first count, but the second count. Debbie Pelham, yes, love your channel, originally from Jersey girl. Yes, absolutely. That's why we went into the business of practicing law. We love justice, right? We want justice to be found, whatever it is. And, if it turns out that the Commonwealth is able to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, so be it. But do it fairly. Don't do it sneakily, right? Don't do it because you want to hide things. Don't do it as strategy, right? No, I mean, come on, let's go. Let's do it absolutely right. Now, let's read this again. Let me just read this again. This is the first thing that Yuri Bukhenik tried to argue with Jackson on, that Proctor was not the lead investigator for this case. So the trial board finding Wednesday, March 19th, 2025. And it's for a Proctor, right? He had personnel hearings for a number of days. And he had certain charges, four of which, two charges he was found guilty with, two charges with four specifications. So that would be like, one charge with an A, B, and C under it. And it says, this occurred, actually it says Trooper Proctor on various dates, blah, 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 that failed to conform to the work standards established for the member's rank, title, or position, and or did fail to take appropriate action on the occasion of a crime, disorder, or other condition deserving state police attention. This occurred when Trooper Proctor, while assigned as the lead investigator in a homicide investigation, sent derogatory, defamatory, disparaging, or otherwise inappropriate text messages about a suspect in that investigation to other individuals. This is like, how do you dispute that? How do you get on the stand? And if you're Hank Brennan, I think that you're responsible for this. I think that there was a decision made to try to distance themselves from Proctor. So let's not call him the lead investigator, okay? Now, Michael Bryan actually got, when the scrum finished outside the courthouse, he actually kind of walked part of the way with Karen Reed yesterday in the buffer zone. All right, and they asked her a question. How do you think he did? And Buchanan did, and she said, "Well, he was the supervisor for Proctor, so they both, if Proctor's responsible, he's responsible, and that's true. And you can go back and look at that one-on-one. That's 2 days in a row that Michael Bryant was there. That Karen Reed actually just answered his question and all. Why? Because these are the questions you need to be asking of her. What did she think? Not some kind of, bullshit question. Did somebody do this or somebody do that? Let's ask her how she thinks her witnesses are doing, right? Because that's the same discussion, or not her witnesses, her attorneys are doing crossing, because that's the discussion she's going to be having with her attorneys at night. You hear from clients, by the way. You hear from clients, Linda, was that okay? It happened in the courtroom. Yes, that was fine. This is fine. And you have to talk to clients and all. So I'd like to hear what she's saying. And she's kind of like, she kind of like lays it out there. Obviously, she lays it out there because that's what the Commonwealth is using. They say, well, look at her. She's disparaging this. She's disparaging that, it all. So it is what it is. And then go back and listen to our Monday night episode with Sergeant Joe, right? Joe Giacolone. He said the supervisor's duty is to make sure you go through everything that the subordinate does, review the reports, sign off on them, right? And that's what you have to do. And if indeed the subordinate fails, you as a supervisor, you have failed. You own that subordinate, right? And anyone who's ever been in a position of power in my office, if somebody does something wrong, it's my responsibility. I can't blame a paralegal for something that goes out wrong, because it's my duty to make sure that it goes out right. And so we've all know that as supervisors, okay? Let's see, Oasis Cat. Let's see, Micah, who's always very active, received one of our first cups. One of our first. Where in the World is Justice? This is the one you can't buy. This is the one you have to win from us. A special cup. Last night I went to rewatch the stream yesterday at Micah. Went to rewatch the stream yesterday to keep track of Proctor mentions, but ended up falling asleep. That's what Oasis Cat. That's because Alan Jackson was to make sure he started off getting Proctor out there, getting Proctor out there. And the same with the search warrants. Can you imagine being handed a binder of discovery in this case, which is given to you by the prosecution, and you are now going to say, well, this is not a great photocopy, and therefore it could be a forgery. Can you imagine that? It's already been marked. These things have been marked, these search warrants. Come on. Who is teaching him? Who is responsible for him? Now, I did a rant on this because it's true. Who is responsible for him? It is an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment for all the good cops that I know, all the good state troopers that I know, who go out there and do their best. But this is an embarrassment. And 10 days, you're doing the drive-by evidence, supposedly, and in a rainstorm, a chief of police or a deputy chief is not even supposed to be there, is coming out and trying to look for evidence. It never gets out of the car, but calls somebody and say, oh, yeah, look, there's a piece over here. Oh, come on. Didn't you learn anything from a case called O.J. Simpson? Now, don't they teach you anything about documenting evidence, making sure it's photographed, making sure there's a ruler in the picture, making sure you saw even when Koberger, right? The FBI came out and did scans, right? They did the scans that you do of the scene so that you always have where things are found and you can see what the frame is in addition to pictures, right? Good morning, Debbie Blair. Yes, I'm seeing you. Donnie, not Osmond. Thank you, Donnie, not Osmond. Gifted five Justice Serve TV memberships. We passed 12,000 last night. We're shooting for that 15 and then that 20, and all because you guys keep coming back. And I use guys generically. I don't use it specifically. You all keep coming back and supporting us and allowing us, by supporting us, to send Michael Bryant up to Canton Dedham 10 times on this case, and he will go back up there. Not this coming week. Because on Monday I will be out and we're going to have a guest host with Michael Arnold Day. And on Friday of next week, he will be out going to travel to his son's graduation. And I will have a guest host then on Friday. So he will go to Dedham the week after back there. And all of your supporting us helps that happen. Hopefully his car won't break down again as it did in the last trip out. But you can see that if you're talking to people in Canton, talking to people who are there. By the way, we're looking at the courtroom. The fan is just up. We'll take you into that courtroom when it happens. Talking to people out there, you see what they're so angry about. They're angry about this kind of conduct. They're angry about their tax dollars going to this kind of conduct. They're angry. They think up there that Karen Reed's been framed. And you can have, keyboard warriors all you want. They think up there that she's been framed because they say that their police department is corrupt. And while the judge has not let Birchmore, the Sandra Birchmore case door hasn't been open, it's this state police and this unit that was responsible for calling Sandra Birchmore's death a suicide. And I think that there may be a door that was open. Remember, Yuri Bukhenik said yesterday they investigate suicide by hanging. Now, why did he just say suicide? He specifically said suicide by hanging, and supposedly that was how Sandra Birchmore died. Did he open the door? Well, I think what you're going to find is that Alan Jackson is going to try to go through that door. We'll see if Judge Beverly Cannoni will let him when the appropriate time is. I think he's going to continue to soften and show Bukhenik that try to show Bukhenik being a liar, being a prevaricator, not telling the complete truth. I think he's going to do that first so that the judge gets so fed up, okay? The judge gets fed up because remember, the judge was worried about Alan Jackson and the defense not turning over one page of discovery about payments to ACA and so gravely concerned. Well, you've got people in your courtroom who are clearly putting their hands on the Bible and not telling the truth and trying not to tell the truth. And you got a prosecutor, Hank Brennan, who, again, I will say is a very good attorney. Okay, he's achieving what he wants to achieve. I don't think it's the right way to go about justice, but he's achieving what he wants to achieve. Who clearly try to hide things, and you're not gravely concerned about what's happening in your courtroom or in front of you. So I think she's going to get great. It has to be gravely concerned. She's going to have to get there with Yuri Bukhenik to allow Jackson to drive that Mack truck through and open up the Sandra Birch case. I think there's going to be a fight on the Sallyport videos because Brennan did not did not have those Sallyport videos validated by anybody. Certainly not by Bukhenik. So if they haven't been put into evidence, there's going to be an objection. So let's all rise has happened. Why don't we go into the courtroom?
You are
continue
unmuted.
to talk about everything, and I'll see you at either a sidebar or a break. By the way, I'm still going to be here. I'm just going to be behind my 2B avatar.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do with the Honorable Beverly County Justice of the Spirit Court, now sitting at Dedham, within for the Commonwealth, draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and when it's saying this court's in session, please be seated.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Happy Friday. I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Could we bring Sergeant Bukhenik in, please? And Mr. Jackson, are you ready?
I'm ready, Your Honor.
Okay.
You're still on the road.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, when we left off, we had been discussing one of the trips you made out to 34 Fairview, specifically on an occasion in which you met Chief Berkowitz. I want to ask you a couple of questions to follow up on those questions that I asked yesterday. Did Chief Berkowitz ever talk to you about his communications with Brian Albert and or Brian Higgins, either at that time or afterward?
Objection.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated one way or the other, without telling me anything that they said? Did you learn whether or not Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Higgins?
No.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Albert? And I'm talking about in the days before you were at 34 Fairview, which was February 4th, from the 29th to February 4th.
No.
You returned to the scene, you indicated on direct examination, on or about February 10th, 2022, to conduct yet another search, correct?
Yes.
And on that particular occasion, you recovered some 6 pieces of red and or clear and or black plastic. Is that how you testified?
There was numerous pieces. The exact number, I don't know. You'd have to refresh my memory with a report.
Okay. There were several pieces. The exact number, I'm not really worried about. There were several. There's more than one.
Yes.
Okay. There were also some clear glass pieces, correct?
Again, I don't know exactly, but if a report can be presented, it would refresh my memory.
Okay. Let's do that real quick. May I approach your honor?
Yes.
Sir Bukhenik, actually, let me give you the front page of that as well. Just familiarize yourself with it.
Thank you.
Let me know when you familiarize yourself with that report. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to take a look at this report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection as to the items generally that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it did.
Did you recover approximately 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic and 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You would obviously consider that to be an incredibly important part of the investigation, recovering physical items at the scene of the incident, correct?
Every piece of evidence is important.
Can you describe for the jurors exactly where each of the, let's take them one at a time, where each of the 6 pieces of plastic fragments were found?
All items recovered that day were found in the general vicinity where the other items were also located. The area had been excavated. I've been to that location several times, and it was all located in the general vicinity where it was initially excavated, but also where I was told Mr. John O'Keefe was found on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
So, other than saying in the general vicinity, did you seek to actually document where each item was found? In other words, by cross coordinates or some other such manner?
The exact location where each item was recovered from was not documented with a picture or GPS location. It was still within the general vicinity of that 40 to 50 square feet or so, by my approximation, near the flagpole, between the street, the flagpole, and the fire hydrant. It was all the same general vicinity.
So 40 to 50 square feet would be a 10-foot by 5-foot square, correct?
Generally speaking, 50, yeah,
Okay.
5 by 10, general area.
If I may, Your Honor, if I may approach this a little bit, would you agree with me? I'm not going to pull out a measuring tape. Would you agree I'm about 10 feet from you right now?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. And from the jury bar, probably about 5 feet from there?
Yes.
So we're talking about a relatively broad area for small pieces of physical evidence to be found. You would agree with that?
I would, again, estimate it was the general area, maybe 10 feet in one direction, 10 feet in another, and 5 feet out, maybe 3 feet out. They were the general area where it was initially excavated and then expanded with the snow melting, and all the pieces were within that general area.
But you were working on an assumption at that point, on an assumption that there was some sort of an impact at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were working on an assumption or a presumption that there was an impact of a physical item, in your view, an SUV, with a human being, correct? That was your presumption at the time.
The evidence was pointing that impact took place because there was damage to the taillight. Large chunks of it was missing. And we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I wasn't assuming anything. The evidence was speaking to us.
You weren't there, correct?
I was there recovering the evidence, yes.
You weren't there at the time of the incident.
No, of course not.
So you were utilizing assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
We work by learning information, collecting evidence, and getting that evidence to suggest what happened. That evidence is tested, and then it's all put together into the case.
You used the word to suggest what happened, correct?
Yes.
Another word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you, you then receive it and assume certain things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them. A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion, and then we corroborate it through evidence.
And of course, you make assumptions based on those suggestions, correct? Yes or no?
We have theories.
Another term for a theory is an assumption or a presumption, correct?
I guess in some respect you can say that,
Okay.
but
So the
I'm
answer
not.
is yes.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Well, you'll agree that words matter, right? I mean, you're testifying, so words do matter.
Words do matter. That's important.
So working off of your, as you put it, your theory, you theorized that there was an impact spot at 34 Fairview, correct?
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something. Initial hours of the investigation, we had those statements, I hit him. We had the statements that, oh my God, did I hit him? So utilizing that information with the evidence at that point that we had was a broken cocktail glass. So a theory would be, why is the cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So that's why my information communicated to the ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim. As a result, we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and we learned more information. So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements and collect evidence that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one, there wouldn't be a process of developing investigation.
So the answer to my question, Sergeant, is you were working off of a theory, correct? Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured male party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me, so if you can bring up the Webster's Dictionary, I can read it out.
You want me to pull up the Webster's Dictionary? You want to take a break real quick and pull up the Webster's Dictionary to define a word that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago? We're working off of a theory, quote unquote. You said it, not me. You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out for the jurors what that word means?
Objection.
All right, sustained, let's move on, please.
You would agree with me, Sergeant Bukhenik, that if your theory was that there was an impact, the site of that impact would be incredibly important, correct?
Very important, yes.
And on February 10th, you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material and 14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Yes.
You didn't photograph it? Is that
No,
right?
I did not.
You didn't do any plotting of cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
You've never learned how to plot cross coordinates?
I don't have the tools to GPS coordinate an item.
You take 2 points that are stable. You know what cross coordinates are? Take 2 points that are stable, like for instance, I don't know, let's pick something, like a flagpole that doesn't move. And you draw a line, pull a string directly over the item that you find. Then you take another stable item that's perpendicular to that, pull that straight, put it down. That's exactly, you measure the distance between the two, that's exactly where that item, where those 2 strings cross, that's exactly where that item's found. That's cross coordinates, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained,
You ever heard of that?
Objection.
sustained.
Do you know what cross coordinates are?
No.
Do you know how to plot cross coordinates?
You just demonstrated it to me.
Does that sound reasonable and easy?
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't, by the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Your cell phone has a camera built into it, correct?
Yes, it does.
You indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out a forensic photographer to photograph and photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
That's right.
But you could have pulled your cell phone out and taken photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
But you didn't do any coordinates and you didn't take any photos.
I did not know.
Can you show us a report that memorializes where you supposedly recovered these items?
Yes, the report you showed me, number 83, that documents that they were all recovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Right. So that's correct. There's a report after the fact that establishes that they were recovered generally at 34 Fairview Road on February 10th. But is there a report that describes exactly where on the property at 34 Fairview or off the property at 34 Fairview these 20 items were found? That's a question. I'm waiting.
Oh, I didn't realize. But
Do you need me to repeat the question?
Was there a question? Go ahead, please.
Sure. Is there a report that documents exactly where at 34 Fairview on the property these 20-odd items were found exactly?
The report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you've just presented. Exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different, if we located these items across the street, different section of the yard, that would have been documented.
What's documented in the report that you just referenced says bullet point 2/10/22, meaning February 10/22 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Bukhenik secured 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, period. That's what it says, right?
Yes, same general vicinity. If there was a different location.
That's what the report says, isn't it? That's all I'm asking. That's what the report says, what I just quoted.
That's the description of the items
So the
recovered.
answer is yes. That's what the report says.
That is part of the report. That is the description of the items recovered on that date.
And the bullet point beneath that says February 10th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m., Sergeant Bukhenik secured 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments. Correct?
That's correct.
There is no further description of where those items were found, is there?
There is.
Where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag, describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from. Clearly, the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from. If there was a need to document a different location, it would have happened.
But you didn't see the need to document the exact coordinates where those items were found, did you? You didn't see the need.
It did not happen.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph. Tell me if you recognize it. What's depicted in it?
Yes, I do.
What's depicted in that photograph, just generally?
It's the side of evidence bag that items were secured in. It documents the case number, the date, time, who recovered it, and general description of the 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
I'd like to have that marked and moved into evidence, John.
Okay. Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 111.
May I approach John?
Yes.
You indicated that the evidence bag would help determine where the exact location was that these items were found, correct?
The general location where they were recovered from.
Will you publish this, John?
Okay.
Does this look like the photograph that you were just reviewing?
Yes, it does.
That's just been marked as evidence?
Yes, sir.
And can, Mr. Will, can we make that a little larger so it's more legible? Can you read that?
I can.
Moving past the dates, moving on to the date. What date is that?
Date collected is 2/10/22.
So that's the date that we've been talking about, correct?
That is correct.
And this indicates collected by, and who's that?
That's myself, Sergeant Bukhenik.
Description of evidence. This is where the description of the evidence is located on this evidence bag, correct?
General description identifying what's inside.
And what does that description read?
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
And that's all it says about the description, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates location where collected. And there's several lines that are available to fill in, correct?
Correct.
On that first line, what does that read?
34 Fairview Road, Canton, MA.
And that's it, correct?
That's all that was put, yes.
And you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Who did?
I don't know.
You don't recognize the handwriting?
No, I do not.
You don't recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you with Michael Proctor when this was bagged?
No, I was not. I was by myself.
Did you give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor to bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is that?
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told him exactly where it was and what time, so someone else wrote the information.
You just said, I bagged it and told him.
Turned it over.
No, sir. No, sir. What you just said was, I bagged it and turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's the him?
Turned it over to them.
Who's
Them.
Okay.
Whoever wrote it. Whoever wrote it.
So we're just in a circle here. We can turn the lights out.
Objection to the commentary.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Jackson, no comments, okay? Just
Understood.
questions.
I apologize. Ignore my last comment. You have
I can
evidence of
comment.
evidence that you've already
This is
described.
outrageous. I turned it over to them, but I don't know who I turned it over to. Lead
Those are your words.
investigator.
I
5
actually
days
changed. I said
suspension,
every
that's
piece of
all?
evidence is important.
Okay.
Okay.
Then he ran over. Let's go
Part
back
of
and
every
listen to
piece of
Alan
evidence.
Jackson.
You think this evidence was important?
Every piece of evidence is important.
So was this evidence important? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you had the evidence and turned it over to someone whom you don't know and can't identify. Is that what we understand?
It was a member of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to our office. It wasn't just a random person. I can't specifically identify who it was or who wrote on that bag. I know it was a trusted member of our unit and part of the investigative team.
How do you know it was a trusted member of your unit and a part of the investigative team if you can't tell these jurors who it was? How do you know that?
Because I wouldn't have turned it over to a random stranger.
Okay, so let's figure out the possibilities. Who are among those to whom you would have turned this stuff over? Who are among them?
There was 4 troopers in the detective unit at that point assigned to homicide.
Let's name them. Who are they?
It was Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kakowski, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Mike Proctor.
As you sit here today, do you believe or do you recall turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
Objection.
We're going to go through each person.
Every one of them. There's only 4.
I'll allow this question.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
No,
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Pikowski?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper DeChico?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Michael Proctor?
no.
So it might have been just a random stranger. Right?
That's a ridiculous suggestion.
Have you ever seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting before?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you've seen it, I'm guessing, not dozens, maybe hundreds of times, correct?
not hundreds of times, no.
Dozens of times
Sure,
over the years.
sure.
On evidence bags, on logs, on notes, things of that nature.
Some evidence bags, some notes.
May I approach you on that?
Yes.
Can you take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it?
The whole thing or just the front page?
No, just flip through and tell me if you recognize generally what that is.
While he's flipping through, thank you, Anne Marie, Andrea. Appreciate all you both do, bringing clarity to the legality of this case, believing Karen's innocence. I understand your spicy Colombian rants. Yeah, my spicy Colombian rants. That's it. Because look, became a lawyer for justice, right, and to defend the Constitution, not for what's going on.
It appears to be a bunch
of
of handwritten notes from possibly witness interviews.
Handwritten notes by whom?
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is. Based on the individuals interviewed, might suggest that these are Michael Proctor's notes.
Okay, so you're testifying that I labeled that Proctor?
I don't know.
Right, so you don't know.
Well,
So
you provided a document to me, so.
Correct, I know. And then you just testified that I labeled that Proctor. How do you know I labeled that Proctor?
Well, I got it from you.
You didn't see me write that note.
Objection.
Sustained.
Questions, please.
Sure. That appears to be a series of Michael Proctor's notes, correct?
That's what's suggested, yes.
Okay, can you turn to the first tab? There's a purple tab.
Some of these came off.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm just interested in the purple tab. Do you see a series of handwritten notes that appear to be from Michael Proctor? Not worried about the content.
Sure. These,
Highlight?
yes.
What's the word that's handwritten in that highlight?
Objection.
So why don't we come to sidebar with this stuff?
Okay. I knew this was about to happen. That's why I didn't get off the air, even though my eye was watering at all. I mean, what's happening here is that the defense has to go to Michael Proctor's notes. And this witness should be able to testify off him. The reason why is he is responsible, and he has testified he is responsible for monitoring the investigation and reviewing everything that Proctor did. But now all of a sudden, we seem to have a lack of memory. It starts with the word theory. Now, yesterday when we were talking about colloquialisms, I defended him. He came to the United States approximately when he was under 10 years old. He was in the military for a period of time, and he wanted to say, could you give me a Webster's dictionary about what the word theory means? Oh my God. I don't know how the jury was reacting, but that was really, I thought initially for the first maybe 30 seconds, there had been some type of discussion with him last night. Remember when Michael Bryant was there, he saw Lowley outside, and Lowley was smoking a cigarette and said, it's just going to be a long night. No comment on evidence. But if this is all they were able to achieve is get this witness 30 seconds, all right, to answer a question, that's ridiculous. And really, you see also he's being helped by Hank Brennan, because Hank Brennan's objecting to it, knowing that these are Proctor's notes, knowing that this investigator who's in charge, is a sergeant in charge of Proctor, and he turns over evidence to them. First it was him. I don't know who him was. Then it was them, all right? And then we go through the four people at the unit, right? And who's the lead investigator? Proctor. And he's denying he knows Proctor's handwriting. He's denying, I mean, this is ridiculous. And that was after the colloquy that apparently he didn't log anything in terms of the actual area that a piece of evidence is found. And that's extremely important, where a piece of evidence that he thinks is found, right? Especially since he was operating off a theory that he told the medical examiner that John O'Keefe had been hit in the face in a domestic with a glass, okay? All right, so, wow. I mean, 101, Massachusetts State Police, I'm going to repeat again, okay? Yes, I am shouting, because apparently they don't want to hear any of us out there. This is an embarrassment to you. And you need to, Lieutenant Noble, if you're out there watching, the head of the Massachusetts State Police, pick up the phone and call Hank Brennan and call Morrissey, okay? And saying, excuse me, all right, I'm taking action right now. They should be taking action against him right now, because this is outrageous, okay? This is simply outrageous. By the way, I remind you that Proctor, by the way, hasn't in the past, but he just could take the fifth if he's called by Alan Jackson here, right? But in any event, it's absolutely outrageous that the Commonwealth and Hank Brennan are trying to hide Proctor. They're trying, even from their own lead investigator, even from their own, sergeant to the lead investigator. Does anyone believe that you bagged the evidence in that evidence bag and then you gave it to somebody you don't know who? That's after you don't even know where it was found, except for a general vicinity of 194 Fairview. All right, I'm going to go behind the Tubi avatar, mini rant over. Let's go into court and let us listen what happened after that sidebar.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
In the ordinary course of business, is it normal standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item?
It's possible you can do that if there's a reason that you have to leave, an emergency or weather conditions you can't write on the bag. You can fill it out later if you have the time and you know where you recovered it from, which is like, in this instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of evidence was collected from, it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Well,
So it's
the person that filled out that evidence envelope wasn't with you.
well, I passed that information along to them.
I see. So now it's hearsay information that's being passed along to someone else to fill out the envelope.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's secondhand, let's use that word, secondhand information to the person that's filling out the evidence envelope, correct?
No, it's firsthand information. I passed it along to them.
So it went from you to a person filling out the envelope who wasn't there. Let's at least agree on that.
I was by myself, so yes, I told the individual what time, what location, the case number, the date, obviously.
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location, the date? How do you know that as you sit here?
Because that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
I do not remember specifically who I talked to, no.
If you can't remember who you talked to, you don't remember what you said. Goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
That's not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged on February 10th, 2022, I remembered. And that's why the accurate, detailed information is on the bag.
A bag you didn't fill out, correct?
That's correct.
And information provided to someone you can't remember.
Today, I can't remember, no.
You're aware that that particular bag, that evidence bag, was not booked until March 14th, 2022, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Those pieces of evidence were never booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Bukhenik, do you know the difference between collecting a piece of evidence and booking it into evidence, creating a booking label, creating an evidence log, things of that nature? Do you know the difference?
I understand the difference, yes,
Okay.
but you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
Sir, I'm not claiming anything. You're testifying. I'm asking questions. Was it booked into evidence on February 10th?
If you show me a document, I can tell you what
Sure.
it might be suggesting.
I'm interrupting here. By the way, thank you, Brooklyn, member for 4 months. Linda, we love your legal eye of this case. I mean, I love your legal eyes of this case. He's now claiming he doesn't know the difference between booking and bagging. Okay? He knows. It's right on the bag that he's been talking about. Alan Jackson is obviously looking for something because now he's going to want documentation for everything that he should know. I mean, Trakisha McNeil notes that this guy should be fired immediately. If they don't take action against him, by the way, right now, if the Massachusetts police don't do something right now, if they wait like they did with Proctor, it's an outrage. It's an outrage, okay? This is absolutely unacceptable. It is simply not right, okay? It is simply wrong. And it's wrong for Hank Brennan to be sitting there, whose duty as a prosecutor is not like a defense attorney. His duty is to seek justice. He's representing the state. This guy is, yes, Mara, you put it stonewalling. Stonewalling is a really good word here. He's stonewalling. I want to know, one of you posted how the jury is looking at this. I mean, if they're like us, they're like, what? What? Right? Good morning, Shy Gal. Thank you for coming in. I mean, what? I mean, Joe D says, are there charging stations for brains? I mean, this shouldn't be funny, but it's so outrageous that not only it's sadly funny, right? It's sadly funny. We're talking about somebody who died, and we're talking about somebody who's on trial for murder, and and this guy should not be a state police officer.
Can we move on and come
sorry.
back to this, Mr. Jackson?
I think I've just.
I wouldn't want to move on. I would want to.
Gotten the documents that
Okay.
the sergeant.
Okay.
has.
All right. I'm going to go behind 2B again.
Documents here.
All right.
Did you show Mr. Brennan?
I'm sorry.
Frustrating. No, Louise P. I've never seen anything quite like this before.
You can take a look at those two documents and tell me whether or not you recognize them. Okay. I'm going to leave those up there with you. Does one of those appear to be the log sheet for the crime lab?
One is a chain of custody report for the crime lab of all the evidence that was processed, received, processed, and returned. Yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a certain day to the lab.
And both of those documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I will have to take a look. It's going to be some time, please.
Well, you can look at the top.
Wait.
Let me ask you,
Wait.
ask it in a question.
I have to take a look now
If you look
because he got
through
caught, and the judge knows now. She had to
The
let
log,
this in.
It's in chronological order, the chain of custody log, correct?
Really, quite frankly, the judge should throw out these items that he can't say
By
who
item,
gave them
I
to.
believe, but I didn't take
There's
a
no chain of
deep
custody.
dive into it. I have to take a look.
Right. Do you see any
Not going to happen. But
item, especially focusing on item 712 or items 712, do you see any item being booked into the crime lab before March 14th, 2022?
All right, I'll take a look.
that refresh your recollection as to when the items were booked at the crime lab?
According to this document, yes, there were items booked at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In particular, to answer your question, completeness here, particular, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
So they were booked at the lab March 14th, correct?
The first time the lab received these items for processing, according to this document, is March 14th.
And there's no indication on any document as to where those items were before March 14th.
There is. We displayed the bag, me collecting them on February 10th, and they were in our possession at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Whose possession?
The Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Your possession? Specifically?
At one point, they were in my possession, and I turned it over.
Right. After you turned it over on February 10th, it was the day that you claimed to have found these items. After February 10th, they were not in your possession anymore, were they?
No, once I turned them over, they're not in my possession.
When
No.
you say turn them over, you're talking about turning them over to someone whom we don't know, correct? As we sit here.
Right now, I don't have a memory of who I turned it over to, but it was a member of our homicide team.
So the next time, Sergeant Buchanan, the next time there's any documentation about those items is March 14th, nearly 6 weeks later, 5 weeks later, correct?
I don't know that to be correct, no.
But you can't point to any documentation. You're looking at the logs. You can't point to any documentation indicating the chain of custody of these items between February 10th and March 14th. Is that right?
This is simply a log from the lab.
Yes or no? Can you point to any documentation?
Ask the question.
Can you point to any documentation indicating where those items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance, between February 10th and March 14th? Can you point to any document?
I know that it was collected on February 10th.
Right.
It's documented that it was collected. It was at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office before it was logged into the lab for processing.
You keep answering the same question that I'm not asking, sir.
Objection.
Sustained. No comments, Mr. Jackson.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you understand my question? I'm asking, can you point to a single document for these jurors as to where those items went and in whose possession they remain, specifically between February 10th, when you lost sight of them, and March 14th, when the crime lab received them?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach?
Yes.
No, I'm
just
sorry,
to-
I'm sorry. Mr.
Just for
Brennan.
the evidence.
Just for the evidence. False start.
That should not have been sustained.
As the supervisor, you're generally aware of the evidence in this case, correct?
It depends, but very generally on most cases, yes.
As a matter of fact, as the supervisor, one of your duties would be to make sure that evidence is collected and processed appropriately and properly, correct?
That is the standard, yes.
You're also aware that all of the physical evidence that was booked eventually at the crime lab on March 14th, 2022, was done so by Michael Proctor, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who delivered it or who booked it in, but if you have a document, I will reflect on it.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look at that. And tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
What is this document you just looked at?
It's the receipt of evidence submission to the crime lab.
And who submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
You're also aware that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of taillight material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview on since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the total pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
You're testifying that they were recovered, but you didn't recover all of them, did you?
I did not recover all of them, no.
Matter of fact, Michael Proctor, according to you, recovered some of those items, correct?
Some of those items were recovered by Michael Proctor, yes.
And you're also aware that he submitted pieces of taillight material that he indicated he recovered as late as February 18th, 2022, correct?
I am aware that there was items recovered on February 18th. I am not sure exactly if it was him or someone else that recovered it.
You indicated, I think in direct examination yesterday, that as of February 3rd or February 4th, the weather had broken, generally, correct? It was getting warmer.
Yes, the weather was warmer. There were rainy days following the 3rd, I believe. No, the 4th it was raining when I picked up that piece of evidence. So, yeah, the weather had warmed up.
So it was raining and somewhat storming on the 4th?
There was precipitation when I recovered that item. I mean, I don't know if it was storming. There was a low pressure cell coming through. I have no idea.
Okay, but that's the same day that you were told that Chief Berkowitz was driving by and saw the reference.
The day I picked up the single piece with Canton PD present, it was raining.
So he would have been driving by, windows up, water on the windows, in the rain, and saw the red piece?
Objection.
Sustained.
You indicated that on February 10th, when you did your final visit, made your final visit to 34 Fairview, you indicated yesterday during testimony there was quote unquote very little snow still present, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant, if that's a two-page document, could you familiarize yourself with those 2 pages, please, and let me know when you're finished?
Okay.
Thank you. Sir, what do those 2 pages purport to reflect? What are they pictures of? Just general, an evidence bag, something else?
The first one's an evidence bag with
Can you
some,
tell me the date, just so we can cut to the chase, the date of that evidence collection according to that?
on the bag, the date is 2/11/22.
Okay, and what's the
On
second?
sticker. There's another date. There's a sticker, March 9th of 22.
Okay, what's the?
There's also a date at the,
I'm just interested in the 2 pages, just generally. I need to mark it for evidence. What's the second page look like?
second page is a large piece of red and black taillight plastic cover, and it's identified by a lab number, I believe.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. So there's one page is an evidence bag. The other page purports to be the item that was in the evidence bag, correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay.
It's just, one's an evidence bag with information on it, and then there's a photograph of a piece recovered. I don't know.
I'd like to have this marked and introduced as next in order A and B.
Is there any objection from the Commonwealth?
I think no objection.
Okay.
Exhibits 112A and B.
Your Honor, request to publish.
Okay.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Taking a look at this item, can you describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
This is an evidence bag. It is labeled with case number, date collected, time, who collected it, description of items enclosed, the location it was recovered, and the victim's full name. It also has a to-scale ruler for the photograph and some identifying marks from the laboratory.
Can you indicate for the jurors who was it that collected this item according to the evidence bag?
According to this evidence bag, it was collected by Trooper Proctor.
And can you show the date, or tell the jurors the date that it indicates the item was collected, or items were collected?
I believe it says 2/11/22.
February 11th, so that would be the day after you were at the location, correct?
It would be the day after, yes.
Can we have the full screen, Mr. Woke? You see the designation at the bottom beneath the measuring ruler?
Yes, I do, yes.
Is there a case number or case designator starting with 22?
Yes, I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe it's a LIMS number 22-02184.
And you see an item number listed right next to that case number?
Yes, this indicates it's 7-15.
And there's another set of initials beneath that, it appears, correct?
That's what, I mean, there's letters. I don't know if there's someone's initials. I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. This appears to be something that was filled out by the crime lab, the black lettering and numbering, correct?
I would assume. I don't know for sure, though.
Okay, and obviously there's a date down here, 2/17/23, a year later, correct?
Yes,
And then it says Canton at the bottom.
yes.
If we could have the full screen, please. Okay, you also indicated that there was a label up at the top, correct?
Yes.
All right, if we could go to the second page, it'd be page B of this. Can you look at first of all, look at the bottom and tell me if the That number designator appears to be the same as on the evidence, as on the previous page.
The limbs or the item number?
The
Item
limbs.
number is 715.
Okay. And that comports with what we just saw in the previous page, correct?
That is the same number.
All right. This would be an exemplar, one of the items in that evidence bag labeled 715, correct? There were several items, but this is one of them. Is that right? It's how the crime lab keeps them separate?
I believe so. I don't know their procedures. I believe so. I know they use alphanumeric identifiers. As I can't testify to their procedures, why they do it, how they do it, or the sequence in which, or the choice in numbers or letters. I have no idea about any of that.
We can have the lights up with the court's permission. We can leave this up. If you could leave that up, Mr. Wilt. All right. You can still see that on the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went out to 34 Fairview on February 10th, 24 hours before February 11th, right? To pick up a piece of, I'm sorry, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected, I believe, 20 pieces in total, 6 and 14, the day prior, yes.
You see the size of this, according to the ruler. Generally,
Yes.
how big is that? The widest part, that thin.
At the widest part, it appears, if there's no optical illusion with the ruler location, 6 inches.
Okay. That's the 6 inches is the size of a dollar bill, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It also looks like it may be more than that from top to bottom, 6, maybe 7 inches, top to bottom. Did you give us an estimate?
Possibly a little bit more, yeah.
Okay. You didn't see this item on February 10th when you were there, correct?
If I saw that item, I would have picked it up.
Right. Wasn't there, was it?
That's not what I'm saying. I said if I saw it, I would have picked it up.
But you didn't see it, did you?
I did not see it, obviously. No.
According to the information that we just presented, this item was found the next day by Trooper Michael Proctor. Right.
Based on the information presented, that's what it says, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
We can take that down. May I approach one more time?
Okay.
Thank you. This is a 3-page document. If you could
Did you show
familiarize
Mr.
yourself with
Brennan? I didn't see.
You showed it to me earlier. Thank you.
I did previously. Are you familiar with that document? When I say familiar, that's a bad question. Let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize what's generally in those 3 pages?
I got to take a look.
Sure.
I must have missed your first
Sure.
request.
Sergeant, can you describe generally, just very generally, so I can either mark it or not mark it, do you recognize what's depicted on the first page, the second page, and the third page?
The first page depicts an evidence bag from labeled date of collection 2/18/22. Second page is a red piece of plastic, and third page is also a photograph of a longer red piece of plastic with a little bit of black molding on it.
Your Honor, I would ask that that be moved into evidence as A, B, and C subordinately.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibits 113A, B, and C.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sergeant, same couple of questions, if we could. Do you see a date of collection on this evidence envelope?
Yes, this photograph indicates 2/18/22.
And collected by whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Full view, Mr. Wolk? Thank you, sir. And then if we could highlight the lower portion that appears to be by the ruler. Do you see the same, I think you called it a lens number?
Limbs, LIM.
Okay. The LIM number is the same number, the 22-02184, correct?
Yes.
And the item number in this one is handwritten as what?
7/16.
Okay. If we can go to the second page, please. Do you see it, first of all, on the bottom, the same item designator number?
Yes, 7/16.
And what is depicted in this photograph?
A red piece of plastic.
That would be a piece of plastic according to the item number that would be contained in that evidence envelope, one of the pieces at least.
I would assume. Yes.
Okay. Is that a similar 6-inch ruler that's being photographed with that red piece?
Yes, it is.
And how long at its longest point would you estimate that piece of plastic to be?
It's more than 6 inches. I mean, probably 7, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe
And
maybe 7.
I know this is a little bit of a challenge, but how from top to bottom, what would you estimate the distance to be at its longest point?
3.5 inches, I guess.
Okay. And then the next page, please, the final page, which would be sub C. Do you see the same designator on the bottom right?
Yes, I do.
That's 7/16, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be out of the same evidence envelope, is that right?
That's what's suggested, yes.
And how long would you estimate this item to be?
7.5, 8 inches.
And maybe, what, 3 inches tall? 4?
Yeah, 3. 3.
Okay, we can have the lights up, Your Honor, with the court's permission. Again, the last time you were out at the location with very little snow on the ground, you collected certain items of evidence on February 10th, correct?
February 10th was the last time I collected. I said there was still snow on the ground, maybe in piles where it was excavated. There was very little, but there was still snow on the ground.
You indicated that you obviously looked around the area. You talked about the general area. I think you used the word general vicinity, right? When
Yes.
you collected your items.
Yes.
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before it either, did you?
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected. We did not excavate anything. We simply allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal additional items.
When you were there on the 3rd, February 3rd, there was still some snow on the ground that you did excavate, correct?
Yes, there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yes,
By February 4th, that snow was dissipating some, correct?
it was, yes.
And you were excavating through that as well, correct?
On the 4th?
On the 4th?
No, we did not excavate on the 4th.
You didn't.
The item revealed itself, and I collected it.
That was it, okay, fair enough. Then on the 10th, you didn't need to do any more excavating because there was, quote unquote, in your words, very little snow. Very little, right?
Those were my words.
Okay.
Compared to the first day, there was very little snow on the ground.
And in fact, you did not see any of the items that were collected or claimed to have been collected at 34 Fairview by Michael Proctor on February 11th, the day after you were there, correct? Did not see that item?
Did not see that item, no.
And did not see any of the items that you've seen that were claimed to have been collected by Michael Proctor on February 18th, a week later, correct?
Those items were not observed by me, or else I would have collected them.
We can take this down. I want to change gears for a second, Sergeant, if it's okay with you, and switch to,
I was changing
Waterfall
gears.
Bar and
Thank you
Grill.
very much, Colorado.
you indicated
Cheers
that
to your rants,
on
this
direct
trial and
examination,
investigation
you
is
reviewed video
outrageous.
evidence and you had
We agree.
information that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall after leaving C.F. McCarthy's, correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you about who your investigation revealed was there at the Waterfall when they arrived. What about Brian Higgins?
Yes, the investigation revealed Brian Higgins was at the Waterfall at their arrival.
And you learned that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall together, not separately, correct?
That is correct.
About what time did, according to your investigation, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrive at the Waterfall?
I believe it was 11:03, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When they walked in, you've reviewed the video, correct?
Yes, we played it yesterday, yes.
When they walked in, Brian Higgins was already situated in the Waterfall, standing or sitting at a sort of a high top bar table, correct?
Brian Higgins was present. I don't know his exact location. The video would depict it.
You did learn that Brian Higgins, on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th, 2022, had what could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Ms. Reed.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive certain text messages from Brian Higgins during the course of your investigation?
I received extraction of his text messages. I did not receive any text messages.
Did you actually receive an extraction from his phone, or was it simply text messages that he supplied to you on his own?
It was extraction of text messages on a CD and also printed out the same document.
Did you perform that extraction, or was that extraction performed at your request by Massachusetts State Police from his phone?
It was not performed by me, and it was not performed at my request.
Okay. So in fact, when you met with Brian Higgins, he simply provided you something that he said had been extracted from his phone. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he provide you something?
Yes.
Did Brian Higgins indicate that he had taken those off of his phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was your understanding about what the items were, the pages of text messages that you received? What was your understanding about where they came from?
From his device and his communications with the defendant and Mr. John O'Keefe.
But you did not have a forensic extraction performed, correct?
That's correct.
And Brian Higgins never gave you his phone to perform a forensic extraction, correct?
That's correct.
So the items that you received were directly from him and him alone. Is that right?
He handed me the items. I don't know who else was involved. You said him alone. He handed me the items.
That's what I mean. You reviewed those text messages back and forth, correct?
It's been some time, but yes, I had.
And those purported to be, I think you already said, those purported to be two strings, I'm going to call them strings of texts. Some string text messages between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And some string text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed that he presented to you as flirtatious in nature?
Without having recently reviewed them in detail, I don't want to label it something without having complete understanding of the content. I'm not comfortable putting a label on something.
Well, how would you describe them? I mean, were these business texts?
No, these were, friendly communications. Again, I don't want to put a label on it. They were communication between acquaintances or people that know each other. There was text message communication. As far as flirtations, I would have to take a look at the content of it for certain terms that would support that label.
Now we
Well,
don't understand the
there
word
was- Do you remember
flirtatious.
the text message exchange about a kiss that was shared?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any text message between the two of them that suggested a romantic interest, either one of them may have had, based on the text messages?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach Your Honor?
Yes. He should be allowed to go into this. As a result of what you saw, did it affect your investigation in any way? All right. And if it didn't, you can cross-examine on what the fact that it didn't, and he should have been following those up as motive. I mean, you should absolutely. So what she's doing here is she's going to the limited area of, well, does this question meet a hearsay or anything of that stuff? Instead of when she allows Hank Brennan to do all of this stuff, all these kind of things, and all these suggestions. So she should be allowing this as to what he did as a follow-up and what he didn't do as a follow-up. And you have to use this predicate here before you can get into the area of the failures of not looking at Brian Higgins. What they're trying to prevent is the fact that we know from the first trial that the prosecution is not calling Brian Higgins. They're going to arrest pretty soon. They're going to call their person from Florida, their doctor probably, and maybe a few other wrap-up witnesses, and that's it. Because they want to stay away from Brian Higgins, they want to stay away from Brian Albert, they're going to stay away from Michael Proctor, and Alan Jackson wants to get there. And because the prosecution is not giving you the whole truth here, the defense is trying to get there, and the judge is using the evidence rules to be way too strict on this cross-examination when we get to this part. She should be allowing them to go into that, no matter how it goes, because if they didn't go into that means it's a failure of an investigation to follow through different motives, especially since one of the persons that have been identified by the defense is Brian Higgins for their defense theory that some other dude did it, so to speak, right? The two Bryans. So that's what's going on here, and Hank knows it, and Hank Brennan wants to prevent Alan from calling them. So yes, if the defense calls Brian Higgins, he's not going to, he's going to have the same attitude that this guy has. He's technically not a hostile witness, right? Technically, because he's not being hostile. He's being arrogant. He's being snarky. And in his answers, he's being insolent, I think. I think he's being, by himself, he's trying to seem like he's stupid, okay? He's not stupid, okay? And this whole thing is just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But I think Alan Jackson made it clear. I don't know if the jury gets it yet because they don't know who Michael Proctor is. Before at the first trial, we knew who Michael Proctor was. We knew the text he said. We knew that it was pretty. It set the jury understood that Proctor was bad. But they're having all this in a vacuum, right? They're having all this in a vacuum, right? Now, does the jury say this guy is an idiot? He couldn't be solving anything. Is the jury thinking to themselves, well, what is he hiding? If they've got an investigation so open and closed, is the jury thinking, why is there no logs on anything? Is the jury thinking, how could evidence be found on 211 from a 131 incident or 218? The largest pieces of supposedly the taillight, which you don't see cracked in any of the videos like that. These 7-inch pieces, 2 7-inch pieces are now logged in by Michael Proctor. 2 7-inch pieces. So you're talking about 7 inches, and together they were about 7 inches wide, right? You don't see Karen Reed's taillight missing that type of size of a piece. You simply don't in those videos. So is the jury putting 2 and 2 together? I don't know, because the defense has to get all this in, as I said, by going through cross-examination in an out-of-order presentation by the prosecution that's been bent on putting Karen Reed in a bad light. And hopefully the jury, according to the prosecution, will think, well, if there's taillight pieces there, she must have hit him. And he said it, well, I had the 2 statements. And we haven't even gotten there yet. That this trial testimony about those statements is different than his first trial testimony. We haven't even gotten there yet. Alan Jackson, this is going to go all day, and we're not even at the first morning break, or maybe we will morph this into a morning break. I don't know. because the defense is going to fight for having this whole thing with Brian Higgins explored, that there was flirtatious text. And then Brian Higgins gets rid of his SIM card and gets rid of his phone. And the reason why there can't be an extraction of his phone is because we know that he threw his phone away. He went to a federal base where a state subpoena would have no authority, and he threw his phone away, took out his SIM card, and threw that away. We now know that, okay? And that's before this phone could have been seized to have an extraction. That's why Alan Jackson, and the jury doesn't know why he asked Yuri Bukhenik, well, this is actually text that he gave you, right? This text that he gave you, right? Okay, that's absolutely outrageous, okay? Let's see, AJK points out that Proctor, the Noble filed Proctor on March 19th. Hopefully he's being investigated for other criminal activity. I don't know. I don't know. They want to get this conviction, right? They want to get this conviction so that they're not embarrassed. They want to get this conviction on anything so that all this garbage way of investigation looks like, well, no harm, no foul. That's why they're going for, full at it. Because, and we know, you and I know, because we follow crime, how many people in the United States have been convicted on faulty, phony evidence? Just look at the Innocence Project. And we know that. We know that cops have been convicted on making things up. We know that once you get an investment in a case, that's the situation. Obviously, despite the fact that there was an indication that the jury may have acquitted Karen Reed, certainly on the murder count, no, the prosecution wasn't interested in finding the truth about that. If they were, they'd said, let's have the jurors interview. Let's bring them in, Your Honor. Instead, they fought that every single step of the way. The prosecution, the state, which should be only interested in justice, not conviction, has fought the exposure or the sunlight to the truth. And as I said, and Michael Brown and I've said a number of times, look, if they can prove Karen Reed caused the death of John O'Keefe, so be it, beyond a reasonable doubt. So be it. That's the way the system works. But if they can't, they shouldn't be trying to prove it on faulty evidence. They shouldn't be trying to prove it on lying. They shouldn't be trying to prove it on concealment, right? And all. And, so that's why, thank you, as I said again to Colorado Yana, thank you. Yes, this is not quite a rant that I'm doing right now. This is just.
Wait here, so we'll take our break.
Okay. So as I thought, they're going to go through a morning break, and we're going to see whether or not anything is argued in open court, since this judge does not like to have any arguments in open court. But it does not appear that she's doing that right now. Let's wait and see. The jury's going to go out. We'll wait and see, although the fan seems to be slowing down. I don't know. The fan's slowing down. Let's wait and see if she sends the jury out and then goes into open court, and there is some argument in open court, which she has only allowed if in some way the argument in open court seems to be beneficial to the prosecution, in my opinion. If the argument in open court makes the defense look bad, well, let it rip, right? Let it just rip. But if the argument in open court makes the prosecution look bad, let's conceal it.
Okay.
Okay.
I need you to stay for just a second, please, Sergeant. So how are we going to get, I know you're very careful about not talking to witnesses when they're on the stand. So you're to give Mr. Brennan copies of everything that we talked about, and somebody's got to give them to Sergeant Bukhenik to review.
I have no problem with Mr. Brennan providing report number 11 and their text messages.
Okay. And I need copies as well.
Okay.
So if you can get them to Mr. McDermott so I can have them, that would be great.
I'm sorry?
No, that won't save time, actually, Michael. No, so Mr. McDermott will make copies. Thanks, Jim. All right, so we'll see you back here in half an hour. If you need me before then, let me know.
All right. So it may very well be that she's going to allow this area of questioning if Buchanan will give it up, and it's probably going to be the texts and all that he reviewed to see if they refresh his recollection or would they have changed the course of his investigation. But and the judges said, I know you're very careful about not talking in front of the witness, but I think it kind of got through to Bukhenik, who's there listening right now, that perhaps maybe this is an area they're going to go through. Now, remember, he's on cross-examination. Bukhenik is on cross-examination, so he is not allowed to go talk to Brennan, Lowley, or any member of the prosecution team. He's simply not allowed. Matter of fact, he is not supposed to talk to anyone about this case. He's not supposed to talk to anyone about this case. He's not supposed to receive a call from ring, ring, ring. I work with you. I'm your friend. Like, giving him hints. He's not supposed to receive text. He's not supposed to receive anything, because that could affect how he's testified. Although, let me tell you, if I were the judge, I would suggest to Mr. Brennan that perhaps Mr. Brennan should make a call to the, because I would have grave concerns, and maybe the state of Massachusetts Attorney General should look at this, and certainly Jeffrey Noble should look at this testimony. This is obfuscation. This is actually, you can put me in a full box, I think, Missy, because it looks like we just have a light, unless they're still in there. Because she said she'll see us at 11 o'clock. So I think they're going out. That's why we had the light, but we'll see. But this is obfuscation. This is trying to hide the ball, especially when you know that the person, Higgins, is a law enforcement officer too. So quite frankly, if he got rid of his phone, let me put it at you, okay? Okay. Am I yelling at you, Missy? I don't think I'm yelling at you. I'm trying not to yell. I'm just very excited. I get this way when I try a case, as anyone who watched me in court too, although I can be calm too. But I think what's going on here is she should be gravely concerned about how this Bukhenik is presenting himself. She should be gravely concerned that, quite frankly, Bukhenik is trying to hide the ball, in my opinion. She should be gravely concerned that Higgins, and they all should be gravely concerned that an ATF agent got rid of his phone and his SIM card, because if you or I had done that and we had been recipient witnesses to the night before or the night of, where somebody was found dead on the house that you attended, you and I would probably be charged with obstruction of justice or some type of tampering with evidence. No doubt in my mind. But because Higgins is a cop, he got a pass, right? That's how I feel about it and all. I'll just tell you what Missy's working on, what she's so focused on. She is doing artwork to have our new segment, Linda's Rant, have its own piece of artwork. And she's done such a fabulous job with all these drafts. And she knows that I love graffiti as an artwork. I love graffiti, right? So she's doing all these drafts, and I can't pick them as to what should be Linda's Rant. So I said, maybe Michael Bryan should pick them. But you know what? I'm thinking now, Missy, let's look at the next one, because you think it may be the winner, but maybe we should have our members vote, right? If you're a member, you could vote. I don't know how we put them up into a voting thing for members. I'm not sure how to do that. Yes, I love Banksy. I love all types of different graffiti. Okay, I mean, I just think it's a form of artwork in itself. It's fabulous. I love contemporary art. It's your eye that sees what it sees. And in a way, don't get me started on art. Impressionism is a form of modernism, in the sense that they don't fill in everything in an artwork, and it's your eye that has to look at and decipher what's there, right? To me, and I'm not an art historian, but to me, I jump from that, because my eye is deciding what I'm seeing, to contemporary and graffiti and seeing different things filled in. I see what's there, and then my eye is like, okay, let's see what else could be there. What does this represent? What representation is this? So, I love that. And I think we all should have interests that are beyond just crime and law, especially for trial attorneys, because quite frankly, to try a case effectively, to get the pulse of a jury, to understand how jurors feel, we better be out there walking and talking among people who are jurors. We better be able to go to the pig roast down the street, as I've done with some of my clients who have had members killed by police, or go to a police boatman's ball and talk to the police, see how they feel. We better, as lawyers, as people, to get the best type of a representation for our clients and the best type of cross-examination, we better understand all sorts of things just beyond crime, because that's how we understand what the pulse of people are that are what the pulse of people are that are going to judge how we present ourselves. Now, let's talk a little bit, one more thing. You only are as good in a courtroom as your reputation as a lawyer. You're only as good in a courtroom as your reputation as a lawyer. If this jury thinks that anyone, whether it be a witness, whether it be the defendant, whether, even though they're going to get that Fifth Amendment charge, you can't hold what the defendant does or doesn't do against them in a courtroom. If they think that they're hiding something, you lose that credibility. You lose that credibility. And in one way, that's how the judge felt about Alan Jackson, right? She felt for some reason that he had tried, that somehow the defense team, by not mentioning that the payment of the bill after the trial ended, somehow deceived her, and therefore everything that we've seen with her attitude towards Alan Jackson has flowed from that. Juries get the same thing in a courtroom. If they think that you're trying to give them the truth, they'll give you a break and fill in the blanks, kind of like that Impressionism artwork or the contemporary artwork. They'll fill in the blanks for you on your side. But if they think that you are lying to them, they will just, goodbye, so long, farewell, okay? But let me put another thing to you. You have to be careful interpreting how a jury is reacting by what they do and reacting to you in a courtroom. For instance, when I lecture, I tell the story about a major case I had. It was not a criminal case, but it was a civil case suing the prosecutor for my client for discrimination. And it was in federal court where you have to win, at least in New Jersey, you had to go 12-0 for a jury verdict. Very difficult, almost like a criminal case. And I always did. I always did on all my clients. That's how I developed my reputation on civil cases, because it wasn't just 5-6 as would be the usually in a civil case in a state court. All right. So I tell the story about, on this case, there was a juror in the back who I didn't think he fell into what I thought the jury consultants wanted, but I was comfortable with him. And he was in the back and literally leaned back like this during my whole summation. I kid you not. Leaned back in the jury, and the chairs moved. Okay, the old courtroom, the chairs were wooden, they moved, and he leaned his chair back, he leaned himself back, closed his eyes, and had his arms crossed, right? And I'm figuring, I'm done. Okay, I'm going to lose this case 11-1. Well, it turns out he was one of the strongest people for me in that jury room, okay? And we did win the case. So you have to be careful interpreting how jurors react to you and thinking, oh my God, it's bad. On the other hand, a judge will telegraph how they're reacting to you very well. I'll give you a Bob Bianchi type war story. Arguing case in the Third Circuit for my client, who was a police officer, by the way. And there was we had a jury verdict, and then the judge set aside the verdict, and I wanted to get it reinstated, and I won that. I won the appeal on that, reinstated for my client, who was a police officer, good guy. A minority police officer out of one of the counties in Monmouth County, because I know one of the people here is from Monmouth County too. And the judge, who at that time was not a justice of the Supreme Court, his name was Sam Alito. I won the case, by the way, on a 2-1 decision. He actually, during the middle of my argument, turned his chair, first went like this, turned his chair around and didn't speak to me after I gave an answer to a question that obviously he didn't like. So on a judge, it's my Sam Alito story, okay? You can tell how they're feeling, because they don't really hold back on how they're feeling to you. But on a jury, you can't make assumptions about their body language of how they're reacting to you. So with that, let's go and talk about this guy who was on the stand and our body language. And it took all I could do as to not shouting at you and coming back all the time, because I know I've told you I wanted you to talk among yourselves, and you've all been so generous in your donations and all, and I want to give you space to talk among yourselves. And I learn from you because you're my jury pool, right, as to what you're seeing. Now, Yuri Bukhenik. All right. So we start off the morning, and we look like we may have had a station house attitude adjustment, if you know what I'm talking about. That didn't go very long because, the old story about the scorpion who gets to ride on the turtle across the pond, the water, so they couldn't drown, and then kills the turtle. And why didn't you do that? Because your scorpion can't change how it acts. Well, Bukhenik went right back there. That lasted maybe 30 seconds of his station house attitude adjustment. Okay. He was, the theories got me. He said that you are, first of all, he told Jackson that you were telling me, you're suggesting what happened. He said, no, I'm not suggesting, I'm asking you the questions. And then Alan Jackson questioned about you had theories, and he wouldn't answer the question. He wanted a Webster's dictionary. Maybe he heard us yesterday saying we gave him a little bit of a break because English is actually his third language from what I understand. And since he didn't know colloquialisms, he didn't know what that meant as much. Mary Ann Nolan, I just have to interrupt this. Hi from LBI, New Jersey. Yes, Long Beach Island, New Jersey, where my husband and I, actually was my house. I had a house there because I'm from New Jersey, but it's just become so crowded. From my Jersey girl walking the beach days with my dogs, it's become so crowded, but it's so beautiful. If you've not been to Long Beach Island, everyone has to go and make it more crowded. Okay. So thank you for Mary Ann Nolan. Hello, from Jersey girl to another. But he then wanted a dictionary. So maybe he heard me giving him a break. Okay. Yes, Mary Ann, I was over the bridge too. I was in Beach Haven West. So I was over the bridge also. Okay. So goes to show you, I can tell you, I'm not lying about where I'm from. So he must have heard me giving him a break about English. But remember, he was a child when he came here. He served in the United States military. You're telling me that as a trained police investigator, he doesn't know what the word theory is? And he needs us to, let's see, if I ask Alexa, what is the meaning of the word theory?
Theory is usually defined as a coherent group of tested general propositions, commonly regarded as correct, that can be used as principles of explanation and prediction for a class of phenomena. For more, ask me to give you more definitions for theory. A theory is a coherent.
Oh no! Now Siri will not be undone. Siri wanted to join in too. So come on, we know what theory is. And as a police investigator, you can have a theory, but you have to then test that theory, right? With actual real evidence. And with Jackson, we hadn't even got to the fact that they already had wrapped the case up at 10 o'clock in the morning. Remember at 10 o'clock in the morning, they'd already wrapped the case up, right? I'm sorry. My Jersey girl takes over when I see anyone from Jersey. Serena, great crabbing down there in Smithville. Yes, I did crabbing and clamming. I'm a clam digger. All right, so to me that's ridiculous because they teach you in police procedures that you can develop a theory, but you don't get wedded to a theory because your theory could easily be wrong. And at one point, yes, you're absolutely right, Mary, he used the word theory. And then when Alan Jackson picks up on it, he wants a Webster's dictionary to know what it means. I mean, I really need somebody who's in the courtroom to talk to me about what I just said. Doesn't matter how the jury's reacting, because I just want to see did anyone chuckle. Okay. I just have to know. Okay. Then remember, they didn't plot. They didn't mark. All you see is his boots. We only have his word for where things are found, right? And Jackson said, we didn't want to call a forensic photographer. You don't want to call the crime scene photographer. Jackson, well, did you have a cell phone? Well, we know the cops have cell phones because we know they have the personal cell phone and the issued cell phone by the department. And usually, for many years, they were able to hide behind the fact that things were their personal cell phone, and that's how they would communicate. It seems cops a long time ago stopped using the radios to communicate anything that could be controversial because they know that we get it in discovery, right? And then if you went to a judge early on in the early days of cell phone and asked that that be held, they say no because it's a personal phone. But now that's not so much the case. Okay, let's see. Micah said that Jess Machado, who's in the courtroom, said they laughed to themselves at that one. So Marianne used to clean the house over there. Wow, that's so great. They're part of the community, helping everybody in that community. So behind Mud City, I grab mussels off the planks. We have to have this jersey. We need to have we need to have you on, Marianne. And you know how we reach out to our viewers. We need to have you on the show to discuss being a Jersey person when we have Bob Bianchi on. We definitely need that. I've had Missy to make a note of that. You to maybe send us an email, Justice Serve TV, so we make sure we have it in. So next time Bob Bianchi comes on, maybe we can get you a cameo guest appearance on too. Well, we own the show, so we can definitely do that. But so then he does, and then he says he found things in the general vicinity. Well, what does that mean? The general vicinity across the street. Somebody thought that one of the bags had the wrong address on where the evidence was booked in. And well, what's general vicinity mean? What? He says 5 by 10 near the 5 pole. They're going to keep talking about this 5 pole. Well, was it in the street? Was things moved by the snowplow? Were things moved by your shovel? What's the general vicinity? And he wouldn't go back. And this is not good crime scene. This is why Michael Easter needed to testify. If you want to say there was an impact, well, you could determine if there really is. Sometimes it can be an impact by where pieces may go. Remember Trooper Paul from the first trial? Right? The prosecution presented to the jury in the first trial that Karen Reed backed up at what rate of speed was that? You all remember it was a high rate of speed, 44 miles an hour or whatever it was, and then hit John O'Keefe because she was angry and mad. This is why they were indicted for murder, and that he went flying 24 feet, did a pirouette in the air, and then came down. All right, and therefore that was their premise in trial 1. They've abandoned that in trial 2. Why? Because let's assume it was a theory. It was ridiculous. All right. But now we have pieces revealing themselves from January 31st through February 18th. The problem is that the two biggest pieces reveal themselves allegedly at 2 separate locations by Michael Proctor. And that one other piece by the police chief who's no longer there. He does a drive-by and apparently he calls us, I see a piece, a teeny-weeny little piece somewhere. And he's not even in Kansas, not even supposed to be investigating it at that point. They're removed because Brian Albert, the brother of the Kevin Albert, whose house John O'Keefe was found on the front lawn, is a Canton police officer, right? So that is ridiculous, right? And then he won't give the answers. Remember the adage, if you don't document something, it didn't happen. Joe Giacalone talked about that. Bob Bianchi talked about that the other night. All this week we've had guests on our show. We started with Joe Giacalone. We had Bob Bianchi, right, on Tuesday, Monday and Tuesday. If the rule is in a police procedure or even an EMT, if you don't document it, it didn't happen. If you don't document it, it didn't happen. Same in the hospital. If a health caregiver says they gave you a Tylenol at 3 p.m. and it's not documented in your chart, and more importantly, if it's not charged by the hospital in your billing records, which no one ever bothers to get, it didn't happen. Right? Because the documentation is what tells you that it really did happen. We've been teaching this stuff for ages, both as lawyers and all. And then the best of the part, he bagged the evidence. This is Exhibit 111. I posted these 2 pictures as we were going. He bagged the evidence and he turned it over to him. He said, but Jackson said, well, who did you turn the evidence over? I don't remember. Well, then he said, I turned it over to them. Well, Who is them? Who is him? I don't remember. And then Jackson, and there was Jackson said, well, how many members of the crime scene deal with homicide that are assigned to Morrissey's office, or just had their offices in the Canton Police Department assigned within Morrissey's office in the state police? And he said 4. And so Jackson started out saying, well, was it done? And there was an objection by Hank Brennan trying to hide the truth, right? Trying to hide the truth, right? Objection by him. The judge did allow because it was only 4 people, Katowski, DeChico, Dunn, and of course, Proctor. So is the jury thinking to themselves, this guy Proctor, obviously there's something going on here the defense wants us to know, but we don't know it yet because supposedly they're not supposed to know anything when they got picked for this jury, especially the first 10 who were picked within 3 days. You know, I worry about a self-juror, right? But then, you know, it turns out that not only was the evidence, supposedly the evidence was bagged by Bukhenik, bagged it in the evidence envelopes, but he doesn't write that. He doesn't know who he gave the evidence to. This is not what we call a valid chain of custody. And then he says, well, no one would do anything with it. We take your word for it because it wasn't locked into the crime lab with the ruler, with all the indicia, by Michael Proctor, by the way, who delivered it to the crime lab until March 14th, some 6 weeks later. So you remember in O.J. Simpson, there was an investigator, and somebody could have to Google this, that threw evidence in his car or the trunk and, you know, the blood evidence and just like rode around with it, you know, overnight or 2. I mean, just a night or 2. This is 6 weeks. We don't know. We only have Buchanan's word for it now. You know, we only have Buchanan's word for it that this is done properly because the prosecution's not going to call Proctor, right? They're not going to call Proctor. So then Alan Jackson asked him, is there any documentation that shows where the evidence was from February 10th, which is the last time you say you bagged it, till it was delivered to the scene on March 14th, because it wasn't logged in anywhere, right? And he said, well, what do you mean? It's on the evidence envelope. So those are the envelopes. Jackson pointed out, well, where does it say that? It doesn't. And he refused to admit there's no documentation. And finally, you know, Jackson made the point. There's no answer my question. There's no documentation. So to me, I mean, Detective Lang, Oasis Cat, I think that was the person. No, I think it was Lang. Furman was the glove. I think it was, you're right. I think it was Lang or his partner who threw it in the important blood evidence and supposedly didn't log it in. Okay, it was Lang. Okay, I think it was Lang. Mark Wardell says it. Is it Mark? Do you pronounce your name Wardell or Wardle? I'm worried about pronouncing it being affected by the Wordle, which, by the way, the new Pope loves to play, as do I. So we don't know what's happening, and all of a sudden on February 18th, and we haven't even gotten to the Sally Port yet. We haven't even gotten to that yet. The Sally Port. Those 2 7.5. I thought one was more like 8 inches, 7 inches, and I thought one was more like 3 by 3.5 by 4 or 5. But it was hard to tell because I didn't exactly take it out off my screen and then use the ruler to do the extraction there. And remember, he is Proctor's supervisor. He is Proctor's supervisor, right? He is Proctor's supervisor. Let me say that again. He is Proctor's supervisor. For not supervising him properly in the texts, which have been just kind of passed over by the prosecution, and boy, is AJ going to make a big point about that, all right? He received the takeaway of a whole 5 vacation days, okay? He probably was granted 5 additional days later on by his force, but he received a whole takeaway of 5 vacation days. I have been on a rant, and I have even tweeted about it or X'd about it, I guess, on our Justice Serve TV page this morning. Massachusetts State Police, this is an embarrassment. Where are you? This guy should be disciplined. Now, they're not going to do it during the trial, but they should. Again, I'm going to say it again. It's pronounced Wardell. Okay, Wardell. Okay, Wardell. Got it. Thank you, Mark. Thank you. Goes to show you I am reading the chat. I can't respond from the, I'm not, when I stream to you, by the way, I am not on the YouTube platform. I'm on the StreamYard platform. And I can't respond to your text. I have to put YouTube up here and then try to type them out and then ask and then send it from YouTube. And you all know, because you've seen me trying to answer your texts, I am not the best typist in the world, or keyboarder, I guess I should say, keystroker, keyboarder, and all. No, it's okay. That's why we want you here. We want you to chat. Everyone's welcome to chat here. Okay. So, and then we have excavation, right? He said, well, we didn't, he first used the word excavated, right? And then later on, he says, well, there was no excavation needed because there's very little snow. So what is it? You excavated or you didn't excavate? You shoveled? Is shoveling excavation? How do you define excavation? I mean, all right. So since you want to accuse Helen Jackson of trying to trick you up with words like, what's a good one? Chain of custody? He's Alan Jackson trying to trick him up chain of custody. Now, then we, Alan Jackson moved on, as we said, to the Waterfall. And Alan Jackson is not finished with the Waterfall, because he's just talking about the Waterfall with Higgins. He's not even talking about how the fact that they didn't point out that John O'Keefe is hugging Karen at that point, right? And all that type of stuff, right? Yeah. Excavation. I'm familiar with excavation. Obviously in this household we definitely are. Yeah. So so he's not even finished there. And then there was that long sidebar because again there's an objection by Brennan about going into the text messages that were supplied by Higgins, and we know that they were only supplied by Higgins because the phone was gone, and he must have kept some screenshots of some things that he thought would be helpful to him that he then later turned over. Okay, so but his phone was gone along with Brian Albert's phone. Okay, and I think there was a problem with Jen McCabe's phone, if I recall, at some point, right? Paula B. When I asked you, Paula B., because you said excavation is the mechanical means of digging subsurface. If you're let's see, if you were Bukhenik, did you ask for a dictionary? He knew what excavation was, right? But he didn't know what theory was. All right. I mean, but you know what excavation is, but we didn't excavate. All right. It turns out they didn't go beyond the subsurface at any time because they just used shovels and their naked eye, right? Bob Michael said the number of drinks keeps changing, 9 to 7, and how they count the drinks. They keep wanting to respond to what they think are problems in their evidence. They keep wanting to respond what they think are problems in their evidence. They want to head the defense off at a pass, and the problem is that they have, in a way, they're making it a little more difficult for the defense because the defense has to get all this out over the background of. I'm going to upstate. By the way, I'm going to upstate. I think a couple of people have asked this. I'm actually in upstate New York at a cabin, a very small cabin. And I always tell the story about having been here last year. There's an upstairs and downstairs, 1,100 square feet. You're looking at part of my office. I have the studio that I usually am in, but I'm having an electrical radio frequency interference problem with it going through my earpiece. For those of you that are good at solving that issue, and also charging my computer. So I've moved to the next room over, which is also where I did start streaming from here. And also I use it as an office up here. My husband, who is here with me this weekend, is upstairs, hunkered away somewhere behind a closed firewall door in his office. But I always tell the story of that's how I learned he was involved in the Sandra Birch case. I was down here working, as I will do sometimes. I tried it. Matter of fact, most of the time we're working, but sometimes it's good to get 2B away from the city where 2B the poodle can run a little bit, because if you know me, you know I love my dog. I love all my dogs, right? So that I tell the story about well, I'm reading this case on the internet because it came through and it was like a big case all over the place all of a sudden. And I'm reading of the Sandra Birch and I'm reading it and I see my husband's name in the case. And then I must have just hit the news media or something about, on Google, it was like a Boston Globe. And I'm looking, whoa, that sounds like wow, look at that, interesting case, blah, blah, blah. And that's the young lady, the sad case of Stoughton, where she was declared a suicide by hanging. And it turns out that it looks up to be, at least to me, and certainly to the federal government, who's indicted Matthew Farwell, that this was a homicide. My husband called it a homicide for the civil attorneys who were trying to get justice for her family. And I hear the phones upstairs like going crazy, because down here I don't have them, so I could hear the phones like reverberating through this 1,100 square feet cabin. And I take my little self upstairs, knock, 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 let into the inner sanctum. And I said, "Is this your case?" And it turns out that's why the phones were ringing, because everybody in the world was calling him, I think, and he wasn't talking to the media. But, is this your case? Right. Yeah. Okay. Mary Ann Nolan, the LBI sunsets are better. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. It's I mean, there's some good sunsets here, but the LBI sunsets are actually fabulous. Okay. Absolutely. So that's how I knew about that. And I started out by this morning by saying, that the judge has entered an order, speaking of Alan Jackson's cross-examination, that we're probably 2/8 of the way through right now. And he's going to go into Monday, even if it's on redirect and then recross. Bukhenik. I started out by saying that it was very weird yesterday when he was asked by Hank Brennan, or even by Alan Jackson, I think it was, what do you do and all. And I think it was actually Hank Brennan. I have to go back and look at my notes. We investigate in our office homicides. We investigate suicides by hanging. He didn't say suicide. He said suicides by hanging, which is the way that supposedly Sandra Birch killed herself, took her own life, suicide by hanging, right? Kind of like the same Jeffrey Epstein situation, right? And that was odd to answer it that way, because they're not just charged with investigating deaths that occur that could be suspicious or unattended to, but why he would just say suicide by hanging. I think that that may have opened the door. At least Alan Jackson's going to try to make it seem that it opened the door on Sandra Birch, because he was touting the value of the unit and how well they investigate homicides and suicides and unattended deaths, including suicide by hanging. And I think that opened the door to a lot of judges. That would have opened the door. And we'll see whether or not, until Judge Beverly Canoni, that will open the door. And I think it depends on how much Bukhenik, I think it really depends on how much Bukhenik actually continues to be obstructionist on the stand. I think if at some point she's had enough of him, she'll let Alan Jackson drive through that door. And if she feels not, she will not. Okay. Normally you keep evidence out because it's prejudicial to the defendant, something the prosecution tries to seek to go in, not because the defendant wants the evidence in. They want it in, it usually comes in. So let me go to this question. Andy J. Linda, do you think it's possible John O'Keefe got a call about Sandra Birch when he was one who contacted the FBI? Then when he was found dead, the FBI was suspicious. We toyed with this, and somebody kind of came at me the wrong way. And I said, look, he was assigned in Boston to the sex crimes unit, whatever it was, that involves crimes against children, if I recall, to give him a more stable, more of like a 9-to-5 desk job when he took over the guardianship of his niece and nephew, which is a laudable thing to have done. Obviously, laudable to have done. And, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but when you have Brian Albert, who's there, and, in Canton, and this is Chris Albert's house, and Brian Albert's the Canton cop, and you have, the Boston cop, right? And you have all this relationship with the police departments up that area. I mean, could he have known about something? Could he have known that there was something going on and all? I don't think he would be the one to have, cops generally don't tell on cops. And that was the problem with Birchmore. There was a lot of people who looks like they may have known about what was going on, and no one told anything. So the blue line is there, but could there have been something? We'll see. I mean, I'm suspicious because I think there had to be some kind of there's something that connects something. If you if you think like Alan Jackson knows that this was an actual homicide and all, or if you think it was because there was a fight because of the ATF agent Higgins, or the other possibility I've said is, what if Chloe the dog attacks O'Keefe in the house, in the basement where they're having an argument. He's thrown out in the snow, and then because they think, oh my gosh, we're going to get blamed for this. We're going to get blamed. We know what happens if you're a cop and you get blamed because the cop dies. We know what's happened. We know the criminal justice system, and that the cover up is for that. I think there's a lot of possibilities, but the defense has gone full blown or fully throated, as I'd say, on this whole theory that this had to be an actual homicide that was committed. Homicide that was committed. I think they're going in the basement of the house. That's why they're going up and down the flights of stairs. Now, and because there is so much happening in this case, that's so much outrageously wrong, it's easy to say there's something more here. There's something more here, and all. Something rotten in Denmark, right? I get it, Joanne, Jenna Platypus. There's something, or was there the winter of discontent that was going on? Why? Remember, he had never been invited back to this house that night. John O'Keefe, they didn't know where it was. So this is the first time he gets invited back to supposedly keep drinking. But why the first time you're invited back to a house, you end up dead at that house on the front lawn? And then your phone only dropped 7 degrees in the crucial time that supposedly you're supposed to be out there all night. And your phone, by your own expert, the Commonwealth's own expert, it was hidden that the circle of where John O'Keefe's phone puts him inside the Albert's house. And Brian Higgins was the one who said that he couldn't go back on it, that somebody who's 6'2", brown hair had entered the house. And right? So, so there's all of this stuff that makes it hard not to believe that something else didn't happen. Now, obviously, that first jury was hung up on, I think they'd thrown away murder. Apparently, they were hung up on the fact of whether or not she actually did hit him. And that the Commonwealth has picked up on that. That's why they're saying that she clipped him. And they're trying to use her words, maybe I clipped him, maybe I clipped him. And that's what they're using. So it's really going to be important that the defense really hammers home that no matter what you think of Karen Reed, whether you like her or dislike her, whether you think she was drunk or not, if the car didn't impact him at all that night, and that's where the medical examiner and from the state medical examiner's office comes in, couldn't declare it a homicide. The arm wounds are consistent with the dog bite. And the forensic neuropathologist from that state office said basically the same thing. And then, you have the FBI pathologist who said that this is more consistent with the dog bite. And you have the ARCA from the FBI, who the jury won't know is from the feds, right? The first trial, they thought they were from her homeowner's insurance. Said there's no, the biomechanical engineer, the reconstructionist, the car did not clip John O'Keefe. If you don't have, and this is where Alan Jackson finally went this way on his opening, no collision, no collision, no collision. If the prosecution can't prove a collision beyond a reasonable doubt, and that's their job, not what you think may have happened, not what you think may be more likely to have happened, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, then the defense must return a verdict of not guilty. It's simple. The jury has to return a verdict of not guilty. Simple as that. So it's all going to depend upon whether or not the prosecution is able to prove a collision. If they can't prove a collision, right now they don't have an effective cause of death. And the defense is going to make hay in the water that the prosecution has to go to Florida, sunny Florida, not even New Jersey, not even close by, not even, I guess it's on the East Coast, because if I here fly to the nearest ocean in my plane and make a right turn, I'll end up in Florida. Okay. I don't have a plane, by the way, but that's just using that as an analogy. They go to Florida by somebody who is a brain surgeon, probably has billed the feds a lot of money on gamma ray surgery for the brain, probably is a very good brain surgeon, to try to declare that this is a contra coup injury caused by an automobile strike and therefore have a validated cause of death. The defense is going to make hay that they had to go around their people to get a cause of death by somebody. And that's why I think Judge Beverly Cannoni is absolutely wrong, not allowing this jury to know, not allowing any jury to know, because you're right. I remember they thought it was due to the ARCA was an insurance company hire. Not know that this was the feds that both interviewed McCabe, where she lied to, that made Carrie Roberts tell the truth, that her grand jury testimony was false, and that hired the forensic pathologist from the federal government that's going to be on the stand, the ARCA and all that, because it has an import. It has a sophisticated import, an important import to the weight you give their testimony, knowing that this was the federal government who hired these people. Okay, that's what's so important about it, especially with regard to McCabe. She lied to the agents. She admitted she lied to the agents. Okay, all right. She admitted she lied to the agents. Right. So there you go. Carrie Roberts, right, told the grand jury that she heard Jen McCabe say, ask Jen McCabe, or heard Jen McCabe say, ask Karen Reed to say how long to die in the code, how long to die in the code. They asked Jen McCabe to search it. It turns out she didn't hear that at all. It didn't hear that at all, right? Not at all, okay? Didn't hear that at all. That whole investigation revealed the 227 search that Celebrate that was missed by Guarino, the trooper, and shows that it was deleted. And I don't buy Jessica Hyde's testimony at all, by the way. And I certainly don't buy Ian Whiffen's testimony, because they wrote their software to eliminate showing the 227 search and the deleted to help the prosecution, in my opinion. Okay, when you're being paid, a couple $100,000 and your client is the DA's office of Norfolk County and all, come on, give me a break. Here, you don't just write your software to get rid of a piece of evidence that is exculpatory to the defendant. All right, because the prosecution, a client asked you to take a look at it and had concern, and then you have no valid reason as to why the search appeared and showed deleted, except for the fact that there must have been some, quote, and I'll use this word because I'm going to use it lovingly, software confusion. Okay, software confusion. Oh, come on, and all. So let me go a couple things. Linda. Mark Wardell says, can the defense ask ARCA who they worked for in the past? I think they can ask them who their previous clients are in the past. Absolutely. I don't know if that was done in the first trial, as long as they don't say it's for this case. But who your clients are, they'll usually ask for. What expert gets on the stand? How many times have you been hired by the defense? Isn't it true, sir, 90% of the time you're hired by the defense? Or an expert gets on the stand. Isn't it true most of the time you work for the government? You're hired by the FBI, blah, blah, blah. Okay? And all. So, and all. And by the way, Missy apparently has put on the rant art, including one I have not yet seen, because I've been talking to you. I will look at it. I may get to vote, right? And all. So, the rant art, right? So I have to, Marianne, I just when you said you sent me a picture in X and Twitter, I'll have to take a look at it. Okay. Yes. Thank you very much. So I just think that, yes, you could probably say who your clients are, who's charged with your clients, right? Who your clients have been. I think absolutely they should be able to be asked who their clients are, because, I'll guarantee you when Hank Brennan has his brain surgery person on the stand. They're going to say, well, have you ever testified for the government in a criminal case before? He'll probably have to say no, but that may, according to Hank, make him more valid as an expert witness. I think it's more valid as an expert witness if the FBI came to you because they wanted an independent opinion between these two sides as to whether or not an SUV collision caused the death of John O'Keefe, because there was a dispute and they had some other investigation going on, which, by the way, we're not allowed under the federal rules and court orders or anything like that to say. No one's allowed to find out what the scope of the FBI investigation was about. Maybe it was about the John O'Keefe death. Maybe it involved the relationship between John O'Keefe and Sandra Birch. It could be anything. But whatever it was, at one point of it, let's see. Okay, I'm just sorry. I was getting a call and I have to check because I do have clients who call me, right? At one point, obviously, it did involve them making a determination whether or not an SUV impact, Karen Reed's car, caused the death of John O'Keefe. And that's why the forensic pathologist was hired by the defense who testified in the first trial. And that's why ACA was hired by the defense. Dr. Wolf, Dr. Renslow was hired by, not by the defense, by the feds. And they testified in the first trial. And there's this limited rule, I think it's from the 60s, the two-week case, if I recall. It could be the 80s, but I think it's really old, that you can make a request to the federal government to get evidence that could be exculpatory that they have that in your case or that's related to your case, as long as it doesn't give away what a whole investigation is. The feds, you make that request, and if the feds want to give it to you, they can give it to you. It's different than a FOIA letter, which everyone can ask for different documents. And, if you get them, it'll be, you'll probably be in your grave before you get them. And if you do get them, they'll mostly be blacked out or redacted, as we say. So, you put FOIA in a room. FOIA was supposed to bring sunlight to government. It very rarely does that from the federal level. From the state level, you tend to get more documents here. I don't know if any of you have ever asked for FOIA requests as to how it was that Hank Brennan was hired, who made the decision to hire him, what meetings was that at, his recommendation, the files regarding to his hiring. I don't know. I don't know if anyone from Canton did that. Okay. We still want to have that done in the ASAP Rocky case in terms of certain things regarding whether or not an ethics counsel was hired to see whether or not one of the witnesses in that case could have been used. And I think FOIA is a great tool, especially when it's used by people, either by reporters or people in the area. As Gail Martin said on our show last night, she's been a resident of Canton 71 years. And, if you don't, no matter how old you are, how young you are, you don't take up the mantle of doing something that you believe is right. No one else is going to do it for you. And sometimes one person can start a whole movement and all. So FOIA is sometimes a good place, or FOIL, as we call it in New York, FOIL, is a good place to start it. Okay. I generally don't tell anybody where I am or where our cabin is upstate. It's just a matter of, practices that I have. I'm only telling you about the Beach Haven one because Mary Nolan's down there, and because I don't live there anymore. And also, or I don't have a cab, a small cottage, as they say there. Okay. Our ARCA is my kryptonite talks about Morrissey, about ARCA rumors. Hank was hired right after the last trial. He's associated with Morrissey through Whitey Bulger. Yeah, well, everybody obviously knows him. ARCA is my kryptonite also has a question, Linda. Who brings charges for perjury or lying under oath? Well, it could be a number of entities. It could be obviously where the perjury happens. So that would be Norfolk County. That ain't going to happen here, right? That's not going to happen here. It could be a state attorney general if they feel that, especially if it's a law enforcement officer, not usually with a civilian, if they feel that somebody who's a law enforcement officer lied. Those rarely happen. And obviously it could be the feds if it affects a federal investigation. You're not going to find that here. Perjury charges are very rarely brought against people unless it's a state who wants to pressure somebody to being a witness, or they think that somebody didn't tell the truth and therefore compromise an investigation, right? Tampering, perjury. Perjury, you have to show something is material to an outcome. You have to show it's a material lie, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And you saw, by the way, that Kerry Roberts was already schooled in that, because what did she say at the very end? She said, I misunderstood the question. So her intent was not to make a material lie before the grand jury. So somebody, in my opinion, had already schooled her as to what, by the way, it's to be commenting on perjury. Somebody had already schooled her, in my opinion, as to, why that would be very difficult to charge her with perjury. You just say, I just didn't understand, then it can't be. You can't have not only the materiality, but the intent to have misled somebody. All right. So,
Unmuted.
oh, we're unmuted. Okay. I am going to listen with you and see where we go. But I will take a 5-minute break if you'll excuse me. So if I don't come back, if there's a break, I want to go check on Tubi. Maybe you let him outside, let him go to, let him go potty. And then, but I'm going to be listening as I'm going. But in case something happens at Sidebar and I'm not jumping right back on, I am listening and I will be back shortly.
Let's go back to the session. You may be seated.
Jurors, we appreciate the long break. We did it in an effort to make sure things go a little bit more smoothly from here on. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach? Sergeant, I've handed you a document in addition to what's been marked as evidence item 111. There's a document that's heavily redacted. Do you recognize, or do you see that document?
I do.
Do you see a word on that document?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a redacted form of the document that is the same document or the same page or copy of that page that you saw this morning from those notes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to have that marked as next in order, the redacted document with the court's permission.
Okay.
And with the court's permission,
Hold on.
sure.
Exhibit 114.
Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I, with the court's permission, put a side-by-side of the single word that we discussed at Sidebar from evidence item 111 and what's been marked as 114?
Is there an objection?
There is.
Yes. Not at this time, Mr. Jackson, no.
In your opinion, having seen those two words next to each other, do they appear to be the same or similar handwriting?
In my opinion, they appear very similar, yes.
Okay, thank you. May I inquire with counsel for just a second?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes. Can I see it, Your Honor?
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant, could you just flip through that briefly and tell me if you generally recognize what that document
Absolutely.
is?
I do.
Thank you, Sergeant. What is that document generally?
Generally, it appears to be screen captures of text message conversation.
Is that the document that you earlier referred to as having received from Brian Higgins?
It's a printout of the document, yes.
You saw something in electronic format, I take it?
Yes.
And you reviewed it on a computer?
Yes.
Did you receive the electronic file on a thumb drive or a CD or something like that?
I did.
Okay. And this appears to be a true and accurate representation of that electronic copy that you received from Brian Higgins?
To the best of my understanding, yes.
And is that document reflective of the text messages that Mr. Higgins indicated to you were between the string, as I use that word, between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
This is what was provided, to the best of my understanding, and now has been printed out.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd like to ask the witness to read the text messages that he was provided by Brian Higgins.
So we're going to mark this
For identification only.
Exhibit EE for identification.
You're certainly not asking him to read this whole document.
I expect to.
All right. I'm going to see counsel at 7.
Welcome to the stage where stories unfold. Linda and Michael with courage so bold. To be the poodle and dominoes flair. Together they bring justice with care. Thank you for joining the JSTV ride, where truth and logic collide worldwide. Legal analysis with a flair so prime. Justice Served TV, it's your time. From courtroom drama to truth untold, each case of mystery and answers to unfold. With wagging tails and a steadfast team, justice prevails. It's more than it seems. Shadows may linger, but light will reclaim. Decoding the puzzles and solving the game. Law and heart, a powerful stream. We stand together in this JSTV dream. Thank you for joining the JSTV ride, where truth and logic collide worldwide. Legal analysis with a flair so prime. Justice Served TV, it's your time. Linda's sharp mind and Michael's find. Together they untangle justice's bind. With Tubi and Domino on the quest, fighting for what's fair, they won't rest. Linda's sharp mind and Michael's find. Together they untangle justice's bind. With Tubi and Domino on the quest, fighting for what's fair, they won't rest.
And Justice 13 family. All right, I leave to take Tubi out. And what happens? They go immediately to this sidebar, which I thought had been cleared up, that the defense was going to be allowed to go into these. But I can't imagine that all of a sudden, again, when we go to mark these texts that would that led to the first long breakout, that again we're there has to be obviously more objections again by the Commonwealth as to what is happening. Okay, and let me tell you that this is going to be a big deal. If she doesn't allow these in because of the way Hank Brennan has positioned this, allow this to be cross-examination, that's, again, I'm going to say it again, an outrage, okay? Because she now knows that Bukhenik is trying to obfuscate. She now knows that Bukhenik is not trying to give the jury the full truth. And unfortunately, Hank Brennan is obviously behind this in the way he tried the case. So I say to you, again, don't underestimate him. He's done exactly what he's hired to do, which is to try this case without having all the problems be at the brought up by the Commonwealth and make the defense try to work with this. But you're right. I mean, if the judge wants to get to the truth of the matter, I mean, come on, give a little bit of latitude to how you cross-examine, especially when you know that Bukhenik has said some pretty much outrageous things about you. By the way, that's Tubi the Music. Yes, Oasis Cat has done that. It's just fabulous. The first time I heard some of it was during our 10th anniversary celebration. Oasis Cat is just amazing, right behind the videos and all. And also, yeah, so no, I'm saying to myself, okay, Tubi, you have to go pee-pee. I got to get back. Tubi, you got to pee-pee. I have to get back. And Tubi was not having any part of it. He wanted to play with his tennis ball. So sorry about that. Yeah, Paula B says Hank Brennan was hired to get a conviction, and he certainly was doing that. Remember, I told you that Hank Brennan was a good attorney because you don't represent Whitey Bulger for 8 years. You don't represent like Whitey Bulger, remember, for all that time. And Whitey Bulger's family was satisfied with Hank, except that obviously when Whitey Bulger got transferred to federal prison, there was no, well, not that he could have a control over it, where Whitey Bulger was going to be, because as you all know, Whitey Bulger got off in prison, right? Okay? You know, so we all know that history. But you're not representing Whitey Bulger for 8 years unless you're a good attorney, because there's a lot of other issues with that, including the fact that Whitey Bulger was still pretty powerful at the time he was arrested. Remember, he was on the run for, what, 40 years or something? And he was also, at some point, revealed that he had some deals with the FBI and all. And so, you know, unless you want to, you know, I'm not, I don't take on major drug deal clients or mafia clients. I just don't do it for various reasons. But I do value my life, okay, a little bit. I value justice, but I also value my life because I got to be Tubi's mom and all. So, you know, anyhow, so we're back at the fans. We're back at fan only. We're back at fan only. We're back at fan only. So we're just going to stay here and we're going to spin with the fan. We have a lot of things we can show you. We have, my husband dropped in for a cameo. I think he had no choice the other night, just to explain what happens when the police normally come to a medical examiner's office to watch an autopsy, which they usually do if there's a homicide investigation or any type of unattended death. They want information from the medical examiner. The medical examiner wants information from them. But he wanted to make a point that one thing he didn't say. Generally, also, it's very important for the medical examiner to remain independent from what the police tell you and form your own conclusions. But you just take in the information. It's kind of like, you know, you take in all information if you're an investigator. You take in all information, competent, incompetent information, all information, and then you come to the conclusion based on your best practices and your training, your expertise, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so that's what's going on. I thought Yuri Bukhenik had everything in the break that he was being turned over for the judge and all to watch. I don't know. I mean, you know, this is just ridiculous. And I said to you that Alan Jackson's going to go all day today. Alan Jackson may even go half of the day Monday, because we are, you know, he was only an eighth of the way through this morning. We've only gone to like one other area. Now we're in a third area, and we haven't even gotten to the Sally Port, with him lying to the first jury under oath by failing to tell them that the video in the Sally Port was inverted and that Michael Proctor was actually at that right taillight, even though he had represented to the jury that nobody had ever been near that right taillight, and used the Sally Port video to that first jury. And that hadn't come through in Alan Jackson's cross-examination, he would have sat there and not have told that first jury. To me, that's a lie. But I guess it doesn't yield to a grave concerns, right? At least in terms of the prosecutors. I mean, quite frankly, you know, a lot of people have to be responsible to get to this point. They want a conviction so bad. They think they're so right, so bad. They want to be justified for their budget, for what they've done so badly, that they're going to close their eyes to the fact that you have Yuri Bukhenik here, that no one is taking the bull by the horns and say this is ridiculous and outrageous. It comes from the top. Massachusetts Attorney General, okay, head of the state police. This comes from the top. When you change a culture, you have to change the culture from the top, okay? Because they're going to protect each other, right? Liz Colbaker has the question. Oh wait, I'm sorry. I think I missed it. Okay, there we go. Sometimes they go by me so quickly. And this is what I've been talking about. Can AJ cross on the Sally Port because Brennan didn't show in his direct? I think there's going to be a fight about that. I think the judge may say you can't until the Sally Port video is not in evidence. It's not in evidence. It didn't go in, right? So and he stayed away from it. He said he bought the car. The car was towed to the Sally Port. That's really all the testimony. We had a little more, but that's basically the testimony. It's for the Sally Port. So I think what's going to happen is that the judge is not going to allow him to go into it. Even though I think he should be allowed to go into it, because it was a misrepresentation for the first jury. And when you're talking about credibility, any misrepresentation you've given me under oath in any proceeding is usually allowed, as long as within usually about 10 years of the time you've had a misrepresentation or you've had a conviction or something like that. Not only is it close to this trial, it's on the same case. So I think it's a mistake. But, you know, the defense is not looking for appealable error mistakes, because that means that Karen Reed goes to jail, right? They're looking for things that will win this case now by preventing the state beyond a reasonable doubt that she's guilty.
Right, so
all right,
jurists,
here we go. Let's listen.
really trying to be expeditious as we can be. So there was a big stack that
that was a big stack. That
is the next exhibit.
Did I hear her say that it's the next exhibit?
I have two instructions for you folks. First
is,
exhibit. As I've told you before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact here, the defendant, or Brian Higgins. If you do not find that it is more likely true than not that Ms. Reed was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, or Brian Higgins was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication at all in deciding your case.
More important, my sister's in the
now,
chat.
if you do, if it gets past that and you do find that that burden has been met, these messages are not being offered to show the truth of the statement. They're simply to show that this information was in fact provided to the Mass State Police for their investigation. Those are the instructions. All right, with that, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
No one cares about the instructions right now. They just want to hear what this evidence was.
Yes, I'm going to let the witness have that.
I'm going behind Subi app again.
Oh, you know what, Chrissy? I'll take one back.
Wait a second.
The one for
Thinking.
ID will now be the exhibit, and I'll take the other one.
Okay, so we have an exhibit. It's in evidence. Oh, Yuri does not look happy, does he? Nice profile, though.
Thank
Showing
you.
that he doesn't look happy. His chin is clenched. All right, here we go.
Thank you. Sergeant Bukhenik, do you have the document in front of you that's been marked as Exhibit 115?
I do.
If you could, starting at the beginning, do those purport to be text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
Yes, they are.
Does that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian Higgins during your interview?
Yes.
Okay. If you could start at the beginning and read the text string indicating the date of the text, if it's dated, who it's from, who it's to, and the content.
Yes, sir. The text messages begin Wednesday, January 12th at 8:27 p.m. Incoming text message to Brian Higgins' phone from Karen Reed. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark, followed by a picture of a six-pack of Smirnoff Ice screwdriver in appears to be a package store cooler, followed by a Y-O response, and that is it for January 12th, Wednesday. Do you want me to continue, sir?
Yes. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Going back to the Smirnoff container, that was from whom and to whom? For the picture of the Smirnoff.
It appears it was from Brian Higgins to Karen Reed.
Okay. If you could make sure to delineate from whom and to whom each text is
Every time?
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, and go ahead and proceed.
Thursday, January 13th, 9:24 a.m. From Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smirnoff? There is a ha-ha acknowledgement response to that text message by Brian Higgins. The next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page. I will repeat. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? Question mark. I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A Bitmoji showing teeth. That is sent from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins.
If you could, and I hate to ask this of you, but if you could tell us who it's from before the content. For instance, from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, content. That would just be a little easier, I think,
Okay.
in flow.
The last one was from Karen Reed. She stated, did you try those Smirnoff? And that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, haha, followed by, same person. How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, the Melissa and Lito show. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha, ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, I thought you creeped John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha, ha. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, no way, with an emoji, X person holding an X in front of them. I was the last person in Greeter, Canton, who didn't have your pound sign, number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel at Sidebar for just a minute, please.
You know what? Maybe there should be a reader. Maybe there should be a reader. He is so bad. He is so bad. monotonous, monotone, ha ha, X with it. I mean, it is so bad. Of course, I think he's reading them so bad because he doesn't want to, because he's doing this monotone voice to try to. I think it's a way of control. So he says control, and he doesn't get pissed off at Jackson. But the jury's got to say. And I'm giving you a clue. Some of the artwork that Missy just put up, I'm just going to give you a clue for the members that are going to be voting on it. I just saw the last one. It's going to be tweaked a little bit, but it has a, let's see, a WTF on it. And if I were cursing today and going on another rant, which I'm not right now, okay, I kind of like that, because when we do rants, isn't that what we are saying? Right? And by the way, the jury had to wonder. Remember, I hope they wondered. Remember, there was an objection for Hank Brennan even allowing AJ to go on, Alan Jackson to go on this cross-examination, right? And then we come back from that very long break, okay? And not only is he going to be allowed to do it, but we have an exhibit which the judge then shows and says, look at this. I'm sorry, but it was a long page. It was a lot of stuff we had to go through. All right. And now whatever it was, they're finding out that indeed they're going to get to hear. They're probably relieved. They've been sitting here this morning, and I haven't timed the amount of time that they've actually heard testimony, but it can't be that long. But whatever it is, Yuri Bukhenik knows that Alan Jackson won that objection. And there he is.
We're trying to make this easier for everybody to either read or listen to or look at. So we're just going to take a minute. We think that we have this document here. And also to make it a little bit easier for everybody, Sergeant Bukhenik, you do not have to describe the emojis. You don't have to say anything about what the pictures are, and you don't have to say the punctuation now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read which text is from whom. Maybe if we agree upon the color, you won't have to say that. Can there be an agreement with that, counsel?
No, don't. Oh, he is doing it. Okay. I don't know if I would do that. I want the jury to hear it.
Blue bubbles appear to be Mr. Higgins.
And the gray
bubbles appear to be Mr.
Well, actually, I do agree with this.
Okay.
You know why? Because now Alan Jackson gets
All
to
right,
ask
I
me the
appreciate
questions
that.
on the
So you
blue
can just
bubbles and the green
read
bubbles.
the screen or read what you have in
having-
front of you.
Do you want me to start at the beginning or?
No. Let's just start where you ended, if you could, please.
Oh, I would have Alan
All right,
Jackson.
can we
ask
turn
the
the lights down?
question.
Can you
Jackson, ask me
see
the
it,
question? Is this what
Sergeant,
we
with the
say?
lights off?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm going to get off the screen again.
I just don't give my personal number to anyone. How would Carrie have my number? Melissa had it. I actually don't know if Carrie does. Just felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she did. Sorry you felt neglected. Haha. So no dice on the Smirnoff? I have not tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you. I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits. Thought of me and everyone's grandfather. I won't give your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack. Saving you as Karen, screwdriver, or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little. I'd prefer weed whacker. That's to think about nicknames. We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. You don't have a say? Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come. So you claim. Advertisement. Jesus, is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive, not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess the guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion Band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too. I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. LOL. That's how I got my street cred. Funny. I didn't know you had any. LOL. Carrie said you tag along. No one would say that about me. How would I know? We all frequent the same watering hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so does everyone. I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I am quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, mins. Yep, for sure. You go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad? BC. That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work? I've never had a problem going to bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little. I'm a college professor. Solo is cool. I was in adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that? Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day. What is BHCC? University of Southern Charleston, a.k.a. Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice. Trust is life. Line from Good Will Hunting in the classroom at BHCC. Funny, a savant from Brockton. I'm not making fun of BHCC. My parents met at community college. Fall River writes. You're very random. How so? You just are. I don't think so. What's random? Haha. I had no idea who this was last night, for a few minutes anyways. I mean, what's random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so? You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whackers, excuse me. Nope, never. It was my one-time thing. Sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place. I learned my lesson. You have your shit together. That was mortifying. I am still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep. No, you're not a creep. Nope. You're kind of a loner, which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I am tight with. So you think you got me figured out? Circle of trust. Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people? You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young? He died in March of 2020. I am so not a loser. You won't figure me out, LOL. No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. I know you date. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you arrive private, and observant. I'm sorry. What kind? Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL. You're funny. Yikes, wow. That's rough. Jesus. I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry, life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Who chats? Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest, so I'm sorry. We chat. That all you got, we chat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock. Oh. She has been out of play for like 3 months now. Out of rotation? Nah, just out of play. I am solo, no rotation. I am not a hoe. Solo? Solo like no rotation, or woman for that matter. Not locked down, haha. Good for you. That's the best way to be. Yep. Has its benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely. Oh. Tough life. Live like a queen. I just got a Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Haha, I am shy. We prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. Some PT, excuse me. I'm inviting you, haha. John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote. Haha. Did you tell him to text me? No. You cranky now? Haha, no. Just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. Name a few. Name a few? I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people? I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to menu plan for Saturday, Mr. Elusive. Don't count on me. Boo. Haha. I am sure you will get over it. Just got my first drink. Where? Brick House. You tied one on last night? I was just thinking about you. Haha. Yes, 4:30 a.m. came early this morning. Eek, that's early. You out late with the Commodores? Solo? Yeah, but you're always lining up your after party. Nope, not me. Selective. I am not a hoe. Hey, no judgment. Haha, you make me laugh. I know, I'm funny. Haha. What's on your mind? Nada. Just about to start cooking. Okay. What's on yours? I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me. Who?
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second. When there is a date that's delineated, could you just state the date out loud so the jurors follow the date progression? Starting with the next one.
I'm saying the next text message date or
Yes, sir.
date within?
Where the
Yes,
above
absolutely.
or below the bubbles.
Yep. So this screen here is Friday, January 13th at 3:33 p.m.
Thank you.
I believe I stopped before Bob Clinton. Everybody can't stand him. I detest him. His breath smells like ass. OMG, always. His daughter and I have mutual friends. I actually don't mind him when he's socially distant. I think he's friendly. Why detest? Yeesh. Talks like an ass clown. Maybe I'm being too hard. He just says crazy shit. Doesn't know his audience. Geez. Is he different from anyone else in there? Haha. His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes. Her fiance is a firefighter. By coincidence with people I grew up with. Crazy. Sunday, January 16th, 12:59 a.m. You're nuts. Foul ball. You stink. You suck. And you're double. Trouble. You're hot. Are you serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious. Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here? I am fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. Rather you stay here? I wish. I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that? Because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? I just think you're like me. Meaning, do you have your own kids? I have no kids. How am I like you? Hello? Aren't we alike? I think so. So, why did you get my number and reach out to me? Shoot straight with me. I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Yes, agree. Now what? I don't know. Shouldn't you know? Do you like me? Yes, from jump. When was jump? First time I saw you. When was that? Hillside for sure. When were you interested? I don't know. You're just my type. You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy? I just assumed. Are you to handle? What do you like about me? I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. Yeah, ditto. And I think you're hot. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. What? That you're hot, smart, witty. But I didn't think you were interested. Witty. Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Just thought we were the same, from the same neighborhood. Are you afraid to say what's in your mind? On? No. Didn't I? I am glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you. You don't have to beg. Huh? I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now? Ugh. Leaving me hanging. No. Kids? Kinda. How am I texting? Is everyone asleep? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Yes, you should have. That would have been distracting. So no what? Now. Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this. Spit it out. Hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. Don't you have a boyfriend? Where are you? Canton. Where? My office at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Where is that? Canton PD. I have a house there from before I reconnected with John. Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind. Do you like me? Yes, clearly. Come over to my house. When? When works for you? Whoever, whenever. When works for you? I asked you first. I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you came over tonight. Me too. Ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight. I don't know. What do you want? You always do. Yeesh, really? Why? I look great? You're full of it. I think you're hot. Always have thought that. Just have not revealed my thoughts. I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps. Knock it off. You're hot, period. Are you glad you walked me out? Yes. Are you? Def. Yes. Are you going home tonight or tomorrow a.m.? We kissed, right? Is this a trick question? I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling my house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this. I live here, but I have a property in Enfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. You started this, right? Why did you get my number and each out of me and each out to me? Still have not told me. Sorry, should I not have? I am fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. You're mad at me? OMG. No, not at all. You're being silly. I told you. I just think you're like me, and I am attracted to you. A lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming. Why? Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. I was, but things have deteriorated. Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died, and everything got fucked up. He seemed very into you. I just told Melissa that I had your number, but lost it. That's cute. She wasn't suspicious? No, she's great. Does she know you like me? She's a sweetie. We just agreed that you're great. What does that mean? I was jealous that she had your number. Look, like you're either all in or you're out. Why would you be jealous? I am not attracted to her at all. I have always been attracted to you. Really? Yes. Since the first time I saw you, we would have fun. Where are you? I told you, Canton PD, my office. So are you selling your place and moving to Meadows? Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years, and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It does matter. Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions? Dong. I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive. Not at all. What is the question? Do you feel guilty texting me? No. Okay. What do you want from me? Nothing. Do you want anything from me? I would hang out. Oh, gee, thanks. OMG. What am I supposed to say? You're being tough on me. None of us is married. True. So game on? We can say whatever we want. Game on? You send mixed messages. I wish I stayed. Okay, game on then. Kinda. Can you hang? Sure. I hope you toss and turn tonight. I always do. Why? Why'd you say that? I just do. Why? Because you're fresh. No, I'm not. Okay. Do you always get what you want? Be sweet to me, please. I could be so sweet. I've been very sick. I had colon cancer and 10 surgeries in 18 months. I'm a wreck. I had no idea. Are you okay now? I never get what I want, just what I need. I am okay. What do you need? What need to be content? What can I do to make you happy? Haha, don't worry. I've always been very happy. You talk in riddles. Just tell me why you contacted me, huh? What's the big deal? I told you. Just think you're like me. What does that mean? Like you want to hang with me? You asked why I contacted you. Yes. Excuse me. Yeah. I did ask. We are attracted to each other, right? Reasonable question. Yes, 100%. Okay. We did kiss earlier. No? I think you initiated that. No? Yep. Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No. Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. Pfft. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table? What do you want ideally? The real deal. Sunday, January 16th, 7:37 a.m. Doesn't exist. Haha. Sunday, January 16th, 5:53 p.m. So you like Hennessy XO? Sunday, January 16th, 7:15 p.m. I am hurting so bad. Yeah, me too. The Currans went after it again at noon today. No way. This was about 2 hours before you came over. Haha. I am heading for drinks soon. Really? Yeah. Tuesday, January 18th, 5:09 p.m. What's on tap? Haha. What does that mean? Usually means, what are you up to? Cute. I just wrapped work. Unpacking some groceries. You? What's on tap? Also unpacking crap for my car. Anything good? Nothing on tap. Shame. You were a ghost yesterday. I can't be the cruise director every day. Shame. Julie McCoy? Wish I was at my cave house in front of the fire sipping a drink. Wish I knew how to use my fireplace. From Love Boat. How old is your bad self? Haha, that was my guess. 42 next month. I know the Love Boat. I was more Brady Bunch. Haha, what day? 2/26. Nice. You're just a tad poke. Pole. Got ya. When is the next party? Pole. Oops. It's all relative. What pole and poke? I'd have a party every weekend if it were up to me. No. 42 equals Tedpole. Oh. I keep reminding myself that aging is a privilege. The better parties are at my house. No kids. Why are they better? Well, first, BC, there's no kids. You were a ghost yesterday. Thought I heard the last of you. Phones work both ways. I don't want to disturb you, or you could be otherwise engaged. I don't know your routine. I didn't use the word engaged, did I? Huh? Engaged? As like doing something with someone? Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Are you being fresh today? No. Now that you sobered up, Haha. I felt sober next to everyone else on Saturday. Good point. You're still T trouble. Haha. Why am I? Just playing with you. What is that? Whiskey with a big ice cube. What kind of whiskey? Jameson, right? Cherry in middle. What good does that do? Are you in W Rocks? So good, yeah. Do you have a 4:30 a.m. bell tomorrow? Why do you ask? Trying to figure out how many whiskeys you're going to have? Depends. I don't restrict myself from having fun. How many Hennessy XOs you having? None. I have none at my house. Ha. I am not really trouble. Want me to pick you up next time I go to the base? Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little based on your conduct. The base? Military base. I go through the Henny fast. I shop there a lot. I can as a veteran. My conduct? I'm not married. I'm the only one who does everything right. What kind of veteran? Where is the base? Dude, chillax. Teasing you. Are you serious? Veteran from Iraq. I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom in Bedford or down the Cape. Which base down the Cape? Which branch? Army. I'm not abnormally sensitive. Join base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Oh my God, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I was just playing with you. You weren't, but that's okay. Stop being sensitive, please. I am not. Okay, so what's up? Did you figure out how many whiskeys? You mean tonight? Yes. Not sure. I am flexible and adaptable. Why are you so curious? Are you drinking? I haven't had a drink yet. Just want to see what you're up. Looking for an influencer. My day was long. Influenced? How? Are you in Canton or Mansfield tonight? Influenced to have a drink, even though it's Tuesday, in Mansfield. How often do you stay there? Is it a nice crib, house, or condo? I stay here once or twice a week. House. I guess it's nice. I like it. How long have you owned it? How many beds? Rooms? 2017 or 18? 5 bedrooms. What? Why so big? I don't know. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms. More than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there for most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. A lot, why? Do you even know what you want or who? Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine. And I never wanted kids. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Everyone is happy at Hillside. Oh, God. You avoid things. It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the 4 of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. I am divorced since 2017 and have no kids. I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel different if they were mine, or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected me. What did he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you tell me? He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. Oh God, did they bang? So I was the kids celebrating New Year's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They're constant, and it feels like lose-lose. You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside of you. Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. You can vent, babe. Basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. You probably felt that way too. I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Want to grab a drink? If you gave me some notice, I could have. You said you were adaptable. I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way. I don't make excuses. I don't make excuses. If I don't want to deal with someone, I tell them. Then I am a ghost. Why do you even want to hang with me? Don't we already hang out? I don't make excuses. Work truck, personal truck. What does that doesn't sound like a massive problem. I end up drinking with you at least once a week, I'd say. I can't use my work truck for transportation to go drink. You think so? What makes you so sure? Probably would be fun. I think I see you about once a week at a bar, no? Not lately, but yes. Okay. So you asked why I want to hang out. I'm just saying that I already hang out with you. Yeah, but we have never one-on-one. Does going to a friend's house qualify as transportation to drink? Yeah, because I can't just have one. Can't drive that banged up. Have none then. There's 5 bedrooms here. Does mine have a lock on the door? Haha, LOL. I don't even know. I think so. You probably have a spare key. I don't know if I ever shut and locked a door here. Funny. Trust me, I am tempted. Grab the Hennessy. Thanks, doll. Funny. I am confused. You don't feel guilty in inviting me over? Should I? I don't know. Who knows what you feel? Only know what you said when you were drinking Hennessy. Haha. Geez, I just explained everything, I thought. Wow. You get angry easy. What are you talking about? I'm not angry, at the least. Okay, good. And I haven't had a single drink today. Okay. I don't really think I should feel guilty. Why is that? Why should I not? Dude, I am just asking. Don't get your thong all twisted up. Yeah, I just don't know what the question was. You have no impact on my thong? I think I try my best to do the right by people, and sometimes people suck. And I'm not married, nor do I have kids. I agree, but you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like you act like I ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of, but it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs, so at some point you have to think more rationally. Do you plan on leaving him? I'm sorry. I don't think they're dumb. It's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day, earlier, re my birthday, I thought for a full minute that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch. And I had typed a text every school day at 4 and 4:30. I meant what day was your B-day. I don't have any plans at the moment in either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth. Yeah, I figured that out. What's your interest in me? I assume people have been interested in you before. True. First, I think you're fun to talk to. I like sizing other people up. And you seem to be private, which I also like. And probably pretty independent, too. So like. I am a ton of fun. I am super private and do not talk out of school. I am safe. Does that make sense? I am all of that and more. Safe? Like I am private. Don't talk out of school with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you? Haha, no. According to John, you may occasionally talk out of school. He said that about me? But that's none of my business. With respect to what exactly? None of my biz. So then why invite me to your house party? Now I am aggravated. Tonight's house party or last week? OMG, why? Last week. Like, why would he talk shut about me? Because we all like you. Everyone does. Geesh. You just said he talked shit about me. He wasn't talking shit at all. He always says how much he likes you. Just mentioned Brian does all right for himself. He has not said one negative thing about you ever. I just didn't think you were that private, that's all. I am about a lot of things. Don't be so sensitive. I am good. Oh, geez. Are your panties in a twist now? Stop. Nah, my boxers are just fine. Okay. You're not going to run your work truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun. No, I am not. As much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again? I can't really follow your thought process. You keep kind of insulting me a little. I am still confused why you want to hang with me. It's also out of left field. No, I am not. Are you single? Yes. I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me. And on vacay and probably a few other occasions. You didn't really beg. I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Usually do it when they do live with someone. Do not. Maybe, maybe not. So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them? John and I have had a lot of ups and downs, and we already did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved that get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all three of them, and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating, and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I am not denying that, or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes. I get it. I deleted it because I didn't want to do my own text walk of shame. But I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay. So don't you think it would complicate and confuse your situation if we hang out? Fair question. Probably. Do you only do things with that simplify your life? Nope. I complicate my life on the regular. Yeah, so does everyone else. Just so you know, I thought you were extremely hot off the rip. Amazing personality. I could go on and on, but I do not. Want to pump your shut up too much. Thanks for saying that, but low comps at Hillside. You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. John has showed me about 5 times the ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly. What? Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. Jesus. He like, Christ, are you guys hooking up? OMG, great. I don't need your drama, dude. No, it's fine. Seriously? I am serious. You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. Oh my God, Bruins. So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not. OMG, I almost. It was a peck anyway. I kissed Carrie and gay Jeff too. Yeah, weak, I agree. LOL, funny. So now he is jealous of me? No, I told you he likes you a lot, which makes this worse. You said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I think he is a good dude too. Yeah, he is. Funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shot out of yourself. Shit. Because I am a lot of fun. So am I. I'm sure I'm more fun than you. How so? Details. I don't know. I hate people on the whole, but I've been told by many people that I'm a lot of fun. I don't do anything half-ass. Nothing. So what do you want from me? I don't know. I just like you so I reached out. You have zero idea? Nope. Oh God. What now? Why oh God? Because I need some direction. Well, I'm not an FG oracle, sorry. That's actually funny. Do you eventually get what you want? I told you, rarely. So you're a quitter, a realist. So you reached out to me? A ballsy move. Now what? The things I worked the hardest for have meant the most. Does Melissa know you dig me? Ballsy? Not really. I already know you. True. But you have a man. I figured if you text with Melissa, you'd definitely text with me. She isn't trying to hang with me. Of course she is. Plus, I never really texted with her other than to see if they were headed out. I asked you over. Is what? You made excuses. That's fine. But I'm not asking again. She doesn't like me like that. I'm sure she does. What makes you so sure? BC, she said, I'd love to set Brian up with my sister. She deserves such a good guy like him. That doesn't mean she wants to. Bang me, he-self. And I think Lito is kind of a dink, so I'm sure Melissa likes you a wee bit. Herself. Yeah, he is interesting. Have you always had trouble accepting compliments? Yeesh. No. It at all. All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day. So what? Don't most compliments come that way? Like all over me with compliments and how you felt. It was 3:30 a.m. It was fun. I've complimented you today, too, and kicked my nuts in. Oh my God, how? If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I am all set with. That's fine, but I am not asking again. Well, it was 7 p.m., and I'm super cool. So right now, asking again. Excuse me. So right now, asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Now equals not. That sounds good. That's trouble. Why? Because you would have made me stay, locked me in your room. No, I wouldn't have. Haha, you wish. I don't share a bed with anyone ever. I have my own room in Canton. What? Yeah, I think sharing a bed is archaic. Is that the one you wanted me, TK, stay in? You sit like to be spooned? You don't? Not for more than a minute or two. Weird. You would rather sleep alone? I've got to make my sleep count. So doesn't everyone? Honestly, I am the world's lightest sleeper. I can hear an ant crawling across the floor, and I wake up almost hourly, which isn't fair to whoever I'm sleeping with. Okay, bet Melissa isn't like that. Haha. Lori wouldn't like that. I know for a fact Melissa isn't like that. She told me she can't even fall asleep unless they're spooning. Lito rolled his eyes and pointed a gun at his head. You've probably got to go to work on your truck. Talk soon. Whatever. Lighten up, Francis. Let me know when you figured you're shut out. That's a tailor-made joke for an Army vet. No one else has it figured out. Why do I? Combat vet. I didn't say non-combat. I told Sat, I think you're hot, and since told you how cool I think you are. Maybe you're actually a jerk. What do you want me to say / do? I'm pretty sure you're seeing people too. I am not a jerk. Don't change the narrative to suit yourself. Own your words. I don't think you're a jerk. I don't have simple answers to your questions. It's actually simple. What do you want from me? What do you desire? To start, I would just like to hang out because I like to talk to you and hear what you have to say. If that's it, I'd be happy. Okay, I will lock you into that statement. That's fine. I suspect you will give up eventually. Just so you know, I will still be your friend. Clearly, you're trying to give me a Heisman. No, Not at all. Why would you say that? Because I've tried and I am failing. Tried what? Failing what? Hot and personality and what else? What's the I could go on and on part? BC, it feels like a Heisman, sugar-coated with a few compliments. That's okay. I asked you over on a seemingly uneventful Tuesday. Yeah, with 0 heads up. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. Didn't hear from you yesterday at all, so I should have been a mind reader that you were going to extend an offer to your crib for a drink. If you want to give up, that's on you. You're being silly, for the record. No, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. No, you're sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have got carried away? You said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. Oh, okay. I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone for a drink. You're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it to you? Give yo to you? Give it up. I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of a carpe diem mindset. Been through. What am I avoiding? I'm not afraid to be direct. Some of my questions. Okay, which? Ask again. Nope. Tricks are not for kids. I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can. Did I miss any other questions, sir? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Yeah, on my second. Show me what you got. I went for some wine and downgraded to a mudslide. The taunting in me. Haha. I had to make another one because you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you, weirdo. Sure you could have. Done a lot. And you got yourself worked up, buddy? Yep, I am. What a crime? Excuse me. That a crime? Are you annoyed? Kinda. Why? Because you there, this offer on me, last minute of through. I could have made 3-round tips by now. Excuse me. I apologize. You could have made 3-round trips by now. Oh, I bet. Crickets. 4-round trips. Bite me. Geez, that's fresh. So you only say like one nice thing per day? Tough. You're impossible. Let me know when you figured this out. You're impossible. I've been pretty straightforward. You're wishy-washy. What do you want from me? Doesn't matter. Okay then. Wednesday, January 19th, 10:08 a.m. Sup? Sup? You tell me, playa. Just working remotely. Sweet. From Mansfield? Yep, you? I am in Canton at the moment. I want to drink. Haha. Is that bad? Really? I think day drinking once a week is okay. Go celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Tuck Rule. I can't wait until tonight. Wednesday, January 19th, 1:07 p.m. Where are you planning on heading? Not sure. Wednesday, January 19th, 3:34 p.m. I'd invite you over here, but you probably have your work truck. Here we go. I assume that's a pass. No problem. What's wrong with you? Excuse me? I didn't answer fast enough? Huh? Where'd you get that from? You're tough to make plans with. I'm headed out shortly. I tried. Where to? I'm meeting my friend in town till about 7, and then likely make my way back. Okay. Where are you headed back to, Shady? I assume that means Shady. I'm meeting my gal pal, who's from Canton, back to Mansfield. Do I know her? Name? I don't think so. Julia Mellon. Lives on Sherman. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't want any drama for either of us. I don't either. Okay. Trust me, I am tempted. I don't think it's a big deal. What? You coming over to my place? Or you coming over mine? Okay. You clearly are getting aggravated with me and my lack of participation. No, I'm not aggravated at all. Okay, we're good. I will see you around. I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this. None of that is true. I'm not talking to any other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, and neither are you. Neither is John. Was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? What do you want from me? That's just how I feel. Excuse me. That's just how I think/feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I'm not judging you. Never have. Never will. You shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business. You just happen to know what I see, that I see someone. I don't have kids, and I'm not married. Aren't you afraid you might actually like me? I don't think that's a bad thing. Isn't that the point? Well, it would be complicated because you have a boyfriend. That's funny. You said we are all a lot alike. Because we are. Yeah, life never stays the same. Things always change. Okay. Why are we alike, according to you? Because we go with our gut and how we feel? Isn't that kind of what you told me? Yes, that's true. Have a good night. You're clearly irritated. Sorry to bother, young you. Either texting is bad or you're sensitive. I'm not irritated at all, I swear. I had been going out with someone for a few years when I reconnected with John. And John and I got on very well at the same time, so I broke it off the other guy. He was probably starting to see other people, if I was completely honest with myself. I don't feel bad about any of that. I think it was meant to work out that way. So what's your point? Are you legitimately interested? Unhappy in your relationship? Mad because you saw him all over another girl? Or a hybrid of all of it? My only PT is that there's a difference between being married or someone and dating someone. And we have no intention of ever getting married. The PT of dating is to not get tied down if you're not confident you should be. In my mind, anyways. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. Okay, so he is cool with you dating other people? And I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he is seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. Okay. You don't agree with me? You make some valid points. No shit, Sherlock. Come on, I'm funny. Sit on that and spin. See? Now you have to go below the belt. Love it there. Do you wear belts? Only once in a while. Okay. When I go into the office. Okay. Rando. Haha. I was teasing you. You getting all dressed up for me. Haha. I pretty much wear all black every day. Love it. Where you going in town? Newbury. She works there. Doing? She works for my friend who's a plastic surgeon. That's how I know her. Coincidence? She lives around the corner. So funny. Around the corner from your second home? Haha. Oh, haha. I had to come downtown earlier, so told her I'd meet her for a drink. You there now? You would like my spot at the Cape. I have a great spot for dinner and drinks down there. Are you there tonight? I'm a beach worshiper. Where's that? I'm in West Roxbury, a spot in West Rocks, Dedham line. I have a pass to drive my Jeep on the beach. Lots of fun to be had. I heard. I used to rent with my friends on the beach for 7 straight years. I miss it. I've been thinking about moving to Tiverton. I can give you all the beach life you can handle. Stopping for a drink later? By where? My spot in West Rocks. Probably not for a bit. Okay. At a bar? I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Okay. If you don't want to, that's fine. No pressure. I will. A drink? What do you drink? Are you out now? Sorry. I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. Haha. Send me a pic of you two. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please. Bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Detective. There may have been a page that is missing in that document, or it's not comporting with the...
Oh, you're right. I did accidentally turn the page.
No problem.
I apologize.
I think starting at, I usually drink whatever the person with me is having.
Yep. I usually drink whatever the person with me is having. Oh, okay. I don't take selfies either. I don't really even know how. Whatever. I wanted to see your smile. Ugh, I hate having my photo taken. Weak. Sorry, I am a very particular person. What's that mean? Okay, never mind. Go enjoy your friend. Go clean your house, will ya? My shit is spotless. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please, bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why? Are those statements tempting? Nope. Oh, which statements? Perhaps you should drive directly to Mansfield. You said, bite me, like 3 times. Okay. 8:30ish is too late? For what? Drink. No, why? Are we not meeting up? You can stop over for a drink. Balls in your court. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to. But I'm leaving town now. I am up for a drink. Okay. Should I drive around? Should I drive around W. Roxbury? I assume it says yelling your name, question mark. It's cut off. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. All right, it repeats itself. I apologize. So, okay, should I drive around W. Roxbury yelling your name? Haha, no. Where are you now? Newbury. Do you really want to come over? Only if you want me to. Can you take charge? I thought we already settled this. Haha. Okay, well, I am in my car and now getting on the highway. This feels like I am forcing you. Not at all. I am game. Okay, well, I'd like to know where the hell I'm going. Pike or 93? You just want to meet me at the crib, or do you want to come over? Pike, I would say. You decide. I don't know either. Whatever you want. I don't either. Place so wherever you're comfortable. You know anyone in West Rocks? I don't think so. Ha ha ha. Then just stop by for a drink. Up to you. No pressure. Just give me an address. I hate texting while driving. Bryant Road. Text me when close. Okay. I will show you where to print. Park. That's W Rocks? It's not coming up. Yeah. Then put Boston in. Bryant Drive, West Roxbury Township, New Jersey. Searching for a friend. Then add your phone contacts so you can search for their address on maps. It's a screenshot sent through. First one. What app do you use? Turn around on the street. Park at the top of the street across from the red minivan. LMK when you're here. Here. Wednesday, January 19th, 11:13 p.m. Home. Alive? Cool. Thoughts? Maybes. You? What? You asked my thoughts. You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. Okay, I think I get it. You have any? Thursday, January 20th, 12:27 p.m. Hi. How was your day? Good, yours? I am exhausted. Yeah, that makes two of us. But I want a drink. Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits. Who? Hardy from 98.5, midday show. He hangs out at the Currents sometime. He's a spokesperson for Recovery Center of America. Haha, I don't have a problem. Kidding. I know. Good riddance. Haha, stranger. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. Have not heard from you. Haha, I apologize. Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m. Phone works. Thought you were all set. With talking? No. You sure? Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well. Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
All right. Lights, please.
Right at 1 o'clock, so we can
Court, all rise to the jury.
I'd like to see counsel just a second about scheduling, please.
Goodbye.
Hey, partner, what's up?
Hey,
Stop.
wow.
What's up? Stop.
It's masterpiece theater at its finest. I always like the reading in court. But I will tell you, and I think we're gonna pop back in here. She may make a comment about scheduling, which is obviously important. But if not, just some general comments. As much as my first thought this morning when the testimony began was, oh my God, the guy's had a stroke. because he's apparently forgetting all kinds of things, and even the most basic, right? Obviously, that was tough, and I've got some thoughts on all of that. But more recently, these texts, no matter what I thought about Yuri Bukhenik up to the point he began doing the text, I appreciate the way he's reading them.
Well, we started by reading them like a rock, all right? Now,
some people were saying he's drunk. I don't know that that's true. And they were saying, I don't know what he's drinking out of that water bottle. People go nuts. But I think he's done it in a measured way. I don't think that it's been over emotional, but it's been realistic. And I think he's done a great job.
But he didn't to begin with. I mean, if the comment I had when he started was, "Oh, maybe we should go. Maybe the defense should ask for a reader," because he was trying to keep that. I'm not going to cooperate with.
Yes,
you.
and he was also trying to, whether intentionally or just trying to figure out how to do it, he was making it a little more, let's just say, less realistic, because he was adding the details about this is from so and so to so and so at this time. This is from that makes it far clunkier. When he just started reading after the second or third sidebar on this issue, he just started reading, as you would the flow of a text string. It was fine.
Right, that was fine.
Yeah,
but it goes to show you also how he testifying with Alan Jackson is not how he talks. Okay, so that was all an act, right? It goes to show you, because when he starts talking to colloquially, when imitating, not even reading other people, he's talking normally like you would expect, not like give me the Webster's dictionary, I don't understand the word theory.
Yeah, well, get that same dictionary and look up obstreperous, and you'll see his picture. So
anyhow, so I got some thoughts here, because everyone's been asking. Okay, by the way, I think that with the younger jury, these texts are just fine. Now, some people were like, "Whoa," but younger juries understand. Single people hook up, right? They understand the lingo. They understand "sup" means "what's up." They get the they get the lingo. I mean, just like in A$AP Rocky, So I think that's fine. But somebody was suggesting, why would Alan Jackson want these? So here's the reason. Okay. Besides, we know from the first trial that Higgins said he was just.
Okay, let's see. Hold on. Let's see if they go on the record about this scheduling thing. Why would he focus on the witness stand? Wake up! Oh, he's back.
Okay.
Why is he?
No, that's not. Is that him? No, that's not.
Everybody's rising is because the judge is leaving. Yeah, I see your empty chair, but that was very weird.
Extremely weird.
Okay.
So very, besides, we know from the back that Higgins was saying he wasn't interested in Karen. He was just sussing out the situation for a gosh darn month, right? Okay. All right. Higgins got rid of his phone, right? So the implication here is that he only gave that group of stuff that he wanted the police to see, right? That there's a lot more on it, because remember, he's one of the third-party culprits. So the defense wants that because they want the jury to draw that inference. It also gives reason for why he would get into it with John O'Keefe, because John O'Keefe saw them on the cameras. He wanted to know 5 times why I was walking you out, right? There. So he was suspecting that she's hooking up with him. So John O'Keefe is suspecting it. So that gives a reason for why he and John O'Keefe would get into it on the evening at the Alpert's house, especially when they had it all to drink. It also shows that Karen Reed has no reason to kill John O'Keefe. There's no murder here. She's just telling it, look, I'm feeling responsibility to the daughter. It's complicated. We're not getting married. I'm single. We can hook up. It's not a big deal. So there's no reason to commit murder, like the prosecution wants you to believe, right? Here, and that she feels about the kids, and that even the Aruba situation, which was not going to be admitted by the prosecutor, she ended up saying, look, it doesn't make a difference. He was in a puddle. He can do what he wants. I can do what he wants. You can do what he wants. We're not married. It's not a big deal. Besides, I want to go live in Tiverton, which is in Rhode Island, on the beach anyhow. So I think that all of that was pretty good for her on the up and up, right? Yeah. Do you want to say, well, maybe should she not have been with somebody else? Well, look, he's sleeping with somebody or not, or he's indications are he had some hookups, maybe not, whatever. but I think overall these texts are good for her, and I think it gives defense what they want in terms of saying that there's a third party culprit. Somehow there was a fight. It was maybe it was an accidental hit, whatever, and then there was a cover up. That's my quick thoughts for those of you in the chat who've been asking all this time we've been listening to these texts.
So I don't disagree with that. I don't know if the whole relationship arc as we see it play out in these texts, which are, they pivot from juvenile to the sound of a relationship that's been ongoing for years. It's already got some weird familiarity and cracks in it.
You mean like the thong? Like
What's
the
that?
thong, talking about the thong and the
Yeah,
panties and the boxer shorts?
I mean, it's just, flirtatious, useless banter. I get it. Of course, I come up from a guy's perspective. I know that the only thing Brian Higgins wants is sex. I'm sorry. That's all he wants. He doesn't care about a relationship. He doesn't care about whether, he's a little bit deferential to if she has a boyfriend. He brings it up a number of times. And obviously he knows John O'Keefe. So he's trying not to be that guy. The guy that steals somebody else's girl just to have a quick romp. But all of that conversation, mostly from Karen Reed to him about, longer term stuff. And he has none of that in his mind. Sorry, he doesn't.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
He just wants a quickie, somebody he's been attracted to, somebody he's familiar with. And they may have some, connection on a, intellectual level, some banter. They certainly have a connection on alcoholic level.
I'm going to say drinking level. Yeah.
I mean, I'm telling you, I've only had 4 whiskeys this morning, and I'm about ready to roll. So
I'm going to cook up my Dunkin' Mango.
I don't know what's in there. I'm thinking there's some, there may be some Smirnoffs in there. So I think it doesn't do anything for me in terms of, boy, it sounds like there could have been a real fight brewing between Higgins and O'Keefe.
But O'Keefe could have said it because the jealousy was there. He wanted to know 5 times whether I hooked up with you.
So that makes him the aggressor, right? Makes O'Keefe, if that happened, makes him the aggressor. But I also don't see anything that suggests to me Karen Reed will kill John O'Keefe if anything spirals out of whatever this is. That's a quantum leap from what we're seeing. So, I think it was... interesting. I think the way people have relationships that begin and sometimes are mostly through text is frightening, because
welcome to the world of today.
It is. I mean, obviously I've been out of the loop for a while here. But I still think it's, and they reference it in the text, how sometimes it's hard to tell through text what somebody really means, what the, all of the nonverbal things and also texting. And even, I am a stickler for this, and it's a good thing I don't have long fingernails. And anybody who I text to or send emails to will attest to this. I use proper grammar. I use proper punctuation. I don't use the damn little shortcuts. It's just my respect for the language and for the person I'm sending it to. So when I see
what does that do about my texts?
Well, you're like I said, I've given you the out for the nails because I don't speak LKB fluently. Like when you go to a country and you know a little bit. That's how I am with your text. I know a little bit of LKB. I think that leads to such weird relationships, misunderstandings and back and forth comments that would never happen if you had a true, even a voice conversation. It's far removed from that, and voice can be bad enough because you don't have the nonverbal from seeing somebody's reactions. So whatever's going on by text is so muted, so confusing, so cryptic that you got to fill in a lot of blanks, right? And the jury's going to be doing that. They're going to be filling that in. And I think, you tell me this, because when there was a couple of sidebars, the judge was complaining. She asked Mr. Jackson, are you planning on going through the whole thing? No, I brought 42, 50, 60 pages because we're only going to do 2 of them, Judge. I mean,
she wasn't going to get them to go through anything at the beginning.
She wasn't even going to let them mark it for evidence, as an exhibit, not just demonstrative, but wouldn't enter it in evidence.
Right. First, so they only mark it for ID, right?
That tells me they had a serious. Did you need to take a break, by the way, while I'm
I'll get
a
there.
mini rant?
There's. I'll let you do your mini rant. I'll take a 3-minute break at some point. But let's.
There's a point I could see where Alan Jackson's like, I need to not just make a record on this, but I need to make it very clear to this court that if she denies the use of these, introduction of these texts into evidence, or does not allow them to be read to the jury, that could be a reversible error. I mean, this is a core part of the defense theory. And it is unconstitutional. It is a violation of the defendant's right to a fair trial to not let them explore this theory that there was some sort of scuffle brewing between the men and Karen Reed's life. And so on that sidebar, I'm saying, Judge, I couldn't disagree more. And I want it on the record right now that I think it's reversible error if you do not allow us to present the defense case as we see it. She definitely changed her tone when they came out of that longer sidebar. And everything became a little more congenial. There was even a moment, and in this case, there haven't been many, lighthearted moment there when Bukhenik began his recitation, and he's saying, from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins at this time, and he reads them. Next one, Brian Higgins to Karen Reed at this time. It was clunky. You suggested he was even downplaying, his presentation was even making it worse. So they called for another sidebar. And that's when they decided, look, you could just read them as you might normally read them. And Bukhenik says, so should I start over? And everybody's like, no, do not start over. So then it was very fluid from there. And you got a real sense based on his clean recitation. You could see the ebb and flow of this flirtatious, maybe a relationship in the brewing, maybe not. A couple of things I thought were interesting. I just want to make my point about that record. He had to make a strong record on that side.
Oh, absolutely,
And
Michael, because they were gone for a half hour, 40 minutes.
That was a knockdown drag out, which of course you have to do very subtly because the jury's right there, right? And you can't be giving it this,
So she excused the jury. She excused.
Oh, for that sidebar she did?
For the long
okay.
one, she excused them, right?
Then you can do a little of this.
She gave
finger
the
pointing
morning. She gave the morning break, and she excused them.
Okay.
I know that's what happened. There was a long sidebar. Then I know it was hard to tell.
I couldn't tell if they were in or out because but it did go for a long time. So even better for making an argument you want on the record, you can at least be a little more demonstrative verbally, if not physically.
Not only you knew if they were in the court beforehand, you knew that Alan Jackson had won whatever he was fighting for, because that's where they left off when there was an objection.
Yeah.
And it looked like Hank all morning trying not to let them talk about what they did, with Bukhenik, and they were hiding evidence. And he's wearing Bukhenik down, quite frankly, by winning all of these at this point.
Yeah. And back to my original stroke comment, with all deference to that serious medical condition, it just he was so absent-minded on so many ridiculous things. I heard you talk about the theory before. How in your brain do you process that somebody will take that and interpret that as a reasonable confusion or concern? Oh my gosh, he doesn't understand the word theory. I give the guy all the credit in the world for coming to this country at 9 years old, and I'm guessing he knows Ukrainian. Is that Russian? It depends on where you are in Ukraine,
Ukrainian,
right?
And then Russian, and then English
and
is the language, apparently. But he was 6 years in the military.
Yeah, of course. But to just step foot in this country at 9 years old and to do what he's done, that he's living the dream, right? I don't know what brought him here originally. He's 44-ish, 45-ish now, because 42 when those texts were being done. So he's 45-ish, means he's been here 37 years, 36 years, right? But he's living the dream. I don't know how much longer he's going to be living the dream.
Yeah, the dream is not convicting. I think I've been on a rant, as you know, that the Massachusetts State Police should.
I don't know what his future holds. I don't, but I have to believe. Who knows? Maybe they'll take another vacation day from him. I think if he's going to be protected, retained, maybe even promoted as a result of his performance, I would not be surprised.
Yeah.
I just wouldn't be surprised.
I want to take a 3-minute break from you guys, because I've been talking for a long time. But before I take that and come back, because I really think that our viewers need your view on what's happening here. Well, this morning we've been working on some art for Linda's rant, okay, or the Linda rant, and we actually, Missy created, I think, 7 different ones, and they've been voted on by our group of members, not just as this, but our members, right? And so we have a winning graphic design for it. Missy, can we show that here?
Can we reveal that?
Can we reveal that at all? Missy's left us.
Now she's on. She may be on her own break.
I think Missy went her own break. But when we come back, she's probably going to show it. I'm just going to be gone for a few minutes. Okay. I'll be back.
Bye-bye. I left this comment up here. I'm sorry. Yeah. Enjoy your break. Is that a new to be? little avatar thing there. Anyway,
Wait, I got to come back and answer that. Wait. That's Scooby at the Pride Parade. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Okay. Speaking of Pride Parade, I noticed one of these notes go by. It said somebody's going to go out with Gay Jeff for a drink. I just hope that Jeff's out. All right, because if Jeff's wasn't out, he is now. Laura McLeod says, talking about Yuri, you have a second career as a voice actor. I'm not so sure. Maybe he could, maybe he could, especially because he's multiple language specialist. But I like that he's not over embellishing. Very seldom does he say something in a way that sounds to me like he's kind of reading into that. He's tweaking it. It's very natural, I think, and I think it's great. I think it's helpful and perfect example of why we do not need. Remember early on, prosecution wanted, hey, we want voice readers. We want voice actors or readers. Denied, surprisingly. But speaking of that gives me a chance for self-promotion, if you don't mind. Coming up in September, if you're familiar with Jordan Peele, the director of Nope and Get Out was his most famous, of course. He's got a new film coming out in September called Him. And it's this kind of, he takes sort of normal circumstances and kind of puts a little wrinkle into them, tweaks them to make them seem either maybe otherworldly or some supernatural element. This one focuses around football, which is why it's coming out in September, I assume. And the grizzled veteran who has done everything. He's won all the records. He's won the Super Bowl. He's been the MVP. And now he's basically retiring, and he's got to kind of hand over the throne to this new up-and-coming kid for their football team. And so Him relates to this new up-and-comer who may or may not be getting some help in his skill set and in his performance to play professional football, because he's got the pressure of following this guy that was, like think you're following, Tom Brady, right? A little pressure on you. Anyway, so the movie's called Him. I may have lent some voice work to that film. I say may, but I guess I should, because they are sending me the checks. Anyway, it looks amazing to me. When we did some of the voice work on it, some of it was looping, and not the looping Linda talks about at trial. But when you're in a studio, big screen that's as big as the wall in front of you, like almost theater size. And as you're looping, whether it's a conversation or whether it's a background noise, whatever it may be, you're seeing some of the film. You're seeing some of the film as they're adding these last elements of the audio portion, the looping. So it's cool. So I see some of the film, I see chunks of it, and I can kind of put it together in my head. I don't know where it's going, though. You don't quite see the crescendo of what happens, but based on the premise I told you, all hell's going to break loose. And so this guy, Him, the new quarterback, may or may not be getting some help to do what he has to do, and that's going to go sideways. So anyway, Jordan Peele, it's his film, but the director, and his name is Jason, sorry, Jason, because he worked with us that day on all this voice work. So look for that at a theater near you, and then obviously it'll be streaming eventually, because everything is. So end of self-promotion. Okay, so let's talk. Let's go back a little bit before the text, because we did talk about those already. Let's talk about the magical. Let's talk about the magical taillight pieces. And I think this was when Mr. Sergeant Bukhenik was at his most obstreperous, right? Because he continues, as he did yesterday, and we were up there, covering this yesterday, of course, and I asked Karen Reed about it specifically. If you think his style, Sergeant Buchenek's style, is there to protect Michael Proctor or to distance himself, because it's a very fine line he's got to walk. As she responded, hey, he's, Buchenek's his supervisor. So if you dump on Michael Proctor too heavily, you're kind of dumping on yourself. You're kind of, saying I'm a crappy supervisor because look what I let him get away with. Very delicate balance. So that continues today. And we're talking about the continually appearing taillight pieces. And you've been with me now a few times to the property there. The layout, the area they searched first with the CERT team, just off the property, 3 to 4 feet from the curb, when they found the tennis shoe, and then they found 6 or 7 pieces. And then they go back to the property again on the 3rd. They go back on the 10th, or was it the 2nd? I think it was the 2nd. Then the 10th, and then they go back on the 11th. Proctor goes back on the 11th by himself. On the 10th, he's there, but so is Bukhenik. And so, simplest of questions about the chain of custody of these items befuddles Sergeant Bukhenik because he knows the answers are horrible. They're bad for him as the supervisor, and they're bad for Mr. Proctor, who he just can't remember the damn guy's name. He can't recognize his handwriting. He sees evidence bags that he says, "Oh, I put the pieces in there." Well, did you write on it? No, it's not my writing. Well, who did you give it to? Who wrote on it? I don't know. I don't know. It's one of four guys. They're all kind of a blend to me. So totally unbelievable. Nobody's going to believe this guy doesn't know it was Michael Proctor. I just assume the jury's picking up on that because it is so obvious that he's trying to be evasive and just say nothing that implicates Michael Proctor. And, it's almost an inverse proposition here. That the more he fights about it, the more obvious it becomes that he's hiding it. And I think the jury must be picking up on that. Just been talking about the string of pieces that have materialized over time.
Yeah, I did have one more question though to ask you about the text.
Okay.
Can I just ask you this one final thing? All the things that I thought were good for Karen Reed, and our chatters have other reasons they like the text for her. But at one point, when she's discussing, when Higgins and her are discussing, John O'Keefe wanting to know, he looked at her and asked 5 times because he saw her walking into the car and wanted to know if they had hooked up, right?
Right.
She says, and she says, well, I know where the cameras are around here. He's a cop. He's got cameras everywhere. Does that play into the prosecution's theory that she know how to delete the Ring cameras?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, and one of the folks at the courthouse steps yesterday asked, or I should say the courthouse ramp, they were coming down the ramp, had asked if she deleted any footage, and she was saying, I wouldn't even know how to do that. I guess if I have evidence that she has deleted footage somewhere, anywhere, anyhow, any device, that opens up the possibility that she deleted something that might have been detrimental to her. But I haven't heard anything that suggests she has a clue how to delete stuff. Do you know how to delete stuff?
Do I not? Yes,
Yeah.
but I do want to show you one other thing too. Somehow I screwed this up. Missy, I screwed this up.
Oh, you got the graphic?
I've got the graphic.
Oh, there you go.
It is. Okay. Down 10 up. That's the winner. That's the winner.
I do like the W, T, and F lines. Those are when I first saw that. I said, what lines are those? Are those crosstown? And then I kind of clicked for me. So just so people who aren't in New York may know, the numbered lines are north and south on the island, and the letters are crosstown or cross borough. So there is an F line. There is an F line, but there's no W.
Yeah,
or
ours
T
just
line.
mean, it's kind of like what's up, sup. Ours just mean what they say they mean. By the way, we're an inverted video apparently.
We are. We're in inverted. We're in Sallyport mode today. So it just depends on if she pops out and then comes back. The first person into the studio is always on the left, I think. Yeah, on the left. So anyway, yeah, that's a beautiful thing, Missy. Very nice. Okay, so now your rants have to rise to the level of the artwork. So that's a standard for you. Okay, any more on the text? I had a couple of thoughts on that too. Let me make a note here.
I wanted to ask you because I wanted to ask your thoughts about that on the text about that.
Yeah, I think I don't know enough. Maybe it plants a seed. I'd like to know more to see if it's so funny that of all the folks who may or may not have deleted camera footage, she's the one who had less access to some of the videos that are most important in this case. Lots of other folks had access that may or may not have deleted those videos. Let's see. I was looking at, there's such, I'm not a shrink, but, you get so much information about people in these little comments they make in these conversations. And a couple of times, Karen Reed said to Brian Higgins, when he would say, "You're hot," and she would say, low comps at the hillside bar, low comps, meaning, hey, compared to the other women there, thanks. So very combination of insecurity and self-effacing at the same time. So the question is she really insecure, or is she trying to sound like she is because she doesn't want to sound cocky, acknowledging that she's attractive, and at least to Brian Higgins? Those little, I'm just intrigued by all those little personality traits that pop up in a simple text stream like this.
What do you think? Then why do you think the first trial? I mean, I think that this shows that Brian Higgins had more on that phone. That's why he got rid of the SIM card and the phone. That's what it's leading to, because it's all on her phone. Karen Reed is the only one who didn't delete anything here, right? Her phone is like an open book with all this stuff that's like schoolgirl stuff, right?
Yeah.
And so, and then at the first trial, all he tried to do was say, I was just sussing it out. Well, there's more than that there. He wanted to come over and he wanted to hook up.
And have a conversation, and they get honest at one point. Hey, I'm 42. I know what coming over and having a drink means. I get that. This is something I didn't know either. I forgot it or I never knew it. But for a couple of years prior to the incident, she was effectively living at Officer John O'Keefe's home at 1 Meadows Ave, and her place, this 5-bedroom place in Manchester, right? Is that the town? I may be getting that wrong.
She had Brainfield, I think it was Brainfield.
Oh, Braintree? No, she wasn't. Definitely not in Braintree.
She wasn't in Braintree.
Was it Mayfield? Anyway, wherever her home was, the 5-bedroom home she said she was going to sell, I didn't realize she was spending virtually all of her time at Officer.
And she wanted to go. She wanted to go to Mansfield. There you go. And then she wanted to go to Tiverton. She wanted to move closer to the water. So it sounds like, this is not she's a reason to kill him. She's just going to move away.
Well, yeah, and I just think that heightens the level of commitment that she's made. We know that she spent time there. She's had this issue with the children, and anybody who's had stepchildren, and they weren't even married, but she's basically the stepmom, right? Stepmom to 2 kids that aren't even her boyfriends. I mean, that's a lot. It's just a lot.
Right.
And so we knew that she would spend time there and nights there, obviously. I just didn't know it was basically full time. She had her own bedroom there.
I think it was COVID, right? It was during COVID. Wasn't it mostly during COVID?
Well, it would have preceded that, definitely, because if this happened in 22, we were just coming out from under the shroud then.
Right,
so that may have been a factor. I don't know. But it tells you the commitment was certainly more complete than just, hey, I spend a couple of nights a week there and I'm at my home the rest of the time. And she's about to sell her home. Well, why are you going to do that unless your target is to just, make it formal and just, I live at 1 Meadows Avenue now?
I don't know about that. I think that she said that she wanted to go nearer to the beach. I don't think she had any, to me,
in Rhode Island.
That there was no indication that she felt it's complicated because she felt the responsibility to the kids, which is what they fought over. She was buying them things and all. As you said, he reached out to her during COVID, right? So, and she said at some point, it's complicated because, he's taken this responsibility. Talking about Aruba, he was in a puddle and he doesn't know how to deal with it and all. So it's complicated. So to me, that made her sound like, she cared about the children.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And I think she felt bad that he didn't seem to know how to handle them. She, who never expected to have children, is now put in this mother role, is also frustrated because she doesn't know how to handle them. They were, preteen-ish? Is that right? 3 years ago, they were, they were tweens. Tough age for even natural parents. It's a tough age. Those of us who have survived it, we know it's a tough age. So she's in a weird role that had to make that relationship just intense and probably most of the time not in a good way. Does that mean she should have killed him, wanted to kill him, did kill him? That's a whole different story. I think people hear this relationship and they're like, wow, I can relate to bits and pieces of it.
Right. But there's no motive for murder in this relationship. She knows she can
not from what I've seen.
No. There's absolutely none. But there is a motive if John is jealous of her, John O'Keefe is jealous of her, and somehow he and Higgins got into it, and that shows why Higgins would have gotten rid of his phone.
So what do you think about the Sullivan sisters? Do you think that that was ruled on pre-trial, that this trip to Aruba in which the Sullivan sisters were involved, one of them being the one that he was macking on in the bar downstairs. Now we've been talking about it.
Right. I think now it comes in.
Anybody want to get into that?
Yeah, because the prosecution wasn't going to go there, but now it comes in. But it comes in under the guise of making it look better for her, as opposed to the jury thinking in the first trial that was a reason for her to kill him, was jealousy. It's just a different bent, I think.
Yeah, and again, I don't think it's a game changer. I think it's an interesting part of the story. I'm just curious as to whether or not somebody's going to try and use that as a reason to open that door, to bring in that more detailed information about that night, that weekend when they were in Aruba.
Yeah, could be. Just like, what do you think about my thought about when Higgins said they were investigating, they investigate deaths by hanging? Weird comment. Does that open the door to the Sandra Birch issue?
Oh my
There's
God.
suicide by hanging, right? I mean,
Mhm.
there's only one case that we know of that he invested, that there was investigation out of that office, suicide by hanging, you know?
Yeah. I'm going to
That's
say
the first
no.
one.
I'm going to say no way, no way. And I would say that no matter who the judge is, I would say there's no way that slight reference, considering what he does for a job, is going to open the door to a totally different case, murder, players, other than some of the overlapping cops. Now, I would say not a chance in hell. The prejudice is overwhelming. So
To who, though? Not to her.
no, not to her.
To her,
No.
what, the prejudice to the state? It's her decision, right? Isn't that what cases are going to overturn, or is it the state's? Or do we give a break to the state? I mean, I'm arguing with a little bit. I just know where Bev's going, and I think you're right. But
yeah, I think that's if that's opening the door, there's barely a sliver of light, compared to even the Sullivan sisters, which that door is, you can get your foot and most of your body through that opening. Whether they decide to or not, I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's worth going into for either side, really. Although I bet you the jury's curious about it.
So, what else you've been watching this from on the side, listening to it? Sometimes listening to it's very interesting.
Yeah, I was just listening while I was catching up with
and driving
life,
back 3 hours
life.
last night.
Yeah, not bad. We had some major rain along the way because there was
Yeah.
a storm that is, it's still hitting us today. Are you getting there? In the
We're at
Yeah.
It's been pouring since last night. We're under a flood watch here.
So there was some thunder and lightning en route, but it wasn't horrible. Hey, here's a reference for you that I wrote this down earlier in the day when YB Yuri Bukhenik was being really just ridiculously unhelpful. That's the nicest way I can put it. I thought of one of your favorite witnesses, ASAP Relly. Remember ASAP Relly? For those who missed the ASAP Rocky case, this witness was dubbed at the time, even by Joe Tacopina, who was the attorney for ASAP Rocky and got the acquittal, the worst witness ever because he became so argumentative, unhelpful. So that's a high standard. That is a very tough standard. But I felt like Bukhenik was trending that way when he was doing everything he could to not answer very simple, straightforward questions.
That'd be a good question for the poll. Who was the worst witness, ASAP Relly or Yuri Bukhenik? Who's the worst witness for the prosecution?
Again, I think even though the trend seemed to be there, I mean, boy, Relly is I'm looking at a poll that I put up. He is something. I put up a poll. It said, do the texts between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed help you decide her guilt in this case? Right?
Yeah.
Yes, no, or it's a start. Okay. Yes, 6%. No, 87%. It's a start, 8%. So some people want to know more. Some people think doesn't matter. I've heard enough. And some think, well, yeah, this could have been part of the motivation if there was one.
Micah says, by the way, Lil Woody is
Lil Woody. Yeah, but for different reasons. Sorry, I'm plugging in my phone here. For different reasons, because he was entertaining, and you didn't walk away from his testimony hating this guy for just trying to destroy the process and just doing everything he could to avoid being truthful. If anything, Lil Woody was more truthful than most witnesses, right? I mean, he was talking about how he lied to the cops. He talked about he'll tell people whatever they want to know to keep him out of jail. So he was great though. But
it was pretty honest. Michael, what do you think? I mean, I was just in a dither, or whatever you want to call it. This whole thing with him on the stand this morning, and we know now that he can speak normally, right? And he can talk normally, and he can carry on a conversation normally. We know that from the way he read these texts. I just think that there's a responsibility from the prosecutor, from the Attorney General of Massachusetts, and from the state police to intervene now with how he's testifying, not wait. I mean, I think there's an ethical duty here, and I had that same ethical duty when we talked about ASAP Rocky with the prosecutor and the ethics council and all. What do you think about that? And are they going to do anything? Or are they going to wait and see how this turns out?
I'm so jaded by what has not been done for what seems to be inappropriate behavior by a lot of folks. I don't hold out a lot of hope that that's going to be fixed or changed post-trial, but it's nothing before then, I don't think. And we can hope, I'm not totally cynical about the possibility. I don't count on it. I'm not counting on it.
And when going to the ultimate question that we're leading up to with the evidence here, those two big pieces that were allegedly collected on February 18th, which is how many days after? Let's see, 18 plus 2, 20 days, almost 3 weeks later.
Basically 3 weeks.
Yeah, just a few weeks. And then, you've got 6 weeks between the first collection and bringing to the lab. How does the judge allow this in without there being a chain of custody, or does she give a special instruction? I mean, I'm just appalled by this whole thing, and I'm appalled by the judges not being, shall we say, what was the word she used? Have grave concerns over all of this that Yuri Bukhenik is testifying to.
Well, think about it. If you're the defense, you want all of this to come in, obviously, especially since you don't get to have Michael Easter, your procedure expert, testify. So you want all of this in, right? So who's going to try to keep it out? And would it be weird for the prosecution to say, we can't have that information in? There's a chain of custody issue. They have to. The prosecution has to have it in, and the defense has no reason not to have it in. So the judge never really has to weigh in on it. Okay. I do think, I'm checking my dates here. I had 2/11 as when the first big piece, 3 inches by 6 to 8 inches, was found. And then a week later, 2/18 was in the second big piece, right? Both of those dates and finds followed the 2/10, Yuri Bukhenik and Michael Proctor, and maybe one of the other guys. I can't remember which one.
No, it was when the court, wasn't it? When I'm sorry, the chief of police called and said, "Oh, by the way, I think I'm in my car in the pouring rain and I see a small little teeny piece. Can you come over and collect it?"
That relates to which date? The 2/10?
The 10. I think that was the 2/10.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
And so, and then the theory is, well, the snow is melting and every bit of it melts, and then it starts to reveal more and more pieces. Well, I could go to my almanac and tell you what the temperatures were for the days following, and I guarantee it was above freezing many of those days.
Wouldn't it nice if we had a camera from the Arlo camera across the street from the now deputy chief of police for all those days, showing who came by and did what?
I'll tell you, I know. And speaking of cameras, I made the point yesterday, dude, you're right there at the scene. Do you have to call the official criminologist to come take photos? Whip out your cell phone, take a couple of photos. It's just so obvious. But when
Alan Jackson heard you. He asked that
yes,
question.
he did, and he did ask. So when I was doing my little canvas of the neighborhood, and I only went to about 5 homes, there were mostly no answers. But of those 5 homes, and the one I spent a lot of time talking to the neighbor 2 houses away, but of those 5 homes, 3 had doorbell cameras. 3 of them. Now, have they been put in since? Possible. But I think that number is not an exaggeration of just normal reality. If you walk any neighborhood, and in an average neighborhood, you're going to find a ton of Ring or other brand doorway, doorstep, front door cameras, all of them showing something outside the front of that house. If you would have gotten the one, there's a doorbell camera at 34. So that's right on the corner, right, of Cedar Crest and Fairview Road. They've got a nice view of, it's a flat area. So you're not climbing a mountain. It's not, the road's not all pitched. You could see cars can only come or go into Fairview 2 different ways, right? And you've got a beautiful line right up Cedar Crest and the corner for Fairview Road. Unless they didn't exist at the time, why do you not have all that video that would show you on the 3rd, on the 10th, on the 11th, on the 18th, when all these activities took place?
Okay, so let's talk about what we expect to come, because yesterday, Alan Jackson's only 1/8 of it through his cross. If he's 3/8 of it through it, I'd be surprised right now, given all the stops and cars and all. It's definitely going to go into money, this cross. But the Hank Brennan doesn't want this jury to know about the Sally Port and the averted videos, and doesn't want them to know that Yuri Bukhenik sat on that stand the first trial for at least a whole day, maybe more, and testified about all this evidence. And then never until like a third of the way through cross-examination was Jackson able to get him to admit that the Sally Port video was inverted, and that unless Jackson had brought it up, that jury sitting right over there, just like you, ladies and gentlemen, would have been lied to. Now, I do a little exaggeration there. But Hank Brennan didn't go there. Will the judge allow Alan Jackson to impeach impeach Yuri Bukhenik based on his last trial testimony that he didn't tell the jury a complete truth when he sat on the stand, even though Hank Brennan hasn't introduced the Sally Port videos for this witness.
Here's how I think it might play out. Because the videos were talked about, and the Sally Port has been talked about, they have not been entered into evidence, but I think on cross, he can enter them into evidence. He can refer to them because they've been, the foundation and the subject matter was gotten into on direct. So the videos, I think those are coming in. Now, as you start to examine this witness on these videos, at some point, whether you tell him or he offers it up, which is what I think would happen, he'll offer it up. He'll say, "Oh yeah, but one thing you have to notice, Mr. Jackson, this video is inverted. It's always been inverted." It's something that softens the blow. But yes, I think it's coming in. Yes, I think the inversion is coming in, but it's going to come in a way that makes it look not nefarious, as it did in the first trial, where it looked clearly like they were trying to pull a fast one.
Yeah, but does it have the same impact then? Or
no.
Yeah, okay, all right. Yeah.
No.
Now, do we
Not at all.
understand? Apparently, Hank Brennan is close to finishing up. I mean, he's obviously going to call maybe a few other witnesses, and he's got to call the guy from Florida, right? Because right now he has no cause of death in the record, so he's got to call the guy from Florida, that doctor from Florida, who's going to the gamma ray brain surgeon, neurosurgeon,
Yes.
to replace the medical examiner. So how do you think that's going to go? What else do you think is coming up for Yuri in the cross-examination?
Oh, well, I think the Sally Port stuff is going to be big. And once they get done with these texts, and they've already gone through all of the evidence collection and the horrible chain of evidence or lack thereof, I think you got to go to the Sally Port video. And then, I don't know, maybe you end with that. I mean, that's pretty good stuff. Maybe you end with that.
Yeah.
So we talked about early on that we thought this trial number 2 was going to play out differently because of the expected rebuttal case and now the exposure of the defense case from trial number 1. It was going to be more like a third, and a third, right? Normally you might have 70, 80% or more case in chief of the prosecution, and then depending on the case, it's always different. Defense 10, 15, 20% of the total time, maybe. Now, we're into, this is the end of week 3, and we've had some downtime, but it's what, day 13? Is that right? So that's pretty good. 13 trial days out of 15 calendar days. That's pretty good. So if that's true, and they're almost done, early next week they get done. Let's say they're at 17 days times 3, just doing the math, that's 51 court days, which is 10 weeks. So maybe it's going to be, slightly shorter rebuttal case. But I think the defense case may be as long as the prosecution's case in chief. So,
no
and
doubt about
that's
that.
Weird. That's weird.
Okay. No, so does Yuri? I mean, Yuri came across looking so bad this morning before, and even when he started reading the text, and now he's into a rhythm. Do you think that that the reading of the text softened him? So now
No
the
doubt.
jury now so you think it's but how do you?
I don't think it
works?
resurrected him. I don't think it made him. Yeah, I don't think it erased all they saw before. I just think he's doing it properly, neutrally, efficiently. So whatever that means, I appreciate it. But no, does it erase their memory like his seems to have been erased about how he's testified in the last day and a half? No, I don't think so. No. And in closing, of course, they'll be reminded repeatedly, of how ridiculous his evasiveness was, and why. To protect Michael Proctor, because that's still the wild card, right? We're still, we know the prosecution is using Bukhenik instead of Proctor. Okay, fine, I get it, makes perfect sense. But the defense hasn't done much with him yet, hasn't been able to do much with Michael Proctor.
Right.
So, I mean, that to me is the wild card in their case, and I can't wait to see how it plays out. I just can't imagine them not calling him. I know you're not sure they will. I can't imagine them not.
I don't know if certainly the state's not calling. Now I see the fans.
No.
What is our plan for today? Now you're going to stay on. You're going to talk about Yuri. Are we going to come back up and do our wrap-up show at 4 really quickly?
I know we didn't talk about that.
Or are we going to do a 6 o'clock show and go over this testimony?
Yeah, I don't know. It's it's Friday. Sometimes people are less engaged.
My
I don't know.
inclination to all of you watching, would you like Michael and I to wrap up when they finish, and we'll do a quick wrap up show here. By the way, before I go do that, Gladys Kravitz, thank you. Alan worked on
Gladys
these texts to go with the waterfall video, not the play fighting part. It's going to be epic. Oh, yeah.
Gladys Kravitz. That was a great show.
Gladys, thank you for that donation, so that Michael can go back there. Quick wrap up. I'm seeing from Karma Dharma. Quick wrap. So at the end of the day, so when they finish at 4, everyone's saying about 4. Yeah, because it's Friday night. When they finish around 4, I'll be monitoring when they start. I'm going to be listening to everything that's going on. So as soon as they finish, I'll try to come back on. So no, I'll go right to 6 o'clock, making it count. Hey guys, got
Yeah, the difference is one is kind of a wrap up for the show because we've been doing it live. The other is more a recap, so it's a little more produced, a little more targeted.
But Missy needs a night off. Missy.
Oh yeah, everybody needs a night off.
I just want to say to you all, I would like to do a wrap up at about 4 because I would like to give Missy, who's been sitting here all week bringing this to you, give her a night off, and then you can replay our day show where we talk about this, right? So
and we'll probably I like to for the weekend cut up some chunks, and just post some separate chunks for those that don't want to search through or can't devote the time to see the whole thing because they have lives. But I do, we can do little 8, 9, 10-minute chunks of some stuff.
Yeah. Could tell Linda wanted a quick. Now I really just wanted to make sure. Missy's been working hard. She's been doing the art. This has to resonate, and we can do like what we did here is say, what's the, we'll talk about, because maybe there'll be more stuff on the text messages, the pros and the cons. There's going to be a lot of stuff. Alan Jackson's not going to let this jury go into the weekend without making a huge defense.
Yeah, exactly right. And maybe even if he comes back Monday, he will. Maybe that's the video. I don't know, but because these texts in and of themselves don't really lead to a crescendo that this witness has anything to say about. He's the conduit to get them in. Great. But we're not going to see a text eventually that says, I told you, Brian, I'm going to kill John. I mean, we're not going to see that kind of explosiveness. So this must be laying the foundation for something. And I leave it to Alan Jackson to leave this jury impressed with some message by the time.
And then we can talk about it right after it happens. Oh, I'm going to make popcorn.
Linda, Microdots has a new Waterfall video coming out. What more could there be at the Waterfall?
I can't wait. Well, because now the Waterfall video gets put in perspective, right? That's what we're going to hear. Okay, so we're going to, Michael's, when they go into the court, or I can just leave you now and let you speak.
Whatever. Where are we now? We're at, I didn't even hear the break time, but I'm assuming it's the normal back at 2-ish.
Yeah, well, the fans playing, so they're about to come back, right? I think. I think I'll leave you then for Feral Friday. I will come back at the wrap up at 4, around 4-ish. She may stop at 3:45, whenever that is. We'll do it then.
Yeah, it'll depend on whenever there's a natural break, because I think we can agree. Yuri will be back after the weekend, right?
Yep, Yuri's coming back, and definitely come back. All right, I will see you all later. You are in obviously the best hands, the best hands.
Who's coming on? Who's here? Domino. Domino will be. Yeah, Domino might come back. Okay, get some rest. Circle back at 4, and we'll wrap this thing up for the week.
Okay, great. See
All
you
right.
later.
Thanks, partner. I can't believe this is 3 weeks of this. Yeah, it's a lot. And I don't know how people who've been watching this for the first time feel. I know how people watched it the first time feel about the second time. But if this is your first time, what do you think? What are you thinking about this case? And some of your independent thoughts, are they different than what you're hearing from those who have experienced this the first time and everything that has happened between the first trial and the second trial? Interesting perspectives, because I've talked to folks who had no clue about this case, and the awareness of this case has exploded since trial number 1. Trial number 1 was big, no doubt about it. But since then, it's got to be 4 times in terms of just general awareness, right? There's somebody calling right now. Goodbye. Anyway, I'd be curious to give me a some virgin perspective, so to speak. What are your takeaways at this point? We are certainly halfway or more, maybe even 2/3 of the way through the prosecution's case in chief. Remember, they're putting on their case. When they're done, and I mean most murder cases, assault case, robbery, most cases that make their way to trial, once you get to this point in the prosecution's case, and certainly by the time they rest, you better believe that the defendant sitting there is guilty. You really, otherwise, what the hell are you doing in trial? If you can't get to that level after your case, just your case in chief, no defense case, just a defense case even that might exist only on cross-examination, like Alan Jackson is doing with Sergeant Bukhenik. You better believe that that defendant is guilty. If you're still like, I don't know, I'm not quite sure, there ain't nothing coming along that's going to push you over the edge, because now the defense has their chance and they're going to be knocking down whatever the prosecution has put into evidence to support that guilty verdict. So to me, it's a critical time. And, that's why when we talk about directed verdicts, defense always brings a motion for a directed verdict. And that basically says, judge, if you look at all the evidence, construe it as best you can for the prosecution, the result will be the same: not guilty. No reasonable juror could find beyond a reasonable doubt, based on that evidence presented, that my client is guilty. And you can tell by the way that the law is structured, that is very rarely granted. It happens, but very rarely. But the point is, that's because you better damn well be able to get past that burden when you've put on your case in chief. And this is one of those cases where, the motion will be made, it'll be denied, don't worry about that. But it's where you start to think, okay, well, there's certainly some evidence that suggests there was something happened that night that might have involved Karen Reed. Remember, we still have got zero evidence that the car struck John O'Keefe. And obviously that's the big part of the prosecution case missing. We've heard plenty about the drinking, and I'm ignoring the second-degree murder charge because I think the prosecution really is too. Without officially ignoring it, they're ignoring it. Have you heard one thing that suggests to you Karen Reed intentionally ran John O'Keefe over? I mean, and to say running him over is to steal some headlines I've seen in other places, which is insane because there's no evidence he was run over. When you hear somebody got run over, you're thinking, limbs crushed. It's a very specific visual, running over somebody. So that's not in evidence here. And I still don't know of one shred of evidence suggesting intent. So I'm not even looking at the second degree murder. And I don't think the jury did in trial 1. I don't think they will in trial 2. So set that one aside, would you? Here's our Where in the World is Justice mug. This is the one you can't buy on the store. We got some cool ones on the store if you want to buy one. But this one is only when you figure out where we are when we're traveling to cover a certain case. We've been so into the Karen Reed case. We've only had a few stray Where in the Worlds as I've gone to kind of adjacent areas to follow cases that are in the news, like Weinstein, of course, and they're still picking the jury for Sean P. Diddy, Puffy, Big Daddy Combs. They're supposed to seat that jury today. That's what we've been hearing. I know that Lauren Conlon, who's a friend of the show, has been on. I think she is down there splitting time between Weinstein and the Diddy jury selection. They're supposed to have a jury in place today. So that means get up early Monday morning if you want to go get a seat in the federal courthouse because there will be opening statements likely in the Diddy case on Monday. So anyway, back to this case. So if, as Linda and I were suggesting, this is going to go for another week or so, maybe a week for the prosecution to get the few things done they need to get done, primarily cause of death and the mechanics of any sort of injury inflicted. Was he hit by an SUV that night? Then they turn it over to more of the defense case. This is one of these cases where we've been talking about how we feel like we're seeing a lot of the defense case. Not unusual. Cross-examination quite often is a lot of the defense case. But every witness we've seen come on and every bit of testimony they've given, bar some of it, sounds like it's there to defeat the conspiracy claim of the defense. That's weird. That's just weird. To get this far into a case, day 13, no real discussion of the injuries from a medical standpoint, just from observation, right? No real evidence there was a vehicle strike other than some random statements by the cops when they early on were just kicking around, sorry, Sergeant Bukhenik, theories about what might have happened. Did he get in a fight? One of the references by the cops to the ME was, I think he got hit in the face or the head with a cocktail glass. These are just things that they're looking at the raw evidence thinking, what if? When that happened, which was the morning of the 29th, about 10 o'clock, just before the ME was to begin the autopsy, sounds to me, based on that comment alone, that they hadn't gelled on any sort of theory or target. And if you believe the defense, it was soon after that they did. And that's when they focused on Karen Reed, and everything they did from that point forward was to find Karen Reed responsible. And that's why this testimony, which we've heard today from Bukhenik about the magic taillight pieces, where'd they go? I used to have, here they are. I've actually, I thought it was very important that I move them into my evidence bag. So they're coming down like, there's the original bag. They're coming down like rainfall, all these little pieces are just, and we're talking big pieces. Let me see if I've got one here that is close to the size of the two big ones that were found on let's see my notes here, on the 11th and the 18th. I think this is probably the biggest one that I've got. This one is only about 2 inches by 6 or so. So imagine about a half an inch or an inch bigger by maybe about that size, maybe an inch. And that, that and another one, a sister piece or brother piece, found the next day as well. Just, lying on the lawn. After all the snow had melted. Somebody could believe that. Somebody could very well believe that because the snow was covering everything as the night developed, they revealed these pieces slowly and surely as the sun and the warmth of the day melted the snow. And every time some of the snow melted away, bing, new piece was visible. People could believe that. And I think it's up to the defense to not assume people will just poo-poo that. I'm poo-pooing it. I just think it's not realistic, and the time gap between the finds suggests that they were not there from the late 28th, early 29th hours when this incident took place. It just doesn't make sense to me. But it could make sense to a juror if it's explained, as the prosecution has suggested, that over time these pieces revealed themselves. I would not suggest the defense, if they don't address that, I think it's a mistake. They've got to give this jury some reason to think this stuff was planted, that it wasn't there all the time, that there's a reason there was a gap between the finding of pieces on the 3rd, on the 10th, on the 11th, on the 18th. Why? Well, because somebody, the little-known identified man, Michael Proctor, had his hands in all of this, and that he was doling them out, or he was having others dole them out. And it was only over a matter of that period of time that they found all of the pieces. Okay. So, and that obviously relates back to, well, how did they get broken in the first place? No evidence yet that suggests this light was broken on the night, the early morning hours of 129. So what do you think about, everybody has a reaction to the video. It's all snow. It's blurry. The video taken at One Meadows Avenue where Karen Reed backs out, bumps into John O'Keefe's car. And if you've seen that driveway, I should go over there and shoot that one time. I shot it as I drove by. Doesn't give you, when I was doing the drive between 34 Fairview and One Meadows, just for time to see how that might have worked to match up with her drive that night. It's one of those, builders should be, shot for coming up with these. I'm just kidding, just, euphemistically, because you've got a very narrow driveway going toward the house, and then you got a 90-degree turn into your garage. It's just so poorly designed. I'm sure other cars have bumped into other cars trying to make that turn. It's just dumb. So on that particular night, as she's leaving, remember at 5:03-ish or 7-ish, she bumps into John O'Keefe's car. That's because she's maneuvering in this tight little spot where, it really should not have been designed to make 90-degree turns. 2-car garage, in fact. Let's double the chances of collision. So you see the car drive away, and you see Mr. Brennan stopping the video a couple of different times. Let's stop it here. What about here? What do you see right here? How about over? Okay, well, let's go forward a little bit more. What do you see here? I never see it so clearly that I can really tell what is or isn't missing. I'm curious what people think. Is it clear that you see it missing? Just something to ponder as we are hypnotized by the spinning fan blades, apparently coming back from lunch, obviously. So we'll get back into what I like to call masterpiece theater when we have these stories read. And we'll see how Mr. Bukhenik does.
You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, you had an opportunity, obviously, you read them, so now you've familiarized yourself with that series of text messages that you received from Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Would you, I'm going to ask you the same question again. Would you consider those text messages as you reviewed them when you received them from Brian Higgins as being flirtatious or romantic in nature?
I would not categorize them to that extent. Certain parts of it might be, but the total conversation, if you want my opinion, I can provide you with it.
Was there some flirtation in the text messages that you noted?
There are terms that I used. You're hot, witty, stuff like that. You know, talking about banging and hooking up.
What word would you use to describe them if not flirtatious?
The totality of the conversation?
Sure. Let's start there.
My opinion is that it's a angry girlfriend trying to set up a hookup to her John.
To her jump?
To her John.
To her John.
Yeah.
Would you consider the responses from Brian Higgins to be flirtatious in nature?
There are conversation parts that are enticing, maybe a little of advances, but the totality of, to put a label on the whole thing, my opinion is that she's trying to get revenge.
Get revenge?
Yes, get revenge.
On John?
Yeah.
For what happened on New Year's Eve?
Yes.
Okay. When you say revenge, you don't mean physical revenge.
Well, emotional revenge. She's trying to hook up with Higgins and then hurt John by cheating on him.
And in fact, you did note that John O'Keefe was not privy to these text messages, right?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you know that?
I do not, Your Honor, no.
He's not on these texts, is he?
I don't know if their accounts are synced at this point. I don't know if he's seen them. I don't know.
He's not. His phone. You know what his phone number is. You guys got his phone, right?
We do have his devices.
Do you have any evidence that his account was somehow suddenly, know what that means, synced with Karen Reed's account?
Not from his device, no, but he could have seen the text messages.
Okay, so there's no evidence that he was synced. His account was synced with anything, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
There's no evidence.
You were facing the other way. I didn't hear.
There's no evidence that his account was synced with anything.
Not his device that we have, no.
And you don't have, as you sit here, you don't have any evidence whatsoever that he saw any of these text messages, correct?
We don't have that, but I do not know.
Okay. So as you sit here, my question is very simple. Do you have evidence, affirmative evidence, that John O'Keefe ever saw these text messages?
I do not have evidence that he saw them,
Okay.
no.
So would you agree that the text messages show a romantic interest, for whatever motivation, a romantic interest from Brian Higgins toward Ms. Reed?
You have to ask that differently.
In your mind, as you read the text messages, did you determine in your head that there was a romantic interest by Brian Higgins toward Karen Reed?
In my mind, I saw the text messages for what they were, initiated by Karen Reed and began a text message conversation with Brian Higgins.
And Brian Higgins was responsive to those text messages, correct?
They did communicate back and forth.
He was responsive to the overtures that Ms. Reed made toward him, correct?
Overtures.
Suggestions. Let's get together for a drink, come over to my house, I'll come over to your house, things of that nature. Those went back and forth between the two, correct?
Yes, they were back and forth. Yes.
And did you determine that there was an interest by Brian Higgins in Karen Reed?
I read that he repeatedly asked her what's her plan, what's her goal, what's her interest, what's her intent.
Did that show you an interest on his part, in her?
I think at one point he said he was confused, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, or what's the term he used? He was unsure what she wanted.
He called her hot.
He did, yes.
He called her witty.
Right from the rip, yes.
He said he wanted to spend time with her.
Spend time, yes, yeah.
He was interested in going over to her house.
Yes,
He was interested in her possibly coming over to his house.
yes,
He told her that he thought she was hot, his words, from the jump, correct?
from the jump, yep.
How did you interpret that?
From the jump, I would interpret it as right from the beginning, maybe the first time they saw each other, laid eyes on each other. I mean,
As a matter of fact, he basically said that, didn't he, in the text message? From the first time I saw you, I thought you were hot.
yes.
He constantly was using phrases, to use your words, phrases interested in knowing how she felt about him, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. To ask it differently, Mr. Jones.
Did you interpret any of his text messages as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how she felt, what she was thinking about him?
Objection.
Ask it again.
When you first saw these text messages and you reviewed them, did you interpret those text messages in your mind? That's what I'm interested in your mind, as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how Karen Reed felt about him.
I believe his statement indicates that he was interested in seeing what her interest was, what her intention were, and questioning the fact that she's dating live-in boyfriend with his buddy.
He used the word ghost several times, correct?
I do recall reading the word ghost.
How did you interpret that word?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I interpreted ghost in the common slang terminology as to abandon conversation, stop communicating.
He indicated that 2 different times in the text string, correct?
I know I read the text messages, by reading them out loud to a room full of people, I might not have remembered how many times the term ghost came through.
Fair
I was
enough.
concentrating more on the reading, not of the comprehension of each word.
Fair enough. But you did note that he used that term in his text messages to her, correct?
I think I recall at least once that the term ghost was present in the communication.
Did you interpret that? I'm looking for what was in your mind. Did you interpret that, the use of that word by Brian Higgins, as showing some level of frustration at her abandonment of the conversation?
No, I did not. No.
Not at all?
No.
Have you ever heard the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Yes.
How do you interpret that phrase, just in general?
I've heard it communicated between other people. I've never used the term ghosted. I think it's a little after my time in communicating with others, but I take it as You stopped responding to my text messages.
Do you take that, do you interpret that, or did you interpret that as a positive or a negative comment? You ghosted me.
I interpret it as a matter of fact, like you stopped talking to me. I never thought about it in a positive or negative connotation. I never gave it any thought.
As you sit here now, if you do give it thought, would you put a positive or a negative connotation on the phrase, you ghosted me?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're aware that, based on the text messages that we just saw, there was a series of text messages that went back and forth starting in mid-January and basically ending around January 23rd, correct?
This chain of text messages began in January 12th and ended January 29th.
Right. I'm going to get to the 29th. But the back and forth ended on January 23rd, did it not?
I don't recall as specifically. I can leaf through it and tell you what it is. I know I read the dates out loud, and again, I was concentrating on reading.
Do you have the document in front of you?
I do.
Could you turn to the last page?
Yes, sir.
I believe it's the last page. It may be the second to the last page or something. Do you see an entry on January 23rd, 2022, a text message from Brian Higgins, thought you were all set?
Yes.
And Ms. Reed responded with talking, question mark, no, period, correct?
That is her response.
Mr. Higgins then responds, with 4 M's behind the H, correct?
That's correct.
And then he responds again. By the way, did Ms. Reed respond to the
No, she did not.
And then he follows up with, you sure, with no punctuation, correct?
That's correct.
Did Ms. Reed respond to you're sure?
She did not.
The next text is on January 29th at 11:32 p.m., correct? I'm sorry, January 28th at 11:32 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Is that from Ms. Reed or from Mr. Higgins?
At 11:32 p.m. on Friday, January 28th, it is from Mr. Higgins.
That's all I asked. And now, can you tell the jurors what that text is? And then the next text immediately after it.
Well.
So between January 23rd and January 28th, would you describe Ms. Reed's side of the conversation as having ghosted Mr. Higgins?
No, she initiates the conversation. You had me read the second text message in the chain.
Between January 23rd, when that last text message was sent by Brian Higgins, until January 28th at 11:32, would you describe that as Ms. Reed having ghosted Mr. Higgins for those 5 days?
Strictly looking at the text message communications and not knowing whether they...
Correct. I'm not asking you to speculate. I know there's other stuff you want to say. I'm asking you just to read, just to answer the question I've asked. Based on the text that in front of you, starts with Buchanan, does it appear that Ms. Reed ghosted, as you define the term, Mr. Higgins, from January 23rd until January 28th?
One could read into that in that manner, yeah.
And then on January 28th, Sergeant Buchanan, when Brian Higgins sends, well, did Ms. Reed respond?
No, she did not. They were together at the same location.
Did she respond to the text?
On that day?
Correct.
Not on a text message, no.
You said they were together. That means that Brian Higgins was together in the same room with this Reed when he sent his text, correct?
Yes.
And she ignored it, didn't she? Okay.
Sustained.
You also received from Mr. Higgins certain text messages between him, Mr. Higgins, and John O'Keefe himself, correct?
Yes, we did.
And one of those text messages, one of the last text messages that they exchanged was, as a matter of fact, the last text message that was exchanged was Brian Higgins at 12:20 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, texting Mr. O'Keefe, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
I would have to take a look at the document. I don't have a memory of it specifically. I know I reviewed it, but I don't have a memory of the time and content.
May I approach your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. No worries. Based on this extraction, I cannot definitively say that this text message was sent on January 29th because of the file source time and and the JPEG being so small. I can't testify to that, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
No, Mr. Brennan has kindly offered to stipulate that the "you coming here" text was sent. I would offer the following stipulation: that "you coming here" text was sent on January 29th at 12:20 a.m. from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe's phone. Quote, "You coming here," 3 question marks following it.
What was the time?
I'm good. 12:20 a.m. May we enter that stipulation with the court's permission?
Sure. So, jurors, you've heard that the lawyers agree that that fact is true.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. So you were aware of the timeline on or about January 29th when, first of all, Karen Reed had not responded to a text message from January 23rd throughout January 28th and into January 29th. Sorry, throughout January 28th by 11:32 p.m. or so. She just not responded. Correct?
So the text message that she sent to Brian Higgins, the last time she sent a text message was on the 23rd.
And he responded with several text messages to which she did not respond on January 23rd, correct?
I believe she sent 2 and he said 3, I believe.
So the answer is yes. There was a text message that she sent, he sent to which she did not respond. Is that right? On the 23rd.
He was the last one to send a text message on the 23rd.
That was following multiple text messages back and forth between the two of them, spanning a couple of weeks, correct?
Yes.
Then, on January 28th, 2022, Brian Higgins is at the Waterfall Bar and Grill after 11:30 p.m., correct?
He was.
Karen Reed then walks into that same Waterfall Bar and Grill, accompanied by her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
They did.
Brian Higgins then texted Karen Reed, who's standing in the room, well, correct?
Correct.
Karen Reed ignored that text, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Karen Reed did not respond to that text.
There's no text.
Brian Higgins then, a little less than an hour later, texts John directly, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
Correct. It's been stipulated.
That is an accurate timeline of the events that we've just talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're also aware of a call, your investigation revealed a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the 29th, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did your investigation reveal a call between between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Okay, so you wonder what the deal is. What's the beef here? Come on. This is the phone call allegedly taking place between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert. We're not sure it was an answered phone call or not. In the early morning hours of the 29th, obviously, at or about the time of the incident. So there's some foundational issues that the prosecution says have not been met. Therefore, they are objecting to it. I think they're objecting because it's going to continue to tell this story about some misunderstanding, some concern, some confusion, some angst, some anger between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe and Brian Albert's house playing some role in this whole evening's events. The defense here is really just trying to paint this picture. They're trying to give the jury some idea of who the players were, how they were connected, what the feelings might have been between these different players on this very important night when this alleged friend of all of these folks, Officer John O'Keefe, died. And the prosecution is very quick to cut off any of this information, almost like they'd rather have the jury just, here we're going to give you kind of a diagram of what we think happened. Don't worry about filling it in. Don't worry about fleshing it out. Don't worry about connecting the dots. We'll just give you the dots. Just don't worry about the rest. So anytime they object, you know that it's because there's some detail within that question or the anticipated response that the defense knows will help this jury understand exactly what happened that night, which is bizarre. We're almost in bizarro world here, because normally that the prosecution wants to connect the dots so that the jury will get to the proper conclusion, which for the prosecution obviously is a guilty verdict on at least one of the charges. Instead, we have the defense, who seems to be more interested in telling the jury more than the prosecution, because from the defense perspective, the more they know, more likely they're going to see that the prosecution's case has a lot of holes and a lot of splaining that has not been done, certainly not to this point. Here we are on day 13. So there's a lot more to this than just that one little phone call, because the prosecution, they get a sense where the defense is going, right? And they're trying to head them off, at the pass. Let me share some thoughts. Oh, first of all, wait, I just had this. I got a bowl with some keys in it. That's why I've seen in the chat people are very interested in the concept of. Here comes trouble. Yes, sir. What do you, oh, you think, oh, that's this, anytime this sound is made, Domino thinks it's food time. That's why you're here. Here, come get the bowl. Come get it. Here, it's right here. Come get it. Hop up. Here, come here. Come here. He's going crazy. Can't quite see his head. Come on, hop up. I guarantee you have no interest in what's in that bowl. Here, hop up. Take a look. Take a look. There it is. Okay. You trust me? See, there's nothing there. It's a bowl of keys. This dog's insane. Anyway, so I've seen in the chat, people think there might be some, some swinging action going on here. And I think somebody referenced, the bowl of car keys. I don't know how this works. I know nothing about it, but apparently you people in the chat are very familiar with the bowl of car keys. Anyway, I digress. So I'm thinking back on the arc of text, right? That began on January 12, ended really on the 23rd, and there was that 6-day gap before the night of the 29th, and there was the back and forth. Hey, John O'Keefe, are you coming? From Brian Higgins. I'm looking that over, and I'm trying to get a sense of what Brian Higgins is willing to do or not willing to do based on a hookup with Karen Reed. I'm telling you, this guy has asked whether she's still with John O'Keefe. Is that still happening? I thought you were with him. Because even Brian Higgins, if you hate him, you think he's a dirtball, he has a line. And nobody I've ever associated with on a friend level, close or otherwise, is going to poach the girlfriend of a guy that you have some relatively constant contact with. You just don't do it. And I think that could get you killed in that part of the country. So I think it's important that the jury understand that there was a line that Brian Higgins would not cross, or at least if you have up to it, you want to make sure that you continue to reach out to Reed on that point. But then the 23rd, the ghosting begins, right? That is so important because she basically said, stop responding to it. Why would she do that? Well, whatever the back and forth game was over. And there was no more flirtatiousness or maybe no threat either. Let's go back in.
Sergeant Bukhenik, did you become aware during the course of your investigation, then I'll narrow the time frame, during the course of your investigation, that there were calls between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at approximately 2:22 a.m. on the 29th?
During the course of my investigation, I was not aware of that. If you have a document that I can see, I can tell you if I've ever seen it before.
Did you seek to secure Brian Albert's cell phone to determine what calls he did and didn't make on January 29th or January 28th?
No, we did not.
Okay. In your experience, would a phone extraction, a cell phone extraction of Brian Albert's phone have revealed calls made and received in the time frame that we're talking about, the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
If a phone is extracted, the records of phone calls being made and received would show those records.
You did receive information from Brian Higgins' phone, specifically the texts that he claimed he pulled off of his phone and gave to you, correct?
We received text messages that I read today that Brian Higgins provided from his phone.
Did you seek to secure his actual phone for a forensic download or forensic mirror image to get the actual calls made and received or text messages made and received from his phone?
No, we did not.
At some point, this is just yes or no, at some point, did you become aware of a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the morning of the 29th? Just yes or no?
No.
As you sit here today, this is new information to you. Let me rephrase that. This is unknown information to you. You do not have any information about that?
Objection.
Sustain. We need a time frame, Mr. Jackson.
I realize that, Judge. That's why I'm asking it this way. As you sit here, are you aware of a phone call between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins at 2:22 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Look, you just shared that with me. I have no memory or record of seeing that it actually took place. I do not know.
Okay, so you've never heard that before. That was what I was getting to. You've never heard that before.
No.
Okay. You indicated that you did not seek to secure Brian Albert's phone to do a phone extraction at any time, correct?
We did not try to get Brian Albert's phone for any reason whatsoever.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation that Brian Albert destroyed his phone?
I'd like to be seen. Objection.
Jurors, disregard that question. Over to sidebar, please.
Dun dun dun. So now we're getting to the brink, the fringe, the shall I say, the military base border boundary, because we're getting near this conversation about Brian Higgins' phone. You know, that somehow he felt it would be very important that he take to the military base. I think he called it the joint base in Cape Cod, where he could get on the base because of his prior military history. So he goes there and he takes his cell phone and he pulls out the SIM card, breaks that, puts everything in a little bag, and throws it in the trash. So I mean, it's all very common. I mean, what is that? That's not nefarious. So they're trying. Defense is trying to get into that with Bukhenik. I'm not so sure the court's going to allow it. I would think that the prosecution, if they don't call Higgins, probably won't. The defense will, and we're going to get into it. The jury's going to hear all about the destruction of that phone and perhaps some clues as to the motivation for getting rid of that phone. What do you think they could be? I don't know. We don't know. We don't know what's on the phone, and we won't. We'll never know. So it's those kinds of things. Remember these conspiracy theories, and it's clearly that's what's going on. A defense conspiracy theory. You know less, but you think there's so many possibilities that fill in the blanks that you feel like you know something bad happened, something nefarious. You just don't know what it is. You just have no idea. But all of these loose ends, all of these ideas that are planted in your brain based on unusual activities, unusual decisions, comments, actions by some of the key players, they just make you scratch your head and say, I don't know what the hell happened here, but it doesn't look good. It just seems like somebody or a group of people are trying to hide something. And they're doing a pretty good job because we don't know exactly what happened. It has zero to do with the prosecution's burden of proof. Zero. Oh, look at that. Dueling fans. I did not know that the taxpayers have two fans in that courtroom. I've always seen just the one. Anyway, so that's where we're heading with this. Very interested to see if the court will allow dipping a toe into the Brian Higgins cell phone waters here, so to speak. Were you buying Buchanan's suggestion that he had no clue what that 222 phone call was all about, or that he never heard about it, or the butt dials, or this is all just new to him somehow? He left that impression because he's having another one. He's having another stroke, clearly, and he's forgotten a lot of the stuff that we think he knows. We do think he knows that. They did stipulate to the 12922 phone call or text at 12:20. Remember, this is at 12:20 a.m. Put that on the timeline. You coming here. This is Brian Higgins to Officer John O'Keefe. You coming here? Question mark, question mark, question mark. The parties have stipulated that, in fact, that was sent. It was at 12:20. And depending on which side you believe, it's either pretty much innocuous if you're the prosecution, because how would Brian Higgins work in terms of wondering where John O'Keefe is. If you're the defense, it's all part of the master plan that Higgins wants to make sure that Officer John O'Keefe is coming there, that he's going to be at the house because, we want to talk some things out. That's the theory. So anyway, that's been stipulated too. 12:20, they had that back, but was there a fourth? I can't remember. Was that responded to? You're coming here at 12:20? I don't think it was responded to by Officer John O'Keefe, as I recall. Let's talk a little bit about the ghosting that they were talking about. I'm going to have to ghost that segment of conversation because we're back. Let's see who won. Who won? Are we getting into the Higgins phone or are we not?
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you become aware of a call that was made by Brian Higgins at 1:35 a.m. while at Canton Police Department?
I am not aware of that, no.
So you did nothing in terms of investigating any phone call that Brian Higgins did or didn't make while at Canton PD on the night or the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022?
We never sought to get Brian Higgins' phone. He was not looked at as a individual that we would need to get his information for any reason at that point.
Even after you received and read all of those text messages between him and Karen Reed?
Correct.
And even after you became aware of the timeline that we just walked through, starting on January 23rd, going all the way into January 28th and into January 29th, you did nothing to investigate that?
We had the information that we had. We did not need to get his phone.
And the information that you had came from Brian Higgins himself, not from a forensic extraction, correct?
The extraction that Brian Higgins provided was a forensics extraction of his communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Karen Reed. We had Mr. O'Keefe's phone and we had Karen Reed's phone, so we can verify and confirm that those text message communications were accurate, unredacted, not deleted, and were true representation of what their communications consisted of.
And that was a representation made by whom?
The totality of it.
That was a representation made by whom? A person made that representation to you that it was fair and accurate. Who made that representation?
It wasn't a person, it was the extractions between the three devices.
Well, an extraction that you were handed on a device by someone, correct?
No, I said that we had all three devices, and as I told Mr. Higgins in our interview together, I said, Brian, we have those two devices.
Meaning
if
John's
you
and Karen's.
correct.
Okay.
If there's anything deleted or altered in any way, we will have proof of it. So please make sure that you understand the magnitude of this situation. We're investigating a homicide. It needs to be accurate, and it was.
And you trusted that coming from Brian Higgins rather than simply getting an extraction from his phone, correct? Yes.
I trusted him, yes, because we trust and verify. And after verifying, the extractions were correct.
And following that verification of the text messages, did that raise any suspicion in your mind about any possible motives Brian Higgins may have relative to John O'Keefe?
Suspicions of motives? Is that your question?
Correct.
No, the evidence spoke for itself. The honesty, cooperation of all the witnesses and corroborating, supporting facts spoke for themselves. So I was not suspicious of his motives. The conversation was documented over text message. Spoke for itself.
Supporting documentation, including a text message at 2:20 a.m., just minutes before John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview from Brian Higgins, correct? 12:20 a.m. That's one of the factors, correct?
That's one of the factors that is part of the entire investigation, yes.
One of the other factors is John O'Keefe's body was found in the lawn at 34 Fairview, just feet from the front door, side door, and the garage door. Correct?
That is when Mr. O'Keefe was found on the left side of the lawn, yes.
And one of the factors was you originally said that it appeared that it may be an incident involving a cocktail glass to the face. Initially, please.
Based on verbal reports, initially, that was a possibility. Again, it was before we spoke to
I realize it's before a lot of other things happened, but initially, that's what I'm asking about.
Yes, initially, it was a possibility.
And when you saw John O'Keefe at the hospital, a big contusion above his right eye, correct?
That is not correct.
He had a big egg just above his right eye?
That is not correct.
You did not see that?
His eyelids were swollen, not above his eye. And there wasn't a contusion.
If two different paramedics said that they saw what they described as an egg above his right eye. Well, let me ask you differently. Did you speak to any of the paramedics?
Yes.
Did they describe an egg above his right eye?
I'd have to see a report to actually be described as an egg above his right eye.
Did you notice a laceration at his right eye?
His right eyelid did have a tiny, tiny laceration.
Did you see a small laceration in his nostril on his nose?
A tiny, tiny laceration, yes.
You noted that he didn't have any broken bones or fractures other than to his skull?
I did not know that. I didn't conduct x-rays or conduct the autopsy. I'm not a medical professional.
You didn't ask the doctors at the time you went and visited him and saw him in the hospital whether or not he had broken bones or fractures?
I don't believe they reported that.
And another factor that you considered was the fact that in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, around 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., there were no taillight pieces found at that location? Zero? You consider that?
At what point?
On January 29th, in say 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m. Consider that?
Once we learned that there was damage to the defendant's right rear taillight, I could only consider at that point because I didn't know what I didn't know.
Right.
We don't know, we don't know. We work with the evidence that's presented and we develop the investigation.
And the evidence that was presented at that time, Sergeant, was a leaf blower was used to search the area, the exact area that you described for this jury as being the area around the fire hydrant, flagpole, where John's body was, and no taillight material was found at all in the first searches. You're aware of that, yes or no?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you're also aware that no taillight material was found until after that SUV was in Massachusetts State Police custody and sitting at the Sally Port in Canton. Correct?
I believe the first taillight piece was found after it was in our custody. I don't know the exact time. I'd have to see it.
When you talked to Brian Higgins, did you ask Brian Higgins about potentially seeing John's body when he left 34 Fairview and headed over to Canton PD?
Yes, I did.
You knew that at that time, say 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, there was about 0.2 of an inch of dusting of snow, correct? Very light.
At that point in time, there was a coating. I cannot speak to the amount of snow that was on the ground.
But Brian Higgins told you in that interview that he didn't see the body because it was hidden by a snowbank.
Objection.
Did he say that to you?
I don't have a memory of that, Your Honor.
May I approach you, Honor?
Yes.
Take a look at page 3, the highlighted portion, if you wouldn't mind. May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that Brian Higgins said something about a snowbank at the time when he left 34 Fairview?
He stated the reason he did not pay attention to the grass is he was concerned with his snowplow on his vehicle and was not paying attention to anything over the snowbank, just with the plow in front of him as he operated the vehicle.
And of course, you knew at the time, as a detective and an investigator, you knew at the time that with a dusting of snow, there is no snowbank. Right.
He mentioned plowing the driveway for the Alberts when he arrived, so there might have been coating and he was just plowing it and then creating a line. I cannot speak to how much snow was actually being plowed with the dusting that was on the ground. So there might have been a small snowbank. Again, he was referencing it. He was not paying attention to anything behind the snowbank, so behind it.
Snowbank being in the yard. Actually, he said the lawn.
Yeah, he's,
Sorry. He talked about the snowbank being in the lawn, not the driveway, correct? That's how he described it.
he said he was not paying attention anything past the snowbank being the lawn.
And did not pay too much attention to the lawn area behind the snowbank, correct?
Right, off to that area, right.
Did that raise any suspicions in your mind that Brian Higgins may have been being less than truthful with you?
No.
Getting back to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, you were also aware that Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, correct?
At one point, yes, we learned that.
And you knew that Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were friends with each other. Is that right?
We learned that as well, yes.
You've already indicated that you did not seek Brian Higgins' phone records. I may have asked you this, and if I did, I apologize. Did you seek Brian Albert's phone records or an extraction from his phone?
No, we did not.
Did you look at the entirety of the Waterfall video? Did you review the entirety of the Waterfall video when you first obtained it? Or have you looked at it since?
I have at one point or another viewed the entire video, yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this has already been marked as evidence, but I cannot read it. It's not my notes. Exhibit 22, I'm told.
Okay.
May we exhibit that for the, or present that for the jurors?
Yes.
And I'm asked to advance this to runtime 8:30 to about 11:08, so a couple of minutes with the court's permission.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play that. Can we pause it briefly, Mr. Wolk?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Can you please, if you can, point for the jurors whether or not you see Brian Higgins in that video?
I'll use the screen in front of me for initial indication. I believe that that is Brian Higgins right there.
Can you do me a favor, just so everybody has a perspective? Can you also point to him there? Okay.
There you go, right there. I believe that is Brian Higgins.
Okay. Do you see Brian Albert in that video?
I can't tell you exactly. Maybe if you run it a little bit longer, or zoom it in, I could possibly tell you. But from right here, right now, I cannot.
Sergeant, why don't we play this for a couple of seconds? And if you don't mind, if you get to a point where you recognize the person that you know as Brian Albert, could you just tell me to stop and I'll pause it?
Absolutely.
Let's go ahead and play it with the court's permission.
Sure.
Can you pause it?
Stop it.
Go ahead, Sergeant.
Brian Albert is the individual right there. Right there.
Can you describe what Brian Albert and, by the way, for the record, Your Honor, the witnesses indicated the person toward the left, right under the 2-9 on the chyron on top, the 29?
Yes.
Can you describe what you see the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, doing in this scene?
It looks like they are facing each other, possibly squaring off in a stance.
Can we go ahead and play this forward, please? Can we pause it? Sergeant, did you see either of the two men or both of them squaring off in what you would consider to be a fighting stance?
I guess it could be considered that. I would look more like rough housing. It's a couple of buddies messing around.
Not suggesting they were actually fighting, but a fighting stance.
Yeah, no, they were not. They were not fighting. No.
Go ahead and play it. Can you pause it? Sergeant, do you happen to see in this shot, just for orientation, do you see my client, Ms. Reed?
I'm sorry, I was paying attention to the two gentlemen.
That's fair. That's kind of an unfair question. Could you, if we play this a few more seconds, could you look around, scan around, and tell me if you see someone that you believe is my client?
Yes, I will try.
Let's go ahead and play. and pause it. Do you see anybody that looks like Ms. Reed?
Yes, I believe she's in top left, top right corner of the frame talking to Mr. O'Keefe and I believe two other gentlemen.
Long hair?
On your client?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this up to 11:08, please. Is that up to 11:08? Okay, thank you. We can take that one down briefly. This is, if we have the lights, thank you. Sergeant, this is at the Waterfall just before midnight on January 29th, 2022, correct? What you just saw.
That footage is from the Waterfall just before midnight on 28th.
I'm sorry, my mistake. On the January 28th, 2022.
Correct.
Going into midnight, January 29th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right. This would be just minutes before everyone headed out of the Waterfall and went back toward Fairview, correct?
Not everyone. The band didn't go to the Fairview.
Well, obviously, I'm not talking about the band or the bartenders. I'm talking about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, those folks. Correct?
It's before some of those individuals left the bar and headed to 34 Fairview.
If we could push to runtime 16:35, 17:22, while you're queuing that up, did you see, after I asked you the initial time about the stance that the two men were taking, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, did you see them continue to take what could be reasonably described as a fighting stance toward each other, even in jest?
They were squaring off and roughhousing, yeah.
Okay, what does squaring off mean?
Facing an opponent in like wrestling or a martial art, I guess.
Hands up?
Yes, squaring off, yeah.
You are former military
Yes,
and current law enforcement.
yes.
Is hand-to-hand fighting taught in both military and paramilitary organizations like law enforcement?
I had hand-to-hand combat training in the Marine Corps. I had defensive tactics in law enforcement capacity in the Marine Corps, federal, local, and state academies.
Are you aware that Brian Albert is former military?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I am aware that Brian Albert is former military.
And Brian Albert was also a Boston police officer.
I am aware of that as well, yes.
Are you aware that Brian Higgins was former military and a combat veteran?
Now I am, yes.
And are you aware that Brian Higgins, at the time this was taken, this video was taken, was also a federal law enforcement agent?
I was aware, yes, I was,
Okay.
yeah.
If we can go ahead and run at 16:35 to 17:22 with the court's permission.
Okay.
If you can pause it. Can you describe for the jurors what you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins doing in this footage?
Based on my understanding, it looks like he's giving him the Heimlich maneuver, or
As if
abdominal thrust, I guess. I don't know what he's doing.
Brian Albert's got his hands around Brian Higgins, correct?
That's what it looks like from here. I have no idea what he's doing.
Could it be described as wrestling or grappling?
I guess, yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Thank you. If we could take that down. During the course of reviewing this video, or the entirety of the video, not just the clips that you just reviewed, did you see where John O'Keefe was, generally speaking, relative to Brian Higgins and Brian Albert?
Throughout the entire time?
He wasn't standing still, I understand that, but generally, was he standing with them, or was he closer to the bar in the back of the video?
I believe after Mr. O'Keefe arrived and embraced a few people with hugs, I guess if I had to estimate, most of the time he was on the other side of the table, which would be closest to the bar area.
And after you saw Mr. O'Keefe walk in and greet everybody with salutations, did you ever see him interacting with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert throughout the evening again? On this video?
On this video, I did not know.
I'd like to play runtime, one more clip, Your Honor. Runtime 1915 to 1957, about 45 or 50 seconds. Can you pause it? Just to orient the jurors, can you see any individuals that you earlier described, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, any of those individuals in this clip as yet? Or do we need to play it a little further?
I would need you to play it a little bit further, please.
Is it possible, with the court's permission, to zoom in on the upper portion of the video? Okay. If you could center that just a little bit toward the right. Other way. There we go. Thank you. And if we could go ahead and play that from 1915 to about 1957. Pause it. Do you recognize the three people center screen now?
I really can't make it out. I would have to be assuming,
I don't want you to assume.
guessing. I can't make it out
Let's
to
play
identify each individual.
Let's play it forward if we can. One more time. At this point, go ahead and pause it. At this point, can you make out any individuals?
Yes.
Okay.
At this point, I can say that looks like Brian Higgins in the middle of the three gentlemen.
What is he wearing?
It looks like a hooded sweatshirt.
Okay. And the person to his, sorry, let's do it from your perspective or the juror's perspective. The person to the left of Brian Higgins.
I believe that's Brian Albert.
And the person to the right of Brian Higgins.
To the right from my perspective?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I believe that's Chris Albert, but I'm not positive. I'm not
Let's go ahead and
positive.
play it. Stop. Did you see Brian Higgins just do something?
I was not paying attention to his gesture. We have to replay that, please.
Does it appear he's looking a particular direction?
He is looking in a particular direction based on that frame, yes.
Is that toward the bar area?
It's in that direction. I don't know exactly where he's looking, whether he's looking at the bar, to the right of the bar. I can't tell from this.
Okay, okay. And John O'Keefe, you indicated earlier that John O'Keefe, that's where you saw him most of the video, toward the bar area, to the right of the bar.
If you scroll to push the screen to the right, I can tell you where Mr. O'Keefe is.
With the court's permission.
Yes.
Do you see Mr. O'Keefe in that group of people?
I cannot make him out. Could you play the video? Maybe he is behind an individual.
Let's go back to, if with the court's permission, I'd like to go back to the full video, and let's play it from here. Pause it. Could you see what was happening with Brian Higgins?
He was gesturing to someone. I was trying to see Mr. O'Keefe. We were talking about Mr. O'Keefe, so I apologize.
Understood. With the court's permission, could I play the video one more time with it focused on the other side of the bar?
Okay.
Thank you. Last time.
Can you tell me who to focus on, please,
Yes.
so I'm not looking for the wrong person?
Sure.
Thank you.
Pause it. Do you see John O'Keefe there?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you point to where he is for the jurors, please, on both televisions?
Mr. O'Keefe is right there wearing the sweatshirt, multi-tone gray sweatshirt with the hood on it and his hat.
And
this
on the other TV?
right
Okay.
there. He's appears to be at the bar paying the bill.
Okay. With this perspective, could we just go ahead and play that, the 30 or 45 seconds one more time? But please focus on Mr. O'Keefe. Pause it. Do you see where Mr. O'Keefe is looking at this point?
Yes.
Where is he looking? What direction?
Well, from this vantage point, it looks like he's looking to the left on the screen at the individual he appears to be conversing with.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Pause it. And what about now?
Same individual.
Okay.
He's still engaged in conversation.
Pause it. And what about now?
He's taking a sip of beer
Right. Which direction is he looking?
in the same direction.
Okay. Go ahead and play. And go ahead and pause it. We could go back out to the full screen. At this point, does it appear in the video that Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Chris Albert have all left the bar?
There's someone standing across the table from Mr. O'Keefe to his rear. I don't know who that is, so I can't testify to that. The others have left.
Given this perspective, now that we've seen both of them zoomed, do you have an opinion as to whether or not it appeared that Mr. Higgins was gesturing toward John O'Keefe just before he left the bar?
Given this perspective, he might have been. I don't know who he was gesturing at.
Okay. We can have the lights up. We'll take that down. I want to change gears for a second. Let me ask one more series of questions, if I could, Sergeant. What we've just seen was literally Brian Albert, Brian Higgins leaving Waterfall to go to a different location. What was the location they were headed to? based on your investigation?
They were heading to 34 Ferry Road.
And shortly thereafter, who else followed to go over to 34 Fairview?
I'm sorry, you said Chris Albert?
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't, okay.
Nope.
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, they went to 34 Fairview, and then Mr. O'Keefe also traveled there.
Thank you. I want to shift gears, if I could, to another video. Did you review certain ring videos, specifically relative to One Meadows, the outdoor ring video servicing the carport area?
Yes, I have reviewed those videos.
If we could, Your Honor, just a moment. This has previously been marked as 12A. If we could, with the court's permission, zoom in on the Chevy Traverse in the upper left-hand, the vehicle in the upper left-hand corner of the video.
Okay.
Pause it. Just go ahead and zoom in on the upper left-hand corner. Okay. Go ahead and play. Pause. Did you see anything happen with the left rear tire of the other car in the driveway?
Which car are you talking about?
The highlighted portion, the parked car, which is the left rear tire that's zoomed in on.
I wasn't paying attention to the tire. Can you play it again, please?
With the court's permission?
Okay.
Let's try that one more time. Pause it. Okay, you can take that down. Did you see anything happen with that left rear tire of the Chevy Traverse?
Based on that video, it appears there might have been movement there.
Last year, and you've seen this video several times, correct?
I have.
You saw it during the course of your investigation, not just in the course of proceedings, correct?
Right.
Last year, you indicated that you observed the vehicle, Miss Reed's vehicle, come near Mr. O'Keefe's car. Which one in that video was Mr. O'Keefe's car?
The Chevy Traverse.
And that would be the car that was parked and static, not moving, correct?
Correct.
Having seen this, do you still believe that the SUV came near the Chevy Traverse, or do you believe it struck the Chevy Traverse?
With the clarity of that video, there is a lot of movement in the shot. Not with great certainty. It appeared that there was movement of the tire, but I cannot say with 100% certainty that there was movement.
You can't say with 100% certainty that that tire literally shifted and wiggled upon some sort of an impact.
Based on the video, there appeared to have been movement.
Okay. You had this video for the first 3 years of your investigation. You had this video very early on, correct?
That's correct.
And for the first several years of your investigation, did you either deny, well, let me ask it this way. Was it your assessment that the SUV did not contact that Chevy Traverse?
My assessment with the totality of it all was that based on the video, there was no damage that occurred to either vehicle at that point in time.
That wasn't my question, Sergeant. My question was your assessment that there was no contact between the two vehicles? Is that what you assessed during the course of your investigation?
I did not assess that there was no contact, no.
Even as recently as last year, you testified in another proceeding that the SUV came close to the Chevy Traverse, correct?
Yes, I said there's a lot of movement in that shot. It's difficult to tell if there was more for me to observe and push that certainty level up. I would have testified differently.
As you've seen the video enhanced, zoomed in on, do you wish to amend that testimony from last year?
Ask it differently.
Sure. Given what you've just seen, what is your testimony now about whether or not that SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
There is movement of the tire. There is movement.
Of the tire. Could be an earthquake, could be someone standing there pushing the car. I'm asking you, based on what you just saw in this video, do you believe that the SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
Logically speaking, the two vehicles had to have come into contact for the tire to move.
They have to have collided, correct?
At a slow speed, yes.
Which area of the SUV collided with the Chevy Traverse? The front, the rear?
It appears from the video it's the right rear area of the Lexus SUV that comes into contact with the Traverse.
What time was this video taken?
I believe that is at 5:07 a.m., if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Sergeant. I want to change gears again, if I could, and ask you about a dog. You're aware that the Alberts, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, had a dog that they named Chloe on on January 28th, 29th of 2022, correct?
Objection. I'll allow the question. Were you aware of that?
At what point in time, sir?
January 28th, 29th, that area.
Was I aware that they owned a dog on January 28th or 29th?
No. Are you aware now that on January 28th or 29th, they owned a dog? There was a dog in the house.
Now I am aware, yes.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, you learned that, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, did you also become aware that the Alberts got rid of their family dog?
Objection. I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Sure.
All right, then. Chloe rears her ugly head. Poor Chloe. Come here. Did you hear us talking about dogs and figured you had to chime in? This is going to be interesting because we're going to, I think, find out whether or not this witness, Mr. Sergeant Bukhenik, knew about the dog's propensities for biting, whether he knew that the dog had been rehomed at or about the same time, the 28th and 29th of January on 2022. Very interesting. Did you notice when they first asked the question referencing Chloe that there was kind of a half smile, a knowing smile by Officer Bukhenik, and then he immediately went for his water, or as some people suggest, vodka. I don't know, just something out there. So as if, I knew this was coming, and I can't wait to see how he avoids it. If the judge doesn't help him avoid it, I don't know why it's not proper cross-examination material. This dog is obviously critical in this case. The injuries to John O'Keefe's arm caused by a dog or not critical in this case. So let's find out what this Domino is upset because he thinks I'm maligning Chloe. Sorry, I'm not. I'm just talking about the dog. So it's going to be interesting to see if the judge cuts this thing off at its proverbial knees, because what everybody knew about Chloe and when Chloe was there and wasn't there, and its propensity is critical to this case. And the judge really has a lot of control here, whether she makes an error in decision making or not. She has a lot of control in determining how far into the Chloe factor we get. I got a question for you, and we'll talk about this in the end of day recap when Linda joins again. But this whole play fighting thing, and we've been gathering. Diz pointed out the microdots enhancements, I'll call them, of the video from the bar. So I think we may play a couple of those again and talk about them. Again, microdots comes from a very specific perspective. They are very pro Karen Read. We're looking at it just for what it is. They've manipulated, I shouldn't say manipulated, they've edited the video, slowed it down, pushed in, not manipulated or changed it in any way other than how we get to see it tighter or weak or wider and slower or faster. But interesting to see the dynamic between everybody in the bar at the Waterfall at or about the time they were kind of getting ready to leave. I'm not one that thinks that this play fighting, this slap fighting, this, or as I call it in the Latin, grabicus assicus, it doesn't do much for me. It doesn't, in my mind, say, ha ha, these guys were practicing and again, it was Brian Higgins and Brian Albert. These guys were practicing what they were going to do to Officer John O'Keefe. I just think they're screwing around. You know, is there just a certain body type that's required to be in that area? And, you know, they're kind of middle height, slightly heavier guys. I mean, they all just have very similar body types. I don't know if it comes with the lifestyle, the region, I don't know, but it makes it harder when you're talking about, you know, which guy's in the two-tone sweatshirt. But so what if they're playing grab ass? So what? It doesn't do anything for me. So we'll look at that again with the microdots. Then we'll also look at that exchange toward the end when they're leaving, and you have Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Chris Albert. They're in that little 3-pack, and there is an arm grab, getting somebody's attention, and then there's a look and a pointing back toward the main part of the bar by Brian Higgins. And if we look to the other side of the video and it's pushed in, we see that's at or about where Officer John O'Keefe is. He's paying the bill, having the last couple of pops from his beer. And so that connection, okay, I'm not saying it didn't happen. It's not 100% sure, but it kind of looks like that's what's going on. That, you know, it's kind of like Higgins is like this, and O'Keefe's looking in his direction, doesn't really respond. He just has his beer and he's kind of looking off in that general direction. Is that a calling out? Like, let's take this outside. I mean, what is that? Is it anything? Is it, hey, we're going over to 34 Fairview. Come on, you should come with us. Come on, let's go. And if that's true, is it because he's going to ambush the guy, or he and his buddies, Albert and Albert, are going to ambush him when he gets over there? That's the leap that you have to make if you believe the defense position on this. I just don't know if it's that obvious. It's interesting. It's possible. It could be. And because the defense doesn't have to prove shit, maybe it's helpful. It certainly doesn't do anything for the prosecution in their need to prove their case. It doesn't create any sort. If you see Karen Read with John O'Keefe at or about that time, they're near one another, kind of wrapping up. As you can see, they're about ready to go. She stands by him when he's at the register or paying and having his last beer. She's right there. There's nothing suggesting they've got issues at that moment. So I don't know. I think it's interesting to see this stuff because remember, this is literally within half an hour of whatever happened to John O'Keefe happening, either inside the house or outside the house. And so just to see those last moments of anybody's life, knowing what is to come, always fascinating. I just don't know if it gets me to any conclusion, especially in terms of the prosecution. Doesn't really answer all the questions in terms of the defense argument either, but doesn't matter. They don't have to prove anything. It just doesn't. It's interesting. Just doesn't get me there. I'd like to. Am I missing something here? You guys figure this out, and I'm just a moron. I'm not getting it. I just don't know if there's enough there to do more than lead to more questions. All right. And then they show you got to love the video at 5:07. I mean, there's no doubt, what is happening there. And yet, Yuri Bukhenik, he's a tough nut here. Yeah, it looks like maybe the wheel moved. Okay, well, doesn't that suggest then that there was contact between the two vehicles? Well, yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe if you look at that, and then would you agree that it looks like it's the right rear part of the vehicle that that is being driven by Karen Reed that strikes the parked vehicle, which we've identified as John O'Keefe's Traverse? Well, yeah, I guess maybe it would be. Man, it sure is. You ever have a friend that's like, boy, it sure is light outside. They go, well, it's not all that light. There's cloud cover, and they will not give you an inch on anything. That's Bukhenik. Is it by design? Is it by personality? Is it because he's got some nefarious intention here that he feels he has to continue to protect not only his investigation, but that guy? What's that guy's name? I can't remember it. He works in the office. Used to work there. Proctor. Yeah, Proctor. Is he trying to cover for him? Because as Karen Reed said yesterday to me, anything he does as his supervisor that makes Proctor look bad just comes right back on Yuri Bukhenik because he's the supervisor, right? So it's an interesting way to see somebody testify. Talk about damned if you do, damned if you don't. That's the position he's in. I don't feel sorry for him. That's just a fact. I always wonder when I see this kind of testimony, what's been told to him by his higher ups, by those in the Massachusetts State Police or higher, those in the DA's office, those in a position to make this guy's life a living hell, or reward him based on performance. I don't know. Just seems to me that there are forces outside of that courtroom that can have an effect on what he says inside that courtroom. And as this case continues to unfold and the Proctor factor continues to reveal itself in whatever way that it does, it makes you just wonder, Proctor, he's done. It's over. But is this guy going to be investigated? Because if he's the supervisor of the guy fired for his investigation in this case, doesn't he bear some responsibility? Oh, that's right. He got 5 vacation days taken away. That's a joke. So long after this case is over, I'm sure, once the dust has settled and everybody's gone their way, whether there's a conviction or not, something will happen. This guy will either be rewarded or penalized, but it'll all be under the carpet. I don't expect to see him removed from his job. Okay, let's go back in and see where they get on this Chloe factor.
I think I forgot where I left off. May I, Your Honor? Thank you. Sergeant, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you learn that the Albert family had gotten rid of the dog named Chloe?
So we know he won this one.
We learned that they no longer cared for the dog. I don't know if get rid of is accurate.
Well, they don't have it anymore, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you call it?
Giving it up for adoption, I guess? I don't know. I'm not a pet owner.
Or what if they didn't give it up for adoption?
I'm sorry?
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
Rehomed, I guess.
Okay. So it's no longer with them, right?
Correct. They no longer own the dog.
Okay, so they got rid of it. It's like you get rid of a car, right? Right?
You can get rid of a car, yeah.
Okay. And you can get rid of a dog. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, you can get rid of a dog, yes.
Okay. At some point during the course of your investigation, did you find out that the Albert family got rid of Chloe?
We learned that they no longer owned Chloe, yes.
Okay. When did you learn that?
I cannot tell you exactly. I can tell you when we looked into it officially.
When did you look into it officially?
I traveled to the dog's home and assisted with identifying the dog and investigating that animal.
Okay. What documentation did you use to identify that animal?
It was veterinary records. It
I want to stop you there. Veterinary records from whom? From the Albert family? When they,
I did not get any veterinary records from the Albert family.
the veterinary records that you did get were veterinary records that had been utilized with the Albert name? Where were these veterinary records?
The veterinary records were with the vet that's caring for the dog and also owns the dog now.
Okay.
And those records also had been dated prior to when the dog was owned by the Alberts.
Okay. So other than some veterinary records that, and by the way, the dog's not even named Chloe, correct?
The new owners renamed the dog, yes.
Cora?
That's correct. Yes.
And the new owners did not get that dog from Brian and Nicole Albert, did they?
No, they did not.
They got it from a separate person. Is that right?
That is correct.
Separate person named Riley?
That's her last name, yes.
And did this person Riley have any records showing purchase of Chloe or adoption of Chloe from the Alberts?
No.
You did write a report about the newest owner of this animal, this dog, correct?
I documented my trip to the location and the steps I took and services I provided in the investigation.
And in that report, you omitted the name of the new owner?
I'm not sure.
Did you omit the location of where you actually came in contact with this animal?
You're going to have to show me my report. I don't remember.
Yes.
Okay, I apologize about that.
No problem.
I'm the one slowing us down just a little bit. May I approach?
Yes.
Did this, reviewing your report, refresh your recollection as to whether or not the new owner's identifying information is in this report?
It did.
And is that information in the report?
No, it is not.
You've got, there are some veterinary records that you supplied along with your report, correct?
Yes.
That you gathered?
I'm sorry, what was
That you
it?
gathered along while you were doing this?
Yes, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
If you'll take a look at those 4 documents. Do those appear to be the veterinary records that you gathered related to this animal?
Yes, it does.
Do any of those records, any of the veterinary records, the 4 pages that you're holding, even include the name Cora or the name of the new owner?
I browsed through it, and no, it does not appear that Cora or the new owner are included in any of these 4 pages.
May I approach?
Yes.
You don't have any transfer records for Chloe, correct?
All the records that are provided by the owner.
I'm going to go through a series of questions, Sergeant. If you can answer it yes or no, that might make it go a little faster. You don't have any transfer records, correct?
I would know what it looks like. That's why it's even quicker me telling you that that's all the records that I have.
Okay. I want an answer to my question. You
Okay.
don't have any transfer records.
I don't know what a transfer record would look like, so
the
I
answer
can't.
is no.
I don't know.
Okay. You don't have any rehoming records.
I don't know.
You don't have any purchase records.
I don't know.
The only records you do have are those 4 pages of veterinary records that don't have the name Cora and don't have the new owner's name. Correct?
That's correct.
You would agree, shifting gears for a second, that timely report writing obviously is an important aspect of any investigation, correct?
It is important, but we can only write reports as feasibly and possibly we're capable of doing. Sometimes investigations are rapid, so you can't write a report. You take notes, and some time goes by before you actually document the information on an official report. The information's there, it's gathered, it's maintained by the investigator, it's shared, it's acted on at times, but the official reports might take some time to write.
So obviously, if you're, like you said, things are fast moving in an investigation, it might be that you interview a witness on a Tuesday, you're super busy on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it might be Friday before you can even sit down and draft a report about that interview that you did on Tuesday, correct?
Different circumstances dictate differently.
That would be completely normal.
Yes, it is.
But most of the time, it's best practices, and you're taught, and you teach your subordinates, that it's best practices to reduce to writing and memorialize a report as close in time to the event in question that's being memorialized as you can, right? Obviously, perfect world.
In a perfect world, we'd write it as it's happening.
Are you aware that more than 20 official police reports in this case were not recorded for more than 100 days from the time that the event in question was done, was being memorialized?
I did not know the exact date and delay.
Are you aware that there are 11 reports that are more than 300 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I was not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 3 reports that are more than 400 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 4 reports that are more than 500 days from the time of the event that's being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that the longest delay of any report in this investigation was 581 days?
I am not aware of that, no.
You became aware early on in your investigation of 2 individuals named Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon, correct?
They are witnesses, yes.
both Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon, you learned, were outside 34 Fairview in the early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
We did learn within our investigation at some point, yes.
And you learned, Sergeant, very early on in that investigation because you interviewed Ryan Nagel in February of 2022. It was just days after the event, correct?
I'm not sure of the exact date.
Obviously, as you just said, you became aware that Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon were witnesses in your homicide investigation, important witnesses, you'd agree, correct?
They were witnesses.
You learned that they arrived at the house at 34 Fairview sometime after Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived and pulled up behind their parked SUV, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure, you learned that where they fit into the investigative puzzle is that they pulled up behind Karen Reed's SUV when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview. They pulled up sometime after that and pulled up right behind them, correct?
That's not correct.
What is not correct about that?
They arrived simultaneously. Karen Reed took a right onto Fairview. They yielded to them and followed towards 34 Fairview, stopping at the driveway as Karen Reed proceeded further up.
Did you listen to the testimony in this case up to this point?
No.
There's a sequestration order, correct? Correct?
Yes, yes.
Which means you can't listen to the testimony of witnesses, eyewitnesses who are testifying in front of these jurors. Is that
Correct,
correct?
yes.
You don't know how witnesses have testified from that witness box in front of these jurors, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay. So your information is that they pulled up simultaneously, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you just testified?
That's my memory from what the the interview produced.
You certainly knew that there were eyewitnesses to the condition and the location of Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes, yes, from their interviews, yes.
And you also are aware that they would have been in a position to see the occupants of Miss Reed's SUV as they were behind it and then pulled around it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you become aware that they were in a position behind the SUV and as they pull around it, they could still see the SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
You knew what potential role they played in your investigation as eyewitnesses, correct? Generally?
When we interviewed them, when we learned of their existence, when we interviewed them, we collected information based on their recollection.
Okay. My question was, you're aware that they had a certain perspective as it relates to the SUV that night, the early morning hours, right?
Based on their interviews, they had a perspective with the brake light being on constantly.
I'm not asking you what they said. I'm asking you if during the course of your investigation you learned that Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon had a perspective. They were eyewitnesses to certain things. As
Yes.
relative to the SUV, right?
Yes.
You instructed your subordinate, Michael Proctor, to interview those witnesses in August of 2022, correct?
I'm not sure when they were interviewed. I don't have a memory of instructing him to go interview them.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Take a look at that document and tell me if you, why don't you just tell me if that, whether or not that refreshes your recollection as to communications you had with Michael Proctor specifically. Thank you, Sergeant. Does that refresh your recollection as to a conversation, or I'm sorry, a communication that you had with Michael Proctor?
Unfortunately, it does not. I will take the document at face value. I do not have a memory of having these communications, but I will take the document if it's authentic and it is true and accurate that it took place. But I do not have a memory of sending these text messages.
Yes.
Also, my name's misspelled in there. Is that from the extraction, or where is that from?
Couldn't tell you. Wasn't me.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I can't take credit for that. Thank you. Thanks. If your memory is not refreshed about that particular communication, do you remember in general communicating with Michael Proctor about interviewing Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson?
I do not know. I'm sorry.
Would that have been something that you would have found important relatively early on in the investigation? Now, these are eyewitnesses. Let's get them interviewed.
Yes, it is important to interview anyone that's an eyewitness. Sometimes it takes longer because are you listening? I'm sorry.
Thanks.
You asked the question. I just wanted to answer.
I know the answers to my own questions. Go ahead.
Okay. So while we want to interview every eyewitness, sometimes an important fact is already detailed and witnessed by another witness. So in this situation, we had already interviewed one of the occupants, the one that was driving, the one that had the observed the events taking place, and we asked him if we were going to talk to the other two, would they have the same recollection, observations? Did they leave the vehicle to go in the house at all? Anything like that? Anything different? So that's...
Okay, so it would be important, obviously, to interview witnesses in a timely manner.
In some instances, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you remember when Trooper Proctor actually interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and... I'm sorry, when Michael Proctor interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson?
I do not have a memory of that, no. I'm sure a report would indicate when.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I may have misspoken. Sergeant, take a look at that. I thought that was a report from somebody else. It's a report from you, actually. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to when Ricky D'Antonio was actually interviewed.
Yes, this report, authored by me, was states that on Saturday, September 2nd, he was interviewed.
What year?
2023.
So that would have been a year and a half later, correct?
Yes.
Do you believe that's a timely report, or rather a timely interview for an eyewitness, the gravity of which is described in the report?
We again, perfect ideal world scenario, it would be quicker.
So that would be, no excuses, I'm not throwing bars, but that would be untimely, correct? Year and a half later?
We do the best we can.
You indicated that your memory was that the cars arrived simultaneously. That's a interview with Ricky D'Antonio. Do you see the highlighted portion?
I see it.
Ricky D'Antonio actually told you that the car was
Objection.
parked, correct?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Yes, can I see that, please?
All right. So the overall impression he's leaving, of course, Jackson is leaving with this witness, is that you guys were in a hurry. No real hurry to get the witness statements. No real hurry to get the details. No real hurry to get in the facts. Why would that be? Could it be because you already had what you needed to pursue the narrative that you had to get to the right person? Hi, Linda Kenny Bodden.
Hello, and while I'm gone, Michael O'Brien, before you get there, I just want to thank Blessed Mom in Texas, a member for 3 months. Wow, love this channel, Free Karen Reed, FTB much. And then if I was Bukhenik, I'd be reading the hand sign. Okay, Madeira Beach caregiver, again, you're back again, Madeira Beach. Yes, I can't wait for you to come to New York when you're, you do God's work with the duties you do that you mentioned last night on our show. Thank you again so much for that. I don't see a notification option for a live stream tonight because we're going to do a recap today at 4 and give Missy the night off, Madeira Beach. We have to care for Missy a little bit. She's been so busy doing artwork and all. And then you also followed up with another donation for you. This is all funding you, Michael. So when you do eventually go to jail, the Who Scout for violating the act, I don't see. Maybe the Fed should do a LiDAR type search of Albert's filled in swimming pool. I just really want all the evidence, etc. I'm not sure that's true that it was filled in because when you look at the real estate listings, it talks about the pool being one of the advantages to buying the house. So
yeah, I think one of the pools. I think there's some confusion about which pool was filled in, but and I don't think, not that I'm an expert on LiDAR, but
she has a point. They should have been done. They should have done a LiDAR search right Madeira Beach at the time those pieces were found.
I don't know that LiDAR would work. Just a thought on my part. I think maybe ground penetrating radar, but LiDAR I don't think is penetrating. I think it's more 3D type scanning. But
yeah.
Point taken.
Point taken. Good point taken. Right. Look, we're going back. So I came right at the time.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Isn't it true that when you interviewed Ricky D'Antono, he indicated that upon their arrival at home, 34 Fairview,
Alan has won almost every objection
SUV
to that.
was parked in front of the home facing up towards Chapman Street. That's what he told me, correct?
That's what the report indicates for Ricky's interview, yes.
And in fact, you wrote this report based on Ricky's interview.
I wrote that report, yes.
Thank you. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
To making a count while we're dealing with that. Thank you again for your donation. What do you think AJ is writing when he hear his ASMR scribbles at the podium, at the lectern, I should say, following his answered questions, although now I understand they're being used interchangeably. He's either scratching it off or whatever.
Why don't we come to sidebar, no from the floor?
Okay, so they're going to go to sidebar. But he's either scratching the question off or he's writing a follow-up or writing an answer or something. He's doing whatever he thinks is important. For his notes, we all do it differently. Michael Bryant, I'm back. I didn't know. Oh, you're writing your notes. I didn't know. I have a room rater of 1010 pineapple because I got a a 10 on room rater. I didn't know this had another meaning, that people are advising us that if you have a pineapple, it's like having a bowl full of keys. I can't hear you, but I can see dominoes.
I don't have a pineapple. I just have a bowl full of keys. So I'm not sure what. Does this mean I have a pineapple? I don't know.
I don't know. Mine says roommater,
it's a whole different world you crazy people have. Yeah, hey, before I forget, let me thank Joey Kane for the very generous donation through, I believe it was through our PayPal link, $150 for the cause. Oh. For the effort, and we definitely appreciate that.
Joey does all those, did all the wiffle ball, all that stuff.
Yes, and I see him active in the chat, and I appreciate that. And so I think somewhere in our paperwork is all the different apps and things that we use, and we appreciate that, Joey. So yeah, and I just see a new one here. Oh, there, Jacqueline Mitchell, new member. Thank you so much. Yeah. And I've actually posted a couple of her astute comments. So welcome.
Yeah. And while you're talking about astute comments, all of you should hit the, my job is always to hit the like, subscribe, no matter. We're not going anywhere yet, but
hey, look there's an empty seat. That's the Paul O'Keefe seat. Look at this, and go to the top row there, and you see there's Ms. Rex, I don't know who that is sitting next to her. And then you see a man behind her. That's Tim, who I interviewed yesterday from outside the courthouse. He's with I can't remember. It's the Canton Daily News, Canton. It's a Canton media organization, and he's been. Notice how they're letting him stand. Remember, there was that up and down thing. Nobody could stand anymore after they had the whole seating arrangement or rearrangement. But apparently now maybe you can stand again. Anyway, he was there either in that position or similar for all of trial number 1, and now he's back for trial number 2, and reserving some of his opinions as of yesterday about how they compare. So.
Speaking of comparisons, when I left at lunchtime, is quite apparent to me with all the tweeting at the Massachusetts State Police and all the complaints about Yuri Bukhenek's how he testified this morning with his tude. Okay, that's a word, a slang word on the internet for attitude. Okay, because he's really familiar with slang words now. He seemed to have a station house readjustment or adjustment, as we say in the biz this afternoon. You
think he had a talking to?
I think he had a talking to, and I don't think it was a talking to by Hank Brennan. I have to tell you, because I think Hank Brennan is one who set out the whole idea, because we've seen it with all the witnesses about, you don't give Jackson an inch, but you remain in that calm and stalwart. But I think that he's going to listen to somebody higher up in his shall we say, the state police, and I think that he had a talking to, because you don't have that change in his,
especially as this
unless
goes
you've been
on,
spoken to.
it was more important for me to talk to the lawyers about scheduling, to give you some idea on how we're doing. I can tell you that everybody's in agreement that we are right on schedule, so we're not behind schedule. Optimistically, maybe we're still a little bit ahead, but we are on schedule for many purposes. Monday, I'm going to ask you all to come in at 10. So we'll start at 10 o'clock on Monday, and we will go a full day Monday. We'll leave every day next week, we'll use a full day. So we will see you next week. Those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use, and have a great weekend. See you Monday at 10. Sergeant, we'll leave that.
That suggests to me that they're going to have some law in motion Monday morning.
The Sally Port
to the jury.
The Sally Port issue. You know that. Come on, tell us what it is.
I mean, that's what we know. They didn't dabble in it today. In fact, kind of, I'm sure Alan Jackson's not happy they ended with a whimper today rather than some sort of big, moment. But it got kind of derailed with the most recent sidebar. So, yeah, I mean, that's the only big chunk that is left that is certainly going to be an issue. And this is the first time properly, I think, that the judge said, you guys come in at 10. We'll get started at 10, because she's told them.
All right, so Monday we'll start with the jury at 10. If you need me before 10, please let people know so that we can deal with anything we can beforehand. I'll be here before 10. So, all right, we'll see you on Monday. Thank you.
So it's not planned. Interestingly, it's not planned. It's just, let's have a delayed start. Maybe because she thinks I think every case but one day, they did not have a sidebar before the jury was able to get to their places in the courtroom. So I don't know. Maybe she's planning ahead. Thinks there's going to be a big fight about something, and maybe that was this recent sidebar led her to believe that's a possibility. So anyway, I think that's the smart thing. You're always going to have issues. Why not just let the jury sleep in, or grab a bagel or whatever they need to do and get there refreshed at 10, and then go to work rather than get there at 9 and then twiddle their thumbs while they're doing very important work in the courthouse. Anyway, so I got a couple of big moments. Oh, this is our recap show and our end show.
Right. And Monday's going to be epic, and I won't be on with you, but it's going to be epic Monday with this whole fight with the Sally Port. Epic.
Yeah. So let's tease Monday at this point. You're on assignment. So we're going to have, I'm working out the details here, but have a special guest, a special Cantonite guest in the 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock range for whatever the lunch break is. And then Offie Patterson will be joining at 6 o'clock to do our recap show. So Offie Patterson, Los Angeles defense attorney. We've had her on before. She was one of my favorites at Long Crime to have on. She's got some unspoken riz, I think. You know, she comes across as a little.
Bob Bianchi's going to be upset with that. Somebody else is stealing his riz.
Did he trademark that? I'm not sure. Anyway, so that'll be Monday night while you're doing your on assignment, and then we'll roll into the rest of the week. What do you think? I guess it depends on if the Sallyport video becomes a major bone of contention, and then the question becomes, is it going to come in and be explored or not? Totally affects the total presentation time for not just this witness, but for the prosecution.
Well, I think obviously they're planning all day on Yuri. If not, they're going to bring in. I think the next witness they have to do something with regard to the neurosurgeon in Florida, and then are they going to end on the children, John O'Keefe's children, because we had the order that was.
They did already. Yeah, that gives us a heads up that it should be coming, and that's going to be a rock kicking day, as we say in the business, because they're not allowing even audio.
Right.
So it's going to be shut off. The switch will be clicked off. So I can't imagine the testimony is very long. It's probably going to focus around that morning of the 29th, the phone calls made from, of course, we're not supposed to know the kids' names but we know who they are. The phone call that was made that initiated the contact between Jennifer McCabe and Karen Reed, or vice versa, technically, through one of the kids. So, so that'll be dark. I don't know. I don't think I'm ending on that. If I'm the prosecution, those certainly aren't going to be my final witnesses, right?
Oh, who is going to be who was the final witnesses last time? I don't remember. Does anyone in our chat remember who the final witnesses are last time? Where you're looking at. So we'll see about that. But woo, that's all I can say. So an interesting bit of testimony we hadn't heard. Chloe is now Cora.
That is, and that incenses me. I don't get, I'm annoyed a lot and disappointed a lot, but the poor dog. That's just mean to give a dog that's 7 years old. Does that sound right? A new name. Don't dogs have enough problems? Now you're going to give the dog a new name that it has to learn and respond to. Why would you do that? Why can't the dog just be Chloe with another family?
Jackson's suggesting is implanting the seed that they don't really have any evidence that Chloe is now Cora, that they've got unsigned vet reports, there's no DNA. He's kind of planting the seed that Chloe was rehomed, but maybe.
Well, we know it's rehomed. That was acknowledged. Buchanan said, rehomed. They started dancing around what word to use. Dumped, gotten rid of, whatever you want to call it. That's not a dispute. The new name, though, I think it I don't know who it makes look worse, the new family or the old family. But I just don't get it.
I don't know. I think now maybe in this, it's not in dispute that the Alberts don't have under the basis of supposedly rehomed, but the question is, what does rehomed mean? All right, because Jackson's raising the possibility that they don't have the right dog, in case they want to go into that bite mark issue later on. He's raising the possibility. Dogs are microchipped. Tubi's microchipped. All of my dogs for decades have been microchipped. It's very easy when a dog is microchipped to tell the registered who's the right dog. But apparently, I'm gathering. Because we would have heard that the dog wasn't microchipped. So is Cora really Chloe?
Ooh, interesting. And probably a distinction without a difference, but it also brings up, it calls into question this whole, I didn't know anyway, that Bukhenik was the one who went to Vermont to find Cora and was there at the time of the mold impressions that were done. So he's probably the best witness to testify about the rehoming, at least where and when and right.
Yeah, but they didn't get no one got the dog from the Alberts. It was like
and there was no transfer record,
right? And then to
whatever that is,
and then to somebody named Riley, to a vet, then to somebody named Riley.
That was the third party. What is this? Is this some dog? Underground Railroad kind of system. They take the dog, they disappear the dog, and then a third party is the mule that moves the dog to a new family. I've never heard of such a thing. You're just getting rid of the dog because it has been violent, isn't working with your family, was involved in a crime, whatever the reason. You're just getting rid of the dog. I didn't realize it was so complicated. You got to bring a third party in, and then they're putting the dog in the dog witness protection program. You know, they're changing the name, changing the location to give the dog a new job. I mean, it just seems way too much unless there's a lot to hide. I don't understand this.
Very interesting. So I was listening while you were on today. You have a lot to talk about. There was a lot happening, including the fact that it's clear that Bukhenik did honor the sequestration order. That's the one thing he did honor, because maybe
Yeah,
not too many
sounds
people
like
are told. Because what he said the testimony of the two witnesses would be is different, because they didn't pull up simultaneously. There was a gap. Remember?
And
there was a gap.
And remember that Ricky was not even, he hasn't been a witness. He was identified as the driver with Miss Maxon, but he didn't testify.
Right.
So all of that about who was jockeying, I should have done a little video of that when I was there this week, because it's very easy to see how that vehicle interaction took place if you're on that Cedar Crest Road that Fairview dead ends into, because you just give way and one car follows the other 2 houses to the location. And so
but maybe there was a delay. Maybe he let him go, and then there was a delay. You know,
I guess.
She goes up, she stops. Yeah, enough of a delay that John O'Keefe could get out. John O'Keefe can come out of the car and go into the house, because he wasn't in the car and he wasn't on the lawn. So
that would be odd. I mean, it would just be odd in terms of the normal process of, you know, basically flashing your lights and waving a car through, which is what allegedly Ricky did, so that Karen Reed, who had missed the street, had to do her 3-point turn and come back, and then for her it's a right, for him it's a left onto Fairview. But to let her go and then just sit there just doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah. So.
Thank you, Blessed in Texas. Yes, the rant artwork. Missy worked so hard on that. She had like 7 different things, and I'm glad you all voted. And I didn't tell you which one I liked. I liked the one you all picked. That was my favorite, you know. So thank you for noticing it. You know, Missy and all of our mods and everybody here who help us. We have to thank. We can't thank them enough.
Yeah. Speaking of that, we have you know, a couple of the microdot productions, I will call them. I mentioned that we would try and use because it displays the Waterfall bar interactions. I've just talked about how I'm not as hopped up on how important that stuff is as others have become. You know, that it's some sort of, now we're play fighting because this is what we're going to do to John O'Keefe, and then we're, you know, waving to have him, you know, make sure you come with us, make sure you come. We're going over to 34 Fairview. And then there's the text at 20 after that's been stipulated to, in which there's a question sent to John O'Keefe. Are you coming? Are you here? I don't make as much out of that as a lot of people seem to. So we're going to get into that with the microdots enhanced versions. And I've said, you know, disagree if you'd like, but we're not saying we promote whatever they're promoting in these videos, because they're very much the pro Karen Reed contingent. We're just taking advantage of, and they've been very nice to let us use these. The fact that it pushes in at the right spots, slows down, and gives us a much better view of the interaction than even we saw in court. I mean, they tried in court.
Richie's been very nice to let us have access to them, use them. And he was apparently a friend of John O'Keefe's, from what I've read. So, you know, it sounds like he wants truth and justice too. But, you know, Michael, I didn't understand the importance the first time, because the first time we didn't have the whole text history of Higgins and Reed read. Remember, Lowley read some of them, and the defense didn't put them all in, and I guess they decided that was a mistake. But, you know, when we look at the whole text, and I think I sent you the chronology that was posted, that Karen went over to Higgins' place on the 19th, and then after that, she ghosted him, stopped responding.
Yeah, it sounds like there might have been an intimate moment, and maybe somebody was less satisfied than the other, and it sounded like Higgins continued pursuit or didn't cut her off anyway, and she ghosted him.
Yeah, she ghosted him. Right.
So let's assume that's the setup. Let's assume.
Okay. So then on the 28th, that's the night. You know, the next morning is when something happens to John O'Keefe. On the 28th, Higgins is in the Waterfall. Karen and John are there. There's no interaction, and Higgins.
And he sends a text like, "What does he say? What's up?" or something.
Well. Okay. And then
this is
responded to
5 days after the ghosting.
This is 5 days after the
23rd was the ghosting. So it's 5 days later. Okay, so he's been stewing. He's been stewing now for 5 days.
Right.
What's wrong? Was I inadequate? Was it not good for you. Whatever it was. And now
Yeah.
he's now in physical space with her, and he's like, what the hell?
Yeah.
What's the deal?
Well, yeah, what's the deal? And then on the 29th, that's when you had the 12:20 text that Higgins texted John O'Keefe, you coming here? Okay, that's right after Karen just doesn't respond to his text and after the ghosting. And then they arrive at 12:21 at 34 Fairview. And then they never hear from, she never sees John after she leaves him again there. So, I mean, when you put it, I didn't think much of it until it was put in context of all of the text. And then all of a sudden I was like, well, maybe they've got something here given everything else that's going on.
It's possible. And maybe, Higgins is a hothead. And we know Colin Albert, who is not part of the third-party culpability. He's been nicely removed from his perspective.
Right.
Maybe a couple of hotheads get into it. And you know what? I don't care if they have to prove that or not. It's the defense. That's the defense case.
Defense, right.
They don't have to prove a damn thing. So they
Right.
plant these seeds of concern, curiosity. It just doesn't get the prosecution anywhere. And this happened in the first case. We know the jury started focusing on this whole conspiracy and effectively put the burden on the defense to prove it and walked away unsatisfied that conspiracy was proven.
Yeah, obviously the defense is going to have to ask for a specific jury charge. That the defense presented the defense, they don't need to prove it. It's only the question is whether it beats into the reasonable doubt. And they're going to have to push for a specific jury charge on this defense.
And I'm very curious about in Massachusetts. We don't do that in Massachusetts. Very curious if they allow a special instruction, which has to be crafted and approved by both sides and supported in case law. If they do or don't, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen there. But it does. I mean, there is far more evidence of a potential conspiracy, conflict, plan than there is of the actual prosecution case. There's far more evidence that there was something going on. It's not to a conclusion, but there's far less to prove the prosecution's case. That's
right,
weird.
Right, that's weird. And then the jury again. The case is a little disjointed because the prosecution, we're almost at the end of the case when they're going to try to prove a cause of death and therefore a manner of death that they can argue through a brain surgeon in Florida. Okay. Who presents a case like that? Okay. Yeah. No one. And the jury is probably a little bit confused as to that part of it.
Or they're just expecting it to come along. They're expecting, well, I'm sure the prosecution is going to put Mr. Proctor on because obviously somehow Mr. Bukhenik were working in lockstep on this case. So certainly he's going to testify with the prosecution, right? Certainly the ME is going to come in and tell us exactly what happened. They heard a shred of the whole undetermined part of the conversation when Bukhenik first got on the stand. And we talked to your husband, who was gracious enough with a few minutes to tell us how the ME is supposed to work with law enforcement and share and trade ideas. They're all looking for the same answer. What the hell happened? And is there criminal culpability here? So they know there was something going on with the ME, but they would assume, well, that person's coming on. Of course.
That's what I think. Of course, they've seen law and crime. They assume that's coming on. And the other thing is by forcing Judge Cannoni to have all that whole text stream admitted with Brian Higgins. Remember, the prosecution wasn't going to call Brian Higgins now. Okay, but now they've learned, whether it was objected to or not, they learned that there wasn't an extraction done by his cell phone, right? So now does the prosecution have to call him? They look like they're hiding him.
Yeah, and there wasn't an extraction of Brian Alberts either. It just seems so selective that if I'm on the jury, I'm just wondering, okay, well, got to get the rest of this info somewhere. And if they don't, then I'm going into deliberation saying, how do we get from point A to point B? We're missing all these bits and pieces. One of the mic drop moments, at least for me, in this second half of the afternoon was, let me find it here. This was when you're talking about the things that were found and not found and the order in which they were found. And of course, we're talking about the taillight pieces, right? I had to rehome them. They were in my big evidence bag. But I poured them out of my big evidence bag, and they're now back in my clear bag. And this, seems to be the way they collected them in this case. They just put a bunch of them in one bag. Crazy. But here they are. Not one of them was found before. Let me double check my notes here, because this to me was key. I triple starred it for some point. Where is it there? Where are you? I'm getting the exact timeline down here. It was not one piece was found until after the SUV was in the Canton Police Department. Not one piece of taillight was found before the SUV was in the Canton PD Sallyport.
Wow.
To me,
Wow.
that's a pretty significant fact that has now been acknowledged by the supervisor of the lead investigator. Not explained, but a clear fact.
Right.
And Alan Jackson did a good job too of repeating the search areas and comparing that with these big chunks that were found, days and or weeks later.
Right.
That whole argument to me with that crescendo that none of these pieces, none of them were found until that car was in the Sallyport. That's powerful.
Right. Show us what the light looks like. Well,
The other light, what's left of the light?
Right. This is our light. That's our light.
Yeah. And so there has been some question and concern, and I'm not up enough on the tech, to be honest with you. You have the plastic part of the polycarbonate lens, right? That's what ends up shattering and being sprinkled about. But inside you have the light emitting diodes, and they look white, right? That looks like a white piece of plastic, and the bulbs are inside there. They can be right. They can be red. They could be white. They could be any particular color. So I think that causes to some confusion when we're seeing these less than perfect pictures of the taillight, and they're being, blown up and manipulated. It's hard to tell if there's a glow. Is that a glow because it's a white light coming from behind a red lens, or is that a red light inside a broken lens? You see what I'm saying? And I don't think any of the video is clear enough to answer that question. The one that we just looked at, where Bukhenik was hesitant to suggest that the car is connected. Well, I do see the tire seems to have moved, but I'm not sure. I can't tell where or if they hit, but all right, okay, I guess they did. Then the car starts to drive away.
But did you hear the dig that Alan Jackson in the first trial? You wouldn't even admit that the car is even touched, and there was an objection. But the jury heard it, right? The jury heard it,
and they did such a great job of the picture-in-picture. It's perfect. You see as the car gets nearest the traverse, they have the tight shot of the wheel. Well, clearly that didn't just happen. It wasn't a little minor earthquake at the exact same time that this SUV Karen Reed is driving is nearest the traverse. Obviously, it bumped it. Okay, because as I've described it, that ridiculous tight space they have in that driveway where it goes in and makes a hard 90. If you look at that video where she's backing up parallel with the street. So she has to do 90 degrees to go down that driveway, and they've got a car parked there. Probably not the smartest place to park a car, but they're probably used to jostling, and in that particular moment at 5:07, she's freaking out because either she knows that she's left him in the snow dead, if you believe the prosecution, or she has no clue where he is. Either way, she's a little more hectic in her driving. She bumps into it. Bukhenik is hesitant to even suggest that there is that bump, but ultimately does. Then they show the car driving down the driveway, so that right rear light is closest to the ring camera footage, right? But it's snowing, it's fuzzy, and I don't know if it's showing raw tail light with red lights underneath, or if it's showing red lens over the light.
Or showing the glare from the house, especially on the ring cameras, because
if they have like
I have cameras.
Are there floodlights out there? Are there floodlights?
I don't know, but I have cameras over here, and the ring cameras usually will just kind of go on when they see something, right? And so you have the light, and and so that light goes right down. If that light is a glare from hitting that tail, just the ring camera light.
Okay, that's something I've not heard anybody talk about, because it could also be, these cameras have light dark sensitivity, and so at night there's the night view, which looks even fuzzier and it's kind of grayish, and there's no external light to like say, oh, it's dark. here's a light, and now I'm recording. It just records in night view. So it's not in color. It's black and white, and it's a little fuzzier. It looked to me like, it's 5:07 in the morning. It's the dead middle of winter. Sun ain't coming up for a couple of hours, probably. Quite much closer to 7 a.m., which means any light there is either from an external light, like you suggest, or it's just whatever the ambient light is from street lights or whatever. I've not heard that really explained very well. All I know is I can't tell from that video what the condition of that light is and what's making it the tail light.
But you can tell that the car's hit. You can tell.
Oh, that's to me, that's nothing. It's the contact took place. Right. Now the question becomes, what's the damage caused? Right. Was it broken in pieces? Was it cracked? I mean, that's what's important. The contact took place. That's just undisputed.
It certainly wasn't. There wasn't 7-inch pieces out of 2 7-inch pieces by 3.5, 4 inches out of that light, because that would mean there'd have to be 7 inch.
Yeah, I mean, this is
7 by, and then there'd be another piece like that. There'd be another piece like that out of that light, and that clearly was not there. There's no way. And I think Alan Jackson is going to do that this time. Right there, they are, because he spent a lot of time on those, and that there's clearly not that. There's clearly not that, at least in my opinion.
Well, the question is, there were apparently no pieces were found at One Meadows, right? There was nothing in the driveway there, right? Right. So all of this talk we've heard from various witnesses, from cracked to broken in pieces, sometimes by the same witness at different times, Jim McCabe, it really becomes a question of, when did those breaks take place? Was it before it was at the Sally Port or after? That's really the dividing line. Did they happen before the Sally Port or after? And since none of them were found until after the Sally Port, it just makes you wonder, could it have been afterwards? And maybe by some human with a hammer or some other gadget.
Okay. So do you want to look at Waterfall? Because
let's do that. I was going to try and do them, but Missy's in charge of those. So Missy, the first one is, as I recall, let me check the rundown here. The first one was the texting, I think, where there allegedly was that text that we've talked about, where he said, what did he say again? He says, what does he say? You just said it a minute ago.
Hold on a second. I will bring it back up. Okay. I have it right here. At 128:22, or you're talking about the 129:22?
The one where Higgins is saying to Karen Reed, what's up? Or what
he says, well. 128:22. Well. Okay.
Question mark.
Right. On the basis because she had stopped ghosting him on the 23rd. Okay.
So that's this video. Okay.
It's 11:30 at the Waterfall bar. The man at the center of your screen is one Brian Higgins. The surveillance camera detects the infrared light emitted by his iPhone's True Depth camera, which is used for Face ID. This is Officer John O'Keefe. He would be nearly dead in under an hour, sustaining fatal injuries that the most credentialed experts determined were not from a vehicle. Across the table is Karen Reed. She is the girlfriend of John O'Keefe, and also the woman that Brian Higgins has been obsessed with for weeks up until this point. However, she's been ignoring him, and he wants to know where they stand. Both Brian Higgins and Brian Albert have been drinking all day long. Higgins keeps looking at Karen Reed, and at 11:32 he can't take it anymore. He gives in to temptation. He removes his phone from his pocket and sends her a text message. In his whiskey-fueled, intoxicated state, he types out, well, and presses send. It doesn't matter that John O'Keefe is standing right there, a few feet away from him. Higgins is determined to get some kind of reaction from the woman he desires, whatever the consequences may be. From this point forward, Higgins can be seen frequently checking his phone, presumably awaiting Karen's response. But that response would never come, surely adding to his humiliation and anger. You all remember this short video we released last week showing Chris forcibly grabbing Higgins by the arm. I've played it over and over and over again, trying to determine what exactly is happening. One thing is clear. These three men have prior knowledge of something related to John O'Keefe's future. I wanted to see John's reaction to the Bryans' taunting more clearly. He comments, then gestures, referring to the exchange. In 3, 2, 1. And then is called by the bartender to sign the check. But if Chris and the Bryans had prior knowledge, when did they discuss it? To try to find the answer to that question, I went back to look again. And 10 minutes earlier, this happened. The three men's body language changes. They speak closely and glance towards John and Karen, smirking. Then moving closer, discussing something privately.
All right. So, thank you, Missy. So it was all kind of in that one Microdots production, both the interaction between the boys and then whatever was going on with the texting. So, I don't know. The texting, I think, is interesting. I think that is more helpful for the narrative that the defense suggests, which is that, Higgins is just pissed off because for whatever reason, she's said, I'm no longer interested without saying anything. She's ghosted him. Whether they had some intimate interaction that led up to that, don't know for sure. But anyway, so she's no longer pursuing and or even receptive. So, okay, so I could see that, because guys are guys. That whole jostling, and I've called it the grabicus assicus in the Latin, that was taking place in the bar with the three guys. I don't make that much of that. I don't know that that's suggest, hey, we're gonna mix it up with this guy when we get the chance. I just don't. So, but people do. What do you think?
Yeah, well, you know what? When Yuri Bukhenik's asked about it, and he says it looks like he's being given the Heimlich maneuver, I make more of it, because why say something as silly as that? Because that's not the truth, right? So I don't know. It starts raising my hackles, but again, well, I'm coming now having known nothing about the case coming into the first trial, but the second trial, it just seems that the prosecution trying to hide everything. So I'm looking at it at a different lens. I'm not sure the jury's looking at it with that lens.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, it does create questions. It makes me wonder what is going on. Does it get me into? I'm sure there's a conspiracy. I'm sure they plan to attack John O'Keefe, and that's what happened when they went to 34 Fairview. Again, defense doesn't have to prove that.
Or John O'Keefe and Higgins got into it, maybe with the help of whatever. Things happened, got out of control, and O'Keefe died in a fight. That's whether it be
possible. It's possible.
Right.
And here we are, as is the prosecution's case, spending more time defending that story or pursuing it, depending on which side you're on, the defense or the prosecution, than the crime allegedly charged. There's no crime charged against Brian Albert or Brian Higgins for fighting with John O'Keefe. There's no charge for that.
Right. That's true.
So we're spending 80% of our time talking about the defense case.
Except the prosecution also here is going to hear. I mean, the jury will hear that those two, Brian Albert and and Higgins got rid of their phone. I mean, because that's the issue. But we're taught as defense attorneys, if you get that jury in there discussing all these little things about what if this happened, what if that happened, what if that happened, then you win, because that means that you can't prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's your goal as a defense attorney.
Of course, and the key to that is make sure they transition from what about this, what about that? Defense hasn't proven it, but they've sure given us things to talk about. Transition into, but has the prosecution proven the case beyond a reasonable doubt? Because they go down that other track, as we saw from the first jury.
Right.
Some folks did, and some folks were saying, "Hey, defense hasn't proven to me that there was a conspiracy." Well, it's good news and bad news. You've won in getting them to focus on that, but you lose because it took them off the burden of proof the prosecution has.
And that's why you're always looking for that one juror, as I keep saying, and we do that when we do focus groups. Who's the ideal juror that at that point will stand up and say, "Look, everybody, we're not here to determine what happened. We're here to determine whether the prosecution proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt." So you need to find that one juror. That's the juror you're looking for.
You have any other notes from the afternoon session, Professor?
Let's see. The station had adjustment, Yuri's attitude. I can't wait to find out who did that. Chloe and Cora, we talked about. My
Chloe.
pineapple.
I will not call that dog Cora. I will not. I refuse. That is Chloe.
The fact that Yuri finally admitted that the cars did impact, and I thought it was actually kind of classy of Jackson, because he started out with the questioning about in a previous testimony, you wouldn't even admit they impacted, and there was an objection sustained, blah blah blah, and then he got around to I think that by then Yuri Bukhenik was so, shall we say, softened up from the punches, right? He'd been rope-a-dope so much that he finally admitted, yes, the cars did impact. And so Jackson didn't go back to that to then say, okay, you didn't admit that before, right? He didn't go back there. I think he thought maybe that was too much, looked like too much beating up on him at that point.
Could be. And then I think they had a sidebar at her about that time and kind of changed tacks when he came back and got into Chloe. Here was something I think he did effectively that kind of synthesized for this jury this interesting way they investigated this case and how things played out over such a long period of time. He says, there were 20 police reports that were not filed until more than 100 days after the incident. There were 3 reports filed that were not filed until more than 300 days beyond the incident. There were 3 reports filed more than 400 days beyond the incident. There were 3 reports filed more than 500 days, and the report that was filed the longest after the incident was 581 days after the incident. Now, I guess, for the jury, they got to make something of that in their minds. Like, how is that normal procedure? Whatever happened to, doing something that is at or about the time of whatever the event is you're investigating. That just sounds like just as finding pieces of the taillight sprinkled in here, there, and again over weeks. Why are there reports that are being generated so much later than the date of the incident? I could see. I'd even give them a year. I'll give them a year. Just that's about as liberal as I can get. Something new turns up. But remember, those are cases where they haven't targeted anybody. There are a lot of cases that are unsolved or that are cold cases. Why?
Right.
Because it's taken forever and they don't have anybody. This is a case in which, if you believe some of the details we've learned, within about 15 hours, they already had this thing locked up. It was done.
Right.
It was a done deal.
Right.
So why do you need all these reports that stretch out as far as 581 days?
Yeah, so they may not know the importance of that. See, I think all that also was the basis. I have a feeling that Alan Jackson is going to go back with Leslie and ask for the judge to reconsider the usage of Michael Easter, their expert, given all the problems that have arisen and all the admissions that have now been made about reports when evidence was found. I think if I had my druthers and I was a poker playing woman, I would, if I ever get to the casino to play poker for like real money one of these years, okay, I think they're going to file that motion for reconsideration.
And all I can say on that is that we will have Michael Easter on here after this trial is over. That's all I can say. And so that'll be very interesting, whether he testifies or not.
Right.
Let's see. I think that was all of my my notes, I think.
Any of you have any questions for us before we go? Yes. Right. Oh, this is good. Jen and G makes a point. After they already know the FBI was investigating is when they started to go back. That's an interesting point, that they could have gone back after that. Very interesting, you know. But the problem is the jury will never know about the FBI. I think it's I'll say it again.
Yeah, it's
Wrong for Judge Cannoni to have excluded who these people were hired by, because who these people were hired by and the credibility of their opinions carries weight by who they were hired by. And it's wrong for the jury to not know the whole story.
It reinforces the independence, which is, of course, what the defense wants.
Right.
I've always described these experts. It's gotten a little muddier, but as manna from heaven, because you find these independent experts that side with your defense position. Now, of course, they were retained, and we know how back and forth has gone cuckoo. We don't know if on May 7th any reports produced by ARCA were turned over, but the fact that it's now the 9th and we haven't heard any motions from the Commonwealth to exclude, then I have to assume they were turned over on time. And that was the 7th.
You would have heard.
We probably would have heard about it.
You know what? And you never know whether Brennan's going to open that door, you know, in his questioning, or one of the answers that somebody gives going to open that door. I mean, you know, it was very clear when Chloe was brought into the mix on Bukhenik that had not been discussed in his preparation, right, today. Because you just saw,
see that little smile? Do you see that little smile?
There was a smile, right, and a freeze frame. There's a little smile.
We're going there. That's where we're going.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah. I see the report, and he wanted to see the report, the vet report. He's the one who authored the report on getting the vet report, right?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I just didn't know he was so hands-on with Chloe when that whole thing went down. I don't know exactly when it was, but whenever it was, he was there. I found that interesting. Another note I made, and this related to the finding of the taillight pieces after the car went to the Sally Port. I was thinking of this in the context of not having Proctor testify, right? For whatever reason, never testifies. I don't even know if you need him if you have that kind of evidence for this jury that these things that were so important that directly relate to the prosecution's belief that this vehicle struck John O'Keefe, and that resulted in his death. None of the pieces that prove that contact were ever discovered at the scene until after the car was at the Sally Port. I think you've gone 80% of the way without Proctor.
Yeah, and then let the jury wonder. I don't know, because they heard an opening that he was fired.
So that's a different story. I'm just looking at the raw evidence as it's been presented through Bukhenik. How close does that get the defense to their defense? That this was a sabotage from the start, and Proctor was the main guy.
Yeah.
No, I would be sorely disappointed if Proctor did not testify.
I hope I'm not going to be. You know, wouldn't it be perfect if Proctor testifies like next Friday or something when you're gone? On Monday they're going to finish Yuri. Mary asked, "So do you think the Commonwealth would talk about the FBI if it was good for them?" Sure, they would. They'd be telling that judge, independent. We want.
Of course. If they would be using it to buttress their opinions, if they were opinions that were appropriate for the Commonwealth. They said, "Look at this federal investigation confirms what we're telling you, jury members."
Oh my God, absolutely. That's why I think it's so wrong. And Scott McGinnis, yes, we just discussed that, Scott, that what you're looking for is that one juror to say, hey, it's not the defense burden of proof to prove their conspiracy, it's the prosecution's burden to prove their case. And you have to consider all the defense has put forward to you, because they don't have an affirmative burden of proof. This is not an affirmative defense case. People have to, affirmative defense is something like insanity, right?
Self-defense.
Right. So.
So this is not. This is a, make them prove their case, Mr. Prosecutor. And by the way, here are some of the things that suggest to this jury why you shouldn't believe their case.
Right. Scott, Missy's going to be in touch with you, because we're going to ask a big thing of you to fill Michael Bryan's shoes next Friday.
Oh yeah, has he been contacted yet?
I don't know, but I'm probably telling him the first time.
He's going,
whoa! Co-host with me from 11 till.
There you go.
2, and then if we did a recap show from that night from 6 to 7. Okay, so just so you know, it's coming. It's coming, Scott. So Scott's going to run out.
Bring your flag. Yeah. You can't go out of town next Friday. You're done.
He's getting the news right on the air, fresh on the air. Okay. Anyhow, we should probably, any other notes for us, Michael?
I'm taking one last look here, Professor, just to see if I've got these.
I've been called a lot of things, but professor is not one of them.
Yeah, you're a professor though, and I did some adjunct professoring myself
I
for
was an
moot court in
adjunct,
law
adjunct
school.
faculty, right? You're right.
Yeah, so you're adjunct professor,
Yeah.
which will then from there you go to associate professor, and then you're going to become a full professor. Let's see. That was good. That was interesting. Yeah, I think I've got most everything. I did find it interesting how Bukhenik was hesitant. Remember, we haven't heard a lot about the injuries, strangely enough. Day 13, and it's like, well, we know there was some arm injuries. We know there was maybe he got
just cut over the eye.
Some black eyes. He was hesitant to even verify that. And when there was some report indicating eyelids were swollen, he said, well, not above the eye. It was the eyelids. They said one said there was an egg above his, like an egg welt above his right eye. And then he's exaggerated.
Dr. Bukhenik.
Bukhenik, yeah, he's
Dr. Bukhenik.
Dr. Bukhenik. Yeah, he was not happy with those descriptions, and he said there was a tiny laceration near one eye.
As I said, clearly there was a station house adjustment for his testimony in the afternoon. But this whole evasiveness and this whole I don't understand what you're saying. I mean, he understood. He understood SUP. He understood all these slang words. He was assigned to the presidential detail for the helicopter, right? When he was in the United States military. He was the highest assignment. He talked on his direct, how he had top secret clearance and all that kind of stuff. You want to tell me the jury's going to believe the guy who was assigned for 6 years in the military and was assigned to the presidential detail for what, 2 or 3 years to guard the president of the United States when he was in the military, that he somehow didn't understand all this? Oh, give me a break.
Yeah, they had no theories in that whole operation. There were never any theories. That's a whole new thing.
Right.
Theory. Can you use it in a sentence?
But he knew what ghosting was. He knew what ghosting was on the internet. And there was a WW word. I'm not even going to use it there, because that kind of went past. But he clearly knew what that was too, in the text messages. I mean, the one thing we can all agree on is that Higgins. Let me put it this way: he's not going to be on Bachelor. The Bachelor.
No, you don't think he's got some appeal? Yeah.
No unspoken ruse, that's for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Well, with that having been said, with that malignment of his person, okay. It's been a crazy week.
Based on his text.
Oh, based only on his text, of course. I'm sure he's and the fact that he decides to break up his SIM card and throw his phone in the trash and federal property.
Okay, we have one more. Madeira Beach caregiver. Why was it? Thank you again, Madeira Beach. Why was it never asked? How did Brian Albert look when you saw him at the interview? Bruises, etc. Did I miss something? Michael.
Why was it never asked?
When she saw Albert accompanying. When he saw Albert accompanying Jennifer McCabe, right, to the interview. But I don't think necessarily it was it his interview? I guess it was his interview. It was a Proctor's interview.
Yeah, I'm not sure which interview it was that they were in the same room. But I don't remember anybody ever talking about injuries to those that might have been involved, other than Colin and the bruised knuckles, which we'll see if that even becomes an issue because he can't be talked about as the third-party culprit. So
that's right.
How does that? Even, I'm not sure how that comes up if he's on the stand, and I'm sure he will be on the stand. So I'm sorry, I'm a little confused on which meeting it might have been and whether or not there were bruises ever brought up during any of those interviews or any injuries to anybody else that was allegedly part of some sort of altercation.
Yep. Okay, partner.
All right, then. Just another week in the Karen Reed case.
My life is passing by the Karen Reed case. We're almost at the end of May, and we're still talking Karen Reed.
Yeah, well, it's been 3 weeks, and I'm guessing we're going to fly through. I would say the end of June will kind of be in the ballpark for wrapping this up. That's my guess.
And then there's going to be motions, and if she gets convicted anyway, the motions that are coming, these attorneys may just have to take residence and vote from the Sacco and Vanzetti courtroom.
Yep. Well, I know that when we do get to verdict watch, we'll definitely be up there for the duration on that. However that plays out. Who knows? This could be an OJ. What, 4.5 hours after 9 months? I mean, who knows?
Yep,
We
you
just
don't
don't
know.
know.
Yeah,
We know,
there's a lot more.
and we know this is coming, and I can't wait to see how it's handled. And that is the ridiculous verdict slip / instruction issue on, did you come to a unanimous decision on any of the counts? Any of the counts.
If the jury sends out a hung note.
Yes,
right?
and there's going to be that discussion about a special instruction, which I fully expect will be refused. We'll see. I mean, because you could be heading right into the same conclusion we saw in trial number 1, and I don't know why anybody would want that.
Well, I'm sure Karen Reed would want it if it means that it should be convicted.
Well, rather than being convicted, yes.
That's why they didn't ask the question in the first place, because you don't know what you're scared of what the answer is.
Yes, and we batted that about the first time. It's like, be careful what you ask for, because if you're in the defense table and you say, well, let's have an answer to any of them. Oh, well, on second charge, we found her guilty. Yeah, fine. Well, no, wait a minute. Never mind. Rewind that. Take that back. Yeah, that's a dangerous place to be.
Okay, so let me ask you 2 questions, all right? Who had the better day and who had the better week?
You mean, are you just talking broadly prosecution versus defense?
Prosecution versus defense.
Yeah, I think defense certainly had the better week, and there were many high points, not just Buchanan's freshest in mind, of course, but did Jen McCabe finish last week? I'm so tied up in the time frame. Or did she finish Monday? I think I can't remember. I'd have to go to my list. I think on balance, just broad brush. Yeah, defense definitely.
It doesn't matter when she testified, quite frankly, because
yes. But by week to week, yeah, defense definitely had a better week. And again, as I said before,
day and a better day. Who had a better day today?
Definitely had a better day. Although I did appreciate Buchanan's recitation of the text. I thought that was fine. I had no problem with that. But as I've said, when you're spending 80% of your time talking about the defense case, it ain't a good time for the prosecution. Sorry, it can't be.
Yeah. On the prosecution case, you're spending 80% of your time.
Yes,
because the prosecution case doesn't get any better.
This is their case in chief.
Rest.
Sometimes it's hard to tell, but yeah, this is their case in chief. So, what do you think?
I think that the defense definitely had a better week. I think today they had a great day, partially caused by Yuri Bukhenik this morning. So the prosecution started out way behind the 8 ball because he was just so obstreperous and so looking like he was hiding things, and Brennan, with the objections trying to help him, looked like he was hiding things. So I think that the prosecution had a long way to come back today, and they never even made it back. I don't even think there may have been, if this were a football analogy, there may have been, let's say, well, I know penalty is not the right.
Was it a safety?
Yeah,
this
may be a safety. I think they got pushed into the end zone. I think this may have been a safety if I were going to analogize.
One other observation: the judge and Brennan seemed far less active in the latter part of the day today. Agreed? Not just the text reading, but beyond that.
Yeah, right? I agree with you. But also, when she tried to sustain objections of Brennan with like the text reading, clearly there was lockdown fights that indeed there was stuff put on the record, and she was yielding to the defense most of the day. And if there was an objection, it was a slight objection, like the phrasing of the question. She said, "Mr. Jackson, just rephrase your question." Right? It was very nice. It wasn't you slime ball.
And the defense definitely won the Chloe objection. So we're gonna see how that plays out.
Yep.
All right then. So everybody have a great weekend. Thank you so much for the support. We appreciate it. It allows us to go wandering around and annoying people in other areas, which is always what I enjoy. And we're going to have on Monday a reminder. We have a special Cantonite guest will be on between 1 and 2, the lunch hour, and then Offie Patterson will be on with me at night at 6. And you'll be on special assignment, and we'll be back at it as a team on Tuesday.
Yes, we will. But JSTV TV is all of our viewers, really. It's all of you. And so all of you have to hit that like button, the share button, the subscribe button. That doesn't cost you anything. And the notify button. And if you choose to become a member, you get early access to things that we post. As a matter of fact, we do have some things we have to do by the end of this month with regard before you go back to Canton in terms of some people who have taken different levels or one-on-one interviews with us, right?
We have to arrange that.
We have to arrange that. Okay, one-on-one interviews with us. So, take a look at it, see what you think.
And the merch store. I got
And the merch store,
I
yeah.
beat you to that on that. Okay. All right, then. I'm Michael Bryant. I guess we'll see you next time. In the meantime, try to do the right thing.
Riding flames, they charge with mine.